Hello and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Super League Europe. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and it's great to be back here for some more PUBG Mobile on the road to the Esports World Cup. A last chance for our European teams to seal their ticket over to Riyadh later this year.
Yeah, plenty of teams playing with us here today, and obviously $200,000 on the line spread out between league stage, knockout stage, and into those finals where we will decide exactly who's going through. We've got 4 spots up for grabs over towards EWC as well, due to a lovely EU win coming through earlier this year. So overall, very, very good stuff. So a lot on the line, but an extra slot is very nice. Head over towards EWC. We see before only 3 slots in this region. That has felt quite rough. You know, getting into the top 3 sometimes quite difficult. You could shift out that 3rd spot off an unlucky game. Here, at least you have a little bit of a safety net to work with. But back at it again with PUBG Mobile. It's felt like so long, John.
Yeah, it's been what since PMGO at the start of the year, where we were hanging out. Having a great time, living at large, and had finally Silas getting that global title again with RCB, who are playing. Sorry, just Regnum Carya, isn't it? They're not RCB anymore. They are just Regnum Carya. They'll be playing in this tournament, so it'll be looking out for them. Plenty to go over, but I think we've got the format coming up for you in just a moment as to what we're going to be playing for this tournament. Those smash rulings seem to be perpetuating themselves, filtering through the PUBG Mobile ecosystem, and we will not be breaking that trend here in the Europe games. We'll be explaining that as well as time goes by. So we'll see just for a moment. But yeah, in general, a really exciting region with that extra slot. You're right. It adds a little bit more volatility in that qualification bubble. So I'm really excited to see how that's going to unfold at the end of next week.
Yeah, and we've got a lot of Turkish teams here with us, honestly. A lot of Turkish teams overall. So 15 total coming into this tournament. Obviously, very prominent region, a very skillful region that has plenty of amazing players here with us. Some very notable names, you know, footballers. You've got Flux, you've got S2G, you've got Regnum Carya. Fenerbahçe, I would even throw them in there as well right now. They've got a fantastic team of Razy, Simple, Savian as well. Solke, that is a stacked roster. And plenty more. But those are the ones that come to mind almost immediately. Over on the EU side, slightly less amount here. We've got only the 9 teams, but still pretty damn good. We've got Team Falcons as well. Previously, Enigma Galaxy, now picked up by Team Falcons. Exactly the same roster. I'm glad they didn't change too much there because they were a near miss at the title. But overall, some very good gameplay and has been only getting better as time's gone on.
Absolutely. They are hoping for their ticket to the PMWC at the EWC. You saw that little banner just below Blank there, sneaking in, telling you about the dates of that event. And that is, of course, what they're all gunning for. You're absolutely right to highlight, I think, the ex-Enigma Galaxy roster, right? And the fact that they've been able to stick together, find a new home in Falcons. I'm really happy, as you are. We were hanging out a little bit with them after the shows back earlier at the end of the year, and they were pretty happy with their performance, which was really nice to see. And I think that there were a couple of missteps that they made earlier in the PMGO, but it felt like they kind of addressed them towards the end and they were playing for a little bit of consistency. I'm excited to see if they're going to try and extend that here, right? And play a little bit more big fish in the pond.
Yeah, there's a lot of caution, right? I think that's a good way to describe Team Falcons. They had a lot of caution over in a lot of their games, and it's those moments where, you know, Ralph is making good calls, but sometimes he just needs to pull the trigger on those plays and let some of the wild dogs in that roster out of the cage and get into the action. I mean, Redox as well as Snowx was doing a lot of good work there. And Narvalo looking like he was getting back into the swing of things. I think after that tournament, he was even talking to us saying, you know, we made a lot of mistakes and it was sort of understandable why we didn't get the win after coming off from what I thought was a pretty damn good day, honestly. So there was, in their minds, there's still a lot of improvements to make, which is good. You know, the ceiling is high for them. But can't talk about only one team for too long because we do have plenty of others here with us. Guild Esports making a return too, with Default as well as Vagnazada. I think Default is probably one of my favorite players on that team. Definitely carried them more often than not. Hopefully the rest of the team there is a slight rebuild with Spike and Tree. Hopefully they can add a little bit more gumption to that roster.
Yeah, we'll see if they are able to do a little bit better than they have done in the past, because if we're honest, they haven't had the greatest times under that guild banner, right? We're hoping for improvement there. I'm thinking as well to the little shuffles that have happened over the course of it, but we'll talk about that more in a minute because we've got our tournament format coming on in. As you can see, the league stages will be leading us in with 6 matches a day for groups A, B, and C. 8 teams in each group, and means that we'll be playing 2 groups in each of these phases. And the best 20 teams, if you're quick on your maths, you'll know that there's 24 teams, so 4 teams will be going home. The best 20 teams will be moving forward to the knockout stage, which is 5 matches a day at the end of the week.
Yeah, and then we're heading over towards grand final. So it's a pretty normal format here for us, but it's a bit more brutal because you'll know in the past we've had probably 3 weeks of league into the grand finals. Here we've got league stage spanning over just 3 days, and 4 each every time. So very brutal, I would say. Here's our smash rule as well, though. It will be the leading team's first 2-day scoreline. So over those first 2 days in the grand finals, whatever score they've got, add 10 to it. If you reach that target, and then after the game you reach the target, you get your chicken dinner, they will score on that smash rule, in which case they will win the whole tournament right there, right then. And that is very, very doable for some of our teams here inside this lobby. Some might just take the show away, but again, it's a stacked lobby, man. It's a very, very stacked lobby.
Absolutely. Just to give an example of how one could win as the smash rule, say going into the final day, Regnum Carya have 70 points. That means the smash score target would be 80 points, so they would need to cross that 80-point threshold and then get a chicken dinner in order to win by the smash rule. These are the maps that we will be playing. The smash rule won't be in effect until the grand finals, so you can hold your horses on that for just a moment, because we are still in the league stages. 6 matches a day, Sanhok, a triple bill of Erangel, followed by 2 Miramars to round things out.
If you've been watching PUBG Mobile for a while, you know that I'd like to see a little bit more variation, but I'm always happy with a start over on Sanhok. Always an exciting way to kick things off here. 3 Erangels, so you don't get too much variance throughout the day, which means at least, if you get your stride going, you can have a bit of a snowball streak. But if you're feeling pretty worse for wear on the first Erangel going to the second, you're likely going to be lacking a little bit. That is the issue that teams are going to run into there, where if you don't get the ball rolling early, it's going to stay at the bottom of the hill. Here's our participating teams. We already talked about a little bit earlier, but we've got PMSA coming through, PMNSC, an invited team from Azerbaijan, as well as PMCO Eastern Europe, PMES, as well as our Western Europe partners in Guild, as well as Falcons. So plenty of qualifying spots here coming through from various different tournaments around the world. We had that lovely announcement from James Yang at the end of last year, where they were really expanding the pool of those semi-pro tournaments. And that's allowed us to really draft quite an incredible roster going into PMSL EU.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see how these teams are going to be performing over the course of the day. I wanted to talk a little bit about Regnum Carya earlier on. Of course, in their global presence that they've had over the last 2 global showings, they've had a little bit of an X factor involved with the team, right? They've had Sarah in this roster. Now, Sarah will not be playing with them this time around, because he will be playing with S2G, this import player from Japan who has made massive waves in these Turkish teams, is playing with a different roster this time around. But we'll see if that's going to be a little bit of kryptonite. So maybe some rivalry there between Regnum Carya and S2G. Not that there wasn't enough of that before, but maybe add fuel to the fire.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cruel one, right? You know, Sarah almost gives you that uplifting moment of getting into a grand finals position with D plus Kia winning out over the top of them. But in this instance, now Sarah's playing on Silas's previous team. That feels rough. That feels rough in a big way. And I think for Silas, you'd hope that they could shake hands in a very gentlemanly manner and shake it off. I mean, for Sarah, I'm extremely happy. He gets picked up by S2G there and played in. I'm glad that his talents are being recognized as a player. One of the sole pickups from across the world, right, in Japan, making his way here. You look at Japan, you look at the likes of Regiosio, but it has really been Sara who has been taking a lot of that limelight recently as just this sort of shining light from that region. Quite cool. And nice how those storylines do line up there for him. So overall, that should be a fun one between Regnum Carya as well as S2G. We'll see how it pans out. We'll see how Sara fits into that team, because I do think he kind of molded a role over on Regnum Carya quite well as this off-angler who definitely supported the rest of the team. And I do think that he played quite well into S2G's playstyle, which was very aggressive. And like I was talking about earlier with Ralph, in terms of pulling the trigger, that is the team that does pull the trigger a lot of times. When it comes to those weird maneuvers they want to pull off, Sara was all the way with them. So we'll see how S2G actually utilizes him, because I think Regnum Carya has done it best so far.
Well, exactly. And will Regnum Carya be able to maintain their strength without that presence of Sara? So we'll have to see if they can refill those boots. As we're looking at the Turkish teams, the boots left by Sara are sitting in the gap in the roster. Yeah, no, that's my bad. Flux as well, I think, is a team that I'm looking to prove themselves once again. They had a bit of a disaster at the end of their season. It wasn't what they wanted to happen towards the end of the year, so I'm hoping that they can stand up. But if you're looking at the group to try and do that in, I feel like that is an incredibly dangerous group in Group A. You've got Regnum Carya, you've got Falcons, the reacquired roster that used to be known as Enigma Galaxy. You've got S2G, who we've just been talking about, right? And all of those, the other teams as well. I mean, they've got their own strength, but it feels to me like Group A, definitely a powerhouse here.
Yeah, it's quite nice how it's lined up as well. I think our production team's done a wonderful job, where Group A is the strongest, moving down towards Group B, second strongest, and Group C being the weakest in the lobby. So yeah, for Group C, whichever group they're playing with, it's going to be a bit of a tough time. I think that the most exciting group will be Group A and Group B that we will be looking at. Point distribution, as always, 10 points, 6 points, 5 points, 4 points, and downwards. You will need to get to the top half of the lobby to start earning those points, though, with 1 point only given once you hit that 8th place barrier. So likely a little bit further into the game, zone 3, zone 4, by the time we start seeing the 8 teams getting removed. Let's take a look at our prize pool, though, because it is chunky, John.
Oh, yes. There's plenty of money on the line. A total of $200,000. There's prizes coming out for league stage and for finals as well. And so there's going to be plenty of opportunities to earn money, not to mention the knockout stage that sits in the middle of it. This is the prize pool breakdown for the grand finals, Blank. So that first place prize, not only do you get a ticket to Riyadh at the PMWC, at the EWC, you get $35,000 to go along with it.
Yeah, a bunch of money. 35,000 smackaroos right there waiting for you if you can get that first place. This doesn't include the prize pool for league stage or knockout stage, where the prize pool is kind of still very nice, very respectable. Get first place in either the league stage or the knockout stage, and you'll be earning a cool $4,000. Also nice to see that we are still rewarding winner chicken dinners with $250 a pop, because not only can you get that $250 potentially in the grand finals on day 3, you might just win the whole tournament off a single chicken dinner as well. Here's our matches. We looked at the schedule a little bit earlier, but it will be starting fairly shortly with Sanhok. Technically, right now, as well as Erangel heading up next into our Miramars to finish things off at around about 9:45.
That is Turkish time, if you guys are wondering. It's where is that Turkish time? Is that Eastern Europe time? I can't even keep track of these things these days. Goodness me, time zones are confusing.
I think it's CEST. Yeah.
All I know is that I'm here on time, and you guys are too, because we are going to be heading into our first match very, very shortly. And I am excited to see how the dynamics are going to be at play here, coming into this first day of games. It's a debut for some of these players in this current setup. And we talked about those dynamics between the Turkish teams. I think that Europe's big hope here is Team Falcons, as we've talked about them quite a lot. They have the longest track record of performing. These players as well, fantastic stuff. I think that I'm also looking at Boars a little bit with the players that they've got on board. Havlik, Pusher, Tulika. These are names that have been around for quite a while. So I'm going to be seeing if they can also put in a little bit of a showing from various different countries in Europe. So they are a true European team.
Yeah, Boars Gaming is made up of plenty of different teams. They're all really good players with Tulika, Pusher, as well as Havlik. But I will say it's slightly difficult for them because they're all heavy fraggers, and all of them in the past have had big moments. But I think the difficulty with that team is that Havlik's the only real reliable member, I would say. The rest of them have massive amounts of potential as players, but it's a question of how well can they translate that into their games. What I am excited for, though, is K1 Esports with Slonic as well as Caprice. Both UK players. Amazing stuff. Finally, a little bit of UK representation.
Are you sure? I'm seeing... Oh, I'm not sure. Okay.
Georgia. Sorry.
Yeah, that's Georgia. Yeah, the flags. The flag. It's confusing. Yeah, well, I think they're...
Game over for UK and game over for me there as well. Unfortunate stuff.
That's all right. No, to be honest, it's an easy mistake to make.
On Wikipedia, it's very similar.
They're tiny. They're tiny. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they're able to jump into the mix. I feel like at the moment, Turkey definitely has this dominant presence, right? And a looming threat to Europe. So it is definitely a gauntlet for these European teams in terms of showing quality, in terms of getting those performances onto paper. The fortunate thing for them is that when you're playing in these, well, they're playing 12 matches each, right? You have a little bit of volatility, right? You have that chance to be a wild card, and that can be a viable strategy. In these shorter form tournaments where you are only playing 12 matches, it can really play to your advantage to be a bit of an unknown.
Yeah, I think people can't really read you too much, and I think I know it's Pmsl, probably sick of me bringing them up at this point, but Team Spirit is a very good example of this, where they were successful for so long, and teams started reading into their playstyle, copying their playstyle, going for very similar rotations. You still see teams take the exact same route out of Chumacera in several different regions that Team Spirit sort of popularized back then. And I think that if you're an unknown team, like, you could do whatever, and teams don't have that a ton of homework to do against you. I think in this lobby, you're looking at S2G, looking at Regnum, Carya, all these teams struggling slightly because of this, because you do have a lot of backlog in terms of video to scrub through. So I do think that there's a slight issue there for them, but overall, I think these teams are good enough that it shouldn't matter. Hopefully, at least here in league stage and knockout stage.
Yeah, I'm hoping. I mean, that's kind of why I'm a little bit interested in Boars Gaming, right? You talk about them being all sort of quite heavy fraggers, but behind the scenes, they've got Blamus as an analyst, right, on board with them, who, if you guys weren't aware, used to be involved with Team Spirit, sort of kind of in their heyday, to be honest, with Team Spirit. So I'm excited to see if he's going to be able to lend that little guiding presence to the maybe mad dogs of the roster on Boars Gaming, or Mad Boars, there we go, who may be able to be reined on in, as well as their coach Bambini, who's had a little story of his own going on over the last couple of years. So hopefully they can find their feet.
Yeah, again, there is that slight caveat. I mean, Blamas is a nice guy, right? And then he sort of was removed from Team Spirit, and it didn't have that much of a difference, honestly, afterwards. I mean, Team Spirit was kind of on the downhill slope for a little while, but we'll see what he can get done here. I think definitely, if you look at Blamos, you're like, there's a whole wealth of experience there. At the very least, there is a lot of experience there. He has seen a huge amount of different metas throughout the entirety of PUBG Mobile. And there's loads of new fun items been added to the game. You've got bows, you've got sticky bombs, you've got the M79 been thrown in, where you're able to get those targeted smoke bombs where they're hitting windows quickly. They're blowing up on the window, so it's much easier to go for those quick crashes with the M79. But yeah, there's a lot to be done here. Just for context, we are just waiting for the last couple of players to get into the plane before we set off to Sanhok.
Yeah, absolutely. We are just preparing, making sure the foliage is suitably obscuring for anyone who wants to snake into Circle 7, and making sure that everyone's going to have their chance to put points up on the board. Of course, it is the first of these lobbies, so all of the players getting used to it, making sure the admins are getting that information disseminated properly, and we get ready for things. But it's hopefully going to be a nice start to the tournament. And Sanhok's, whilst not a huge proportion of the games that you'll play, are an important one, right? Because you're playing 1/6 of your matches here, 2 out of 12 of your matches played on Sanhok. That is a huge amount of point scoring opportunity. And it goes back to a little bit of that wild card situation that we were talking about earlier. But I think Sanhok in general is where that's going to be least impactful. I think, you were talking about those Miramar rotates from Chumacera being very well known, and various things in that situation. I think that Sanhok is probably going to be the least impacted by that. But I would say that's maybe because Sanhok is the least impacted by rotations and more impacted by the circle position than those other two maps, right? So you have that reduced... that reduced ability to be a wild card, but that increased ability to have a circle just gift you so much in that game. I think where we go to Erangel for our triple billing in the middle of the day, and when we go to our double Miramar at the end of the day, that's where we're going to see these teams that don't have as much global presence, don't have as much history, as much VOD behind them. That's where they could potentially find their little niche and try and exploit it.
I think my favorite thing about how most things have gone down at the moment here is probably for BW and RX. There is a tiny little timeline which I would like to bring up very quickly for this team. You might be noticing that they're not playing with Swain, right? Playing with Kakali instead, who played on Regnum Carya, I think, back in 2022. But for Swain, it's the case if he got loaned out to Beşiktaş, and he came back from Beşiktaş, and then shortly afterwards left. And it was like, what happened over at Beşiktaş? Did they like treat him really well? And he was like, yeah, this is not good. I don't get milk and cookies to go to sleep with every night anymore. So I'm just gone. But yeah, Kakali will be taking up that mantle for BW and RX. And I think for that team as well, like they had such a great showing over 1 year where they looked so good against anyone else. I think a lot of that is down to Zedwolf. Probably one of the most talented players we have in this lobby. Maybe not the greatest team in the world. I mean, they're certainly up there plenty of times in at least the top 8. But I think if you look at Zedwolf, it's very undeniable to say that, this isn't one of the best players in the world. He has almost single-handedly carried them through scenarios which was uncarryable. So yeah, I think definitely a good team to look out for. And Kakali, as always, has been a pretty decent sub addition to any team. So I think he can do good here.
Yeah, he has a lot of... Zedwolf has a lot of those accolades to his name, various MVPs, various Gunslinger awards. The guy is a powerhouse within the roster. It's a question of utilization at that point, and trying to mesh with those teammates. So we'll see if they can rise amongst so many other teams looking to do the same as well, as we talked about before. You've got a lot of these teams from Turkey, a couple of these teams from Europe as well, who are going to give them a run for their money. And it will be quite a distance, I think, it's safe to say, coming on in. I'm hoping that the matches are going to be starting fairly soon, but I think we're going to have to wait just a little bit longer for these lobbies to get underway.
Yeah, man, it's just the 2 seats need filling. 2 seats need filling on the back of the plane.
Should we get it?
They will.
Should we play?
We could get on. Yeah, I could pull up my phone right now and get straight in the match. Who needs a sub? Let me know. I'll cast and play at the same time. It'll be good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, for the time being though, still just chilling, just waiting. The day is yet young for PUBG Mobile, but we've gone through most things that we could talk about, and we are just in this phase of me desperately pressing the start game button. I promise we're done. We're not just yapping to delay. All right, we do want to get in the play. We do.
Now I get travel sick. Can't get in the plane. I don't want to go.
Look, we just clarified that you don't necessarily need to be in the plane if you don't want to be. You don't have to.
That's true.
We can just wait for those 2 players.
Yeah, I think we'll do that.
Yeah, we will.
I was taking a look over at the recently wrapped up CSA region as well, where we talked a little bit about team spirit. They didn't qualify for the PMWC at EWC, which is unfortunate. There were a couple of other teams quite a few other teams actually, that beat them to the punch there. They also had the smash ruling, but they didn't manage to have a team win by that ruling, which was fairly interesting. You guys can check out all the VODs later on, of course, after our matches are done. But it was fairly interesting, and to see a team like Team Spirit not make it will put a shiver down the spine of many a roster, I'm sure, because we've talked a lot about the rosters here in Europe now, of course, and in the Turkey and the European qualified teams and invited teams. Only 4 of them are going to be able to move forwards, right? And I think that the big question for me is, can Regnum Carya get one of those spots that they earned, right? Because this is the team that put that 4th slot into the region. Will they be one of the recipients of it? And I think that maybe having that global title will alleviate some of the pressure from Silas, and help him to maybe shake off those nerves that he may have felt previously. You know, that 2nd place doesn't feel good. Coming in again, getting that 1st place, like, right, I'm here, I'm ready, I've got my boys, let's make it happen. And I'm hoping that they're going to be able to just go heads down, charging into this tournament.
Yeah, there's certainly a case there. I mean, for Silas, it did come as a big thing of like, yes, we've done it finally. Not a PMGC though. It's not an EWC either. And it's still a global title, and I'm not trying to downplay that as well. Please don't get me wrong. It's still an incredible accolade for him. But I'm pretty sure that team, as well as Silas, still hungry for more. And we talk about Silas a lot, but you know, you do have to look at, you know, Toshbik, Wild, and Loxy. I think Toshbik's a bit of a stand-in there for them. That is an insane team. It's an insane team overall. A really, really good team. Loxy has had some wonderful moments throughout the entirety history of PUBG Mobile Esports, with clutches that come down to 1v3s. Keeps them in it a lot of the times. And Wild, similarly, I think when you think of Wild, you think of survival, right? You think of a player that can make it all the way through to the end of a match, no matter what happens. Easy peasy. So I do think for Regnum Kai, it's not all just Silas, although he does lead the pack a lot of times for that team whilst being a fantastic scouter and IGL. But there is much more to it. Toshbik does worry me slightly sometimes, because I think that he is also of that caliber in Loxy's territory, where he's super clutch, super good scenarios, sometimes a bit bold, I would say, sometimes a little bit too bold.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they can address those issues, though, and keep things together without that presence of that they found that strength with, as we talked about earlier with Sarah. I feel like I'm also looking at Bra, right? This is a team that was characterized in previous seasons by a very aggressive play style, right? They kind of rode that wave off of IHC's win back at the end of 2023. Mm-hmm. Yeah, at the end of 2023, with their just incredibly elimination-focused gameplay style. They won it almost purely off the back of elimination points. And Bra kind of took that as a lesson. They took out a leaf out of the book and kind of brought that power to Europe. They didn't quite manage to go the distance, though, and I think that sort of play style got shut down by the general strategy of developing PUBG Mobile, which was it was an interesting play style, but it was nice to see people address that over the course of it. So maybe they can readjust, refocus for this tournament.
It's kind of a different team, though, right? Let's be honest.
Fully. Yeah,
it's fully just a different squad. So it's hard to talk about the past with Bra because they're just not the same team. We had Gabri, Ripboy, Quantum, and Rolex joining. Ripboy left in May. But yeah, I think Rolex, Swash, these are names that you should be kind of aware of if you have been following the scene for a while. I think Swash overall is an incredible player. I do like him, but he isn't super clutch a lot of times. But I think if I was to categorize Swash in any other way, would be very reliable, super reliable player. And I do think having reliable players on your team is a really important gold standard for a squad. Because if you don't have them, you do have these worries where your whole team can go for something a little bit overzealous, or maybe you don't have that voice in your ear which is telling you to pull back when maybe the entirety of this is trying to go forward. And I think that is important. It's also something Team Falcons has had to battle with for quite a while, because we know that Ralph is a bit of a cautious IGL, whereas the rest of his team just wants to be let off the leash a lot of times. And I think that he has sort of let up a little bit on that caution, and that's assisted the team in a big way. But they had too much caution, where I would say some other teams, for instance, like BW and RX, would maybe want more caution. So it's a balance that you have to find.
Yeah, definitely. It's also a lobby-specific problem, right? And it's about addressing those issues as quickly as possible, especially when you're only playing these 12-match sets, right? You can't afford to be behind the curve for more than maybe 2 matches, right? You can't really let up at all if you want to be making it through. The little breath of fresh air for these teams is that even though it's 12 matches they're playing, it's only the bottom 4 that get cut away at the end of this first stage, and again the bottom 4 get cut away after the knockout stage of 3 days of gameplay. So you've got to hope that even if you don't have the greatest of starts, you really can mount a comeback to make it to those knockout stages, right? You've got a huge ability to jump up, have a bad first 2 days, and be able to push through just on the sort of merits of the fragging ability of your players, and then try and recuperate towards the end of the week. And I'm hoping that teams will be able to do that. It's sort of also at the point where one big match can kind of secure your way into the knockout stage.
Yeah, it can do. It can do. With only 3 days, it's sprint after sprint after sprint. So no longer the days of where we're saying you need to have, consistent games throughout the league stage to make sure you can get up towards those positions to put you in better stead, to give you those more bonus points. Here it's just a case of full steam ahead throughout the entirety of it. You come out swinging on day 1, give yourself a nice big buffer. You're good to go into day 2 and day 3. I believe we have had word that the plane is filled. We'll get into the game very shortly. I know you guys are probably sick of us yapping about plenty of teams, or maybe you're loving it, getting some good backstory in some of these squads, wondering where they come from, what's changed, what's different. If you are, respect. But if you also just want to watch the game, also respect. I'm in the same boat.
Yeah, absolutely. We were told that the plane was full and ready to go. Hopefully, it will be in just a moment. Getting on in. It's been pretty cool to get back into another year. This reshuffling format. How are you feeling about this? Because I think that it is a big departure. You kind of touched on it earlier, right? With we used to have these weeks of league stage before.
Yeah.
Do you think, and you sort of just went over that, right? Are you feeling that's a positive change or a negative change, specifically from the perspective of the players?
Oh, tough question, actually. I think, first of all, I don't think you should go to league stage. That's my first criticism.
That's kind of fair.
Because it's not, it's 3 days. Also, I think from a player perspective, it's much more stressful. Much more stressful. But also similarly, you're only playing 3 weeks here. It doesn't mean you can give it all. I do think in the past, and I think for players as well, they'd probably agree, is that it became quite tiresome. Where you're playing so many games a week, 4 weeks on end, only to get to that finals where it's all falling apart. And I think for teams, it's quite exciting. It's quite an exciting era right now, where if you're on a hot streak week after week and you go into those finals, you didn't have a case where you showed all your best strats, all your best games in those 4 weeks of league, only to get to finals, to get pipped to the post and someone gets it before you, kind of just off that momentum they gain on that last week. But here, I think it's quite exciting for players where they're like, okay, if we're having good weeks and we figured out the momentum, teams aren't catching up to us fast enough where they're learning our strats, we can just come out swinging into finals. I quite like it. 2 weeks straight into finals, I think it's good. I think in a player perspective wise, I think they're also quite happy about it. Some teams that take maybe a little bit longer to get into the swing of things are going to find it difficult. Teams that aren't all that great at adapting are going to find it difficult. And I think that's where having coaches and analysts does really come into effect, because as a player, you've played 6 matches. It's a long day already. You want someone else, right, to go over those VODs with you, who could be present and attentive in the room, to be like, this is what maybe you did wrong. This is what you could do better. All right, guys, head to bed. Let's do it better tomorrow, or let's do it better next week. This is really important for the players. So I do think having a coach and analyst is now very, very critical to having good success. It can be done without, but here I would say right now in this current format, it's going to give you a big advantage.
Yeah, I think that's fairly safe to say. I think it's true. I liked your point about the counter-stratting not really being available to them. I think that's exacerbated by the fact that we're not going to see a solid set of groups, a solid set of days of games with the same 16 teams until the finals, right? We're not going to be looking at that same combination, which really changes up the dynamics. It can change the entire, are we playing more center? Are we playing more edge? How is the entire lore playing? That can change entirely based on what groups are in, and that won't be solid, as I said, until those finals. So it'll be interesting to see if that's going to be leveraged as well. Kind of touches back on the idea of having teams that are a little bit more unknown, maybe helping them out a little bit, giving them a leg up, playing on a field. But I just don't think that there's any replacement for hard-earned experience in this arena. I think that we are going to see the strongest teams, the teams that we expect, getting through at least to the top side of these tables during the league stage and knockout stage. I wouldn't be too surprised if one of them crashes and burns. I'm not entirely sure which one, but it seems like it's always the case where we have a team that we completely expect to do incredibly well, just completely burning away towards the bottom of the tables. As to who that is, I'm not entirely sure. I feel like in my mind, it's BWNRX, who are either all or nothing. I'm not entirely sure why. That is a completely unthought out opinion right there.
Let's get into that, because that's a good point. I would say that BWNRX are 100% a Feast or Famine team. I think if they're on a hot streak, they're good to go. They're going to do very, very well in their matches. If they're down their luck, it's going to be Zed Wolf, like proned off in the distance in the middle of nowhere, just trying to live his movie and do his best to try and get the team through it. So I actually think, from an unformulated John opinion, I think that's a good one. I think that is a good one, and it does bear merit for them. There is plenty of teams here that could definitely struggle. I think if I was to look through it all, I would probably throw it in with maybe Black, sort of the dark horse for me with Lord Cedric, Lux, Aussie, and Zeptimus. I think that's actually quite a good team on BRX Esports. I think they could do very, very good with that. It is just scary looking a lot of these other squads right now who have very, very big names on them. That's a lot of that comes down towards just consolidating the PMSLs and squeezing more and more good teams, more and more good players into one spot. And with that, check it out. First game of the day over towards Sanhok.
It's good to see a plane heading on over a map here in the PMSL EU Spring for our first game for our teams to test their mettle from Cal over towards Camp Alpha. Pretty hard northwestern plane path, but shouldn't prove too difficult as Sanhok is such a titchy little map.
It is a small little map here. And most teams will be able to get where they want to go. With BX heading over towards Hattin, Fenerbahçe over towards Camp Alpha as well. So teams that do head over towards Northwest do generally get a little bit of an advantage, especially on those Northwest circles. It really depends how good you are at escaping those regions, though, of the map. But S2G, plus Paradise Resort, very usual, very easy. They have Sarah scouting down towards the south, which is a meta that's formed over the past 2 years and has stayed pretty consistent.
As teams are starting to get the goodies on board, a little bit of a spike out there from Footballist. This is on the northeast side near Mongnai, Camp Bravo. And a north circle as well to open things up for the first jungle experience. We're going to be sending all the way on up. So we're looking at those teams towards the north, towards Tatmok, towards Paradise Resort, the north edge of Boot Camp, that bridge compound that sits right on that northwestern side that overlooks so much of the game. All of that is going to be super interesting to watch unfold as time goes on for these first entries to Sanhok.
We got J here instead of Tree here for Guild. Cap already found himself Scorpion knock. This footballist on our screens. It's getting looted up. A lot of teams will just try and get looted up as quickly as possible. With being a northern shift as well, John, you are right. A lot of areas towards that side of the map are quite important to pick up early on. There are a few key compounds available up on that side of the map too. Likely these teams will be storming over towards fairly soon. If you're in Hut in, do you go for an early breakout? Do you wait it a little bit, swim in later, try and get a backstab on one of the teams? We'll wait and see.
Certainly will. Seeing just where everybody's going to be going on in K1. They have taken up residency down towards the southeast side near Cave. And we'll be grabbing those vehicles, getting on the road fairly quickly. Meanwhile, RUKH Esports, as we get the first look at the tower graphic on the right-hand side of the screen. They are your outside chance, Blank, and playing from the center of the map, from that boot camp position, going to be in a pretty pivotal position, I think it's safe to say, in terms of getting into this next circle, controlling the other teams doing so. I think the most interesting rotation right now is happening over towards the compound on the trifecta, that river position, the south side of boot camp. A little bit of a clash potentially for Regnum Carya to be coming on in towards their rotation as they head up north around boot camp.
RUKH Esports, like you said, coming out from boot camp towards that north side. Bit of an awkward one heading over towards GS. But they are on the downhill, right? So they shouldn't spot them too early. RUKH Esports likely just going to be able to try and guard out any players coming up from that south side. Nice to see here in this lobby, though. There is some fast movements coming up from the south. Immediately, teams are starting to move, other than those who do want to kind of chill out a little bit. If you're playing towards Sami, like Team Falcons, as they always do, likely will just move up as much as possible and try and swing around either Hatin or make a breakout towards Mong Nai up through Painam. I definitely think that if you are a team who is going to be doing their homework tonight, it's nice to see here on Sanhok that there is a very clear path with PSY moving very, very early out of Painan, especially for teams like Bra as well as Falcons. They have very quick movements available to them up towards Quarry and Painan.
No one going down just yet. Plenty of bullets flying, though. Each of these teams looking for their foothold, looking for their position. Trying to get their little slice of safety if they can find it, but easier said than done. BWNRX currently sat just to the east of boot camp, around that position that we were talking about. RUKH Esports and Regnum Carya have managed to careen all the way through up to Cal, not get involved in that at all. Three teams currently around that boot camp area, sitting and biding their time on the south edge, will be controlling the teams who have yet to rotate in from that south side as well.
Yeah, like we said, I think they can afford to wait a little bit here, but there was definitely opportunity to get in towards the circle slightly earlier. Flux on the east, just heading over towards Barn, obviously skirting around it. No point going too quickly over towards Barn, really limiting your sight lines early on in this game. The guild as well up towards Mong Nai. Not a bad start for them. Can start to eke their way in over towards the compounds that sit just the east of Cal.
Falcons in Sami. They're not Enigma Galaxy anymore, but they're still the same old when it comes to playing late from this southwestern side. We know that they love to adopt this playstyle. They will have to get a move on though. Zone 1 just about to close in. And they'll have to push on up. Some late river crossings will have to be made by them, but they've got a lot of options here. No other team is actually playing around those river positions anymore. They have sent on inland K1 and Fireflux coming into conflict on their rotation near Barn. You were talking about the sidelines being isolated. Matcap completely isolated, cut away with a roll down, run down from K1. That's first blood.
Yeah, Fireflux actually get out of there with just only the knock and able to get a clap back over towards K1. knocking one of their players. Matt Cap's very out of position, though, down towards barn. This is a hard pickup to go for. At least there is a vehicle nearby. Catch on an off angle too. K1 looking to re-aggress potentially. But right now, I will say Flux is in an okay spot to go for the pickup. Especially one player down for K1. Do they risk it by trying to move back in, especially with Flux having multiple off angles and knowing their position?
Little conflict coming through as well for Fenerbahçe. Trying to fight on up the hill. Nade opener and a shotgun around the edge of the rock. It's going to do so much damage. Savian making short work of it. And that is going to be huge for Fenerbahçe to keep themselves up and alive. But they do still have to come in from that northwestern edge. Sort of circle shrink up towards the north. So they're going to have to cross towards that mainland. Finally, teams are going to take a little bit of a strike out towards boot camp, as the surround has been on for quite a while. And finally, some knocks are starting to come through. Lots of pins pulled on the nades there. Look at those cook timers.
They're trying to get a lot of damage done over towards Bra. Peppering them. Wounding them. And they will find one knock over towards Cabri. Who's in the S12K. Quite able to get the pick on that one. Molotov in hand. Hit him right in the face. But poor timing on the run out.
He thought he was in the cupboard there, but he was just closer on the angle. That is going to be a huge pickup for Bra. Keep himself alive, but he steps back and into the fire, now leaving one player to handle. Zed Wolf is there with the DBS, the Molotov over to Kakali's position. He hops back on in, over towards Kain. Could go for that heal, but needs to find it before the fire burns him down. Just about survives and gets that first aid off. Finds Gabri. And now it's going to be a slow bleed out coming through on the inside of this compound. There are teams now surrounding them. Black have struck out from that north side of boot camp and have got a chokehold on the fight.
Yeah, Black Esports have got a very nice angle on this. Fenerbahçe have been watching over towards RUKH as well for quite some time. I've gone back and forth. Rise out in 16th place. Even Flux rocking over towards the eastern side too, John. It's going to be very difficult escape here for BWNRX. Getting out from this position is going to be rough. In the meantime, Falcons eking their way on the western side of boot camp. Trying to look for an optimal rotation, but I think they heard all the gunshot, all the fire. And now might be a better option for them to try and squeeze in on the eastern side, but they're going to bide their time. Just wait on the outside of the blue. They can afford it here in Zone 2.
Teams are starting to lose their players a little bit faster than they would like. One team going down fully. Fenerbahçe, I've got more to do. Savian's already got 2 elims. They want to find the rest of RUKH. These are the two players that they were able to take down earlier, leaving the team in half, and Fenerbahçe sending a strike squad around the edge. And trying to find control of all of these buildings. 20 on the off angle in that Hunter Tower will land the nade over towards Fenerbahçe, slowing their roll a little bit, but there's still so many more of them to deal with. A second one found, though, and 20 is doing so much work. An anchor for the team. Razy underarm, overarm on the nade, repositioned. Solke is up on the high ground. Will he have the angle? The flushes are coming through. He risks his life for it, but gets the 2 points as his reward. Razy on the inside does have Solke in the close range backup, and he's low HP. Has the disadvantage in this fight, unless he can get Solke back and into the mix. Finally, the off angle plays, and it takes him low. The ankle clip is there, and they survive. But at what cost?
2 down. I mean, difficult fight there for Fenerbahçe. They make it work. RUKH not able to stay up in this one. We're back on ball with K1. They lost a player, the Flux, earlier on in this game. Circle moves over towards the east. Heading off from Hatin. Only one team still over there in Fenerbahçe with their 2 players left alive. Football is edging on the eastern side. We talked about Falcons making that eastern rotate. Looks like they're going for it now, but they're getting squeezed by the blue. Already a knock comes through too as they try to crest on this ridge. Might be able to get the pickup on him. It will be pretty close though. Yeah, very low HP. Has to immediately go for the tag.
Has the cover of the rock to be able to get themselves back up. They're no strangers to coming in late to these Sanhok circles. They know what's at stake here. Coming into conflict with Flux, not ideal. Again, the team that I'm looking at to try and secure their reputation. They're having a little bit of a downturn. Falcons, though, have more problems abound. Narvalo out-flushed away. Another late entry. Swing around to the east from boot camp. I mean, I like this push-out coming through from Barsay Esports. They have managed to catch Falcons unawares.
Yeah, not in the greatest of spots there. Scarface will find Ralph, takes him out of the vehicle on the rotate. Yeah, I think if Falcons come into this game tomorrow, you know, looking at Sanhok, they have to understand they can move a lot sooner. And the reason they fall into this problem here is that they give way too much space to these other teams to get ahead of them, who all move very quickly. And again, you're looking at Turkish lobby here. A lot of these teams do move fast. They do move quick. It's very different to what Falcons are used to playing in Europe.
And now Barsay going to be rotating in, trying to find their way through. Out in the blue. BWNRX, they've lost Frozen, but they still have 3 players alive, and Zedwolf is amongst them, and we know what damage he can do. Force of devastation, all on his lonesome. Guild, similarly, losing one of their players. The second has gone down, but they're trading blow for blow with Regnum Carya. Not the easiest team to handle by any stretch of the imagination, and you can see why. Wild launches a stone, and it sinks him.
That's a stunner of a grenade on Despite coming through from Wild. Toshpick looking to send another over the top, but realizes that potentially the players are a little bit far out here. Flux, see over towards Black Esports. Definitely stepping out. Will get shot because of it. Good tags as well from Scarface. This guy's the long-range demon from the team.
Okay. Where did these guys come from? They went in that fight. They flexed out from that western edge, pushed up towards the guild of the Regnum game. They third-partied it very nicely. The BRX brothers happy about that one. We'll be rotating in from that northwestern edge as teams crunch towards Paradise Resort. S2G looking very happy.
Yeah, no one really challenged them on Paradise Resort either. Usually it's kind of like a game one thing as well that you'd go for a challenge over towards Paradise Resort, but everyone just gave it up to S2G. They get a lot of reads off of this. They have Kelsey and Hamzy, who are a dynamic duo over towards the shed at the moment, just holding. And it looks good for them at the moment. No real issues. Cameo towards the top here, but Regnum Carya holding it down. Wild and Toshpick looking over the top. Good shots and good little peek as well. Might just sit them down.
2 down, but it's Beşiktaş still to follow. This guy has a little bit of prestige to his name, but Toshpick similarly storied, and Wild is there for the backup. Beşiktaş low now has been tagged. They know his position. Optical fight on the other side of the circle. In the midst of it all, it's kind for BW next RUKH, the last player to stand for them, up against Black Esports on that south hill. Molotov, 2 players bearing down upon him, slowing them down, forcing them back off this rock. A nice time to gain ground. Hasn't got the time to get the res, though. Pushes them out of it and may be able to turn things around. There's a third party.
Looks takes a hell of a lot of damage, but looks like you can see BWNRX just go for the quick reset on this one, get Zedwolf back up again. Playing as a duo here, certainly possible, certainly doable, but they are on the side of the blue. That will push them in first, and Black Esports understand that they should probably get ahead here. There is a compound to move over towards. They could hold out BWNRX or just simply live out this game slightly longer.
S2G have got a team in their wings waiting for the right moment to take to the stage. We did see the fight in the northwest side conclude blank. That was won by Regnum Carya over the last player, Beşiktaş, facing off against them. And now Toshpick and Wild will be the last 2 players playing for Regnum Carya. 6 elims already on the match, though. That's an excellent start for a team looking to escape the bottom 4.
Scarface playing on the edge here. Easy for Bad Boy. Steps out just a second. Solke will pepper him a couple of headshots. Yekta coming through with the barrel as well.
Oh, Lux tries to step out with the blue zone bearing down upon him. Can't quite get through the threshold. It's just Zedwolf now left for BWNRX. Again, they are on 6 elims as well, which, no matter what, is a good start. May be able to pick up Lord Cedric from Black out to his western flank, but Fireflux are potentially rotating in and in the way of Zedwolf. S2G now leaving Paradise Resort fully. You can see they're rotating in towards the middle of the circle. Hamzy going to be scouting on in towards the only compound now fully in the circle. You've got slivers of the team positioned to the west for K1, and on that south side, half of that compound's in for Fireflux.
Yeah, for S2G, it's a really easy read on this circle. They're going to have one of the very few compounds still up and available here. Zara still scouting out for them as well. Be a very simple pickup on the match. Most teams will get bruised and battered as they make their way in. That's BWNRX going down in 11th place. 0 placement points, but 6 elims. Not bad, not bad.
You'll take it. You'll definitely take it. Not making it up to that 8th place position. Points start kicking in, but as we were saying before, it's about escaping the bottom 4 teams. If you're putting up 6 points average a game, that is going to be enough, almost certainly, when it comes to what these teams are going to be scoring towards the end of the 3 days they've got. The 12 matches they've got to play each team. As the teams that have been quiet so far start to have to roll up their sleeves and get stuck in. We're seeing Galatasaray Esports on that northwestern side. They held that River Bridge compound for quite a while, and now they're feeling the brunt of the blue zone pushing them on in. They haven't really got the dividends paid out towards them. Footballers trying to sneak their way around the edge of the rock, but they're under fire. S2G have angles. They're being isolated, forced to play linearly against a team with a firing squad position against them. This is really bad news for the north side footballist.
Yeah, not having a good time on that one. TTQ going off on them as well. Galatasaray similarly taking a lot of damage themselves. That's 2 knocks, 1 flush. Maniac looking to hold on here. Quick overview at the map feed. S2G still in a good position, but I think that Fireflux held a really nice lineup down towards this south side. They completely crunched out all the players over towards the west. It's been nice. It's been very, very good from Fireflux this game. Now they just need to tackle moving forward, heading over towards the top. Sara is in a dangerous position right now. All out. S2G's dreams are in tatters. Fireflux Madcap has the angle.
Kelsey going down first. A little opener here, but the wall will still hold for now.
That's
no one really looking
news.
to breach through it. Kelsey actually flushed away by Wild, the lone player for Regnum Carya, as the placement points are going to start to add up now, Blank. We've got 6 teams remaining. Fireflux on the south side now looking pretty healthy. They've got a lot of open cover ahead of them, and they can start to try and navigate through that, but K1 are going to be in their way. Fenerbahçe may be a little bit of a buffer zone for them, though, as K1 turned away by a nade from Ray-Z.
Ray-Z last left alive. I mean, again, for Ray-Z, this is a pretty unreal result, considering he came across from the center island. To get here is unbelievable. Carya's final player is taken out. 6th place for them. Elvis from BSY looking to put the hurt in. Rosa in the back pocket as well. AUG, sorry.
A lot of firepower, but a nade would do the dirty. Fortunately, gets out of the building. Will not be under pressure anymore. Shots still leathering their way on through. Taking their toll. S2G looking to put the pieces back together as 5 teams remain now. We're looking at only Fenerbahçe with a solo. As we saw him, Ray-Z on that southwestern side, right next to Fireflux. So unlikely that he gets rolled over unless Fireflux look to take that position out to the west side. It would be such a commitment for K1 to go and deal with him at the moment. And Fireflux would have angles on it.
Oh
They're
my
preoccupied
God.
with Barsay, and he's lighting them up soulless, extracting a toll. Now it's just Elvis.
Yeah, it's an unreal pickup over towards Barsay as well. S2G lose another, but in the meantime, it just means that Fireflux can easily move over towards that eastern position. This sets themselves up for a pretty simple win. S2G still struggling, easy for Bad Boy, but nasty off angle, but immediately punished for it.
Does slow down the approach from S2G on the northern side, though. They have been ripped to shreds, and it is only 1 player now left standing. Hamzy, with 4 teams remaining, 2 of them likely to go down in the next coming seconds. So just has to bide his time. There's Fenerbahçe out. Fireflux take one casualty. They are giving out a lot of punishment to the approaching players from K1, but not enough, it seems. A lot of damage done. Did they manage to find the damage over to Fireflux? No, but there's only 2 players left with 2 teams remaining. It's a 1v2. A late res going on towards the blue zone, but it is going to crunch on in. I don't know if they got the time for it. Hamzy taking space, moving up now towards Scarface with a nade cooking. Will know exactly where he's playing from. The res could not go through. Lands one, doesn't quite connect on the damage, and Solus can't either. Naded response. If he finds one, it's all to play for, but the first nade connects, and it's only a matter of time before another one finds its way around the edge here. Up and into the sky. That's on target. Fireflux shut us down.
14 limbs on that game, I believe, coming through from Fireflux, which is a crazy result from them. A really, really good game overall from that south side, taking out Barsay as well and being able to move over under the guise of that cliff face was just disgusting. And they had that really nice lineup. I think S2G sort of misplays that, mishandles it, where they're not quite able to clean out over towards the north side as quite as well as Fireflux. Again, there is a lot to be said where realistically, Barsay had a lot of control on that eastern edge, and they should have probably been looking a little bit more over towards that south side. And maybe 2 players shouldn't have lined up so much on that angle either. But yeah, I think for S2G, definitely could have been a better game. I think that what they were unaware of was the amount of angles. There is also a big storyline there, which is Ray-Z getting across from the Western Island to Mid-Island to the entirety of the map is unbelievable, John.
Well, a fantastic match to kick us off. A lot of dynamics on display there, including those new teams having a showing as well. I say new teams, the teams that are playing against some of the big dogs in the lobby having a little bit of a showing. It's all to play for. We're going to be going to a short break. We'll be back with match number 2.
Goodbye.
Maybe.
Goodbye. We'll see you. Leave now. This is
I'm taking my break
now. We'll be back soonish, I reckon.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Should we go?
We could. We're just waiting. It's weird that you're still here, honestly.
Yeah, guys, stop looking at us. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Whoa, weird.
Just imagine there's a break scene here.
Didn't you look at us enough at the start of the match?
I'm going to eat some food really quick.
Well, we can't be seeing that. We'll see you.
There it is again. We're still here.
Just kidding.
Why are we here?
Just to suffer.
Oh man.
Oh man.
It was a big prank. For real this time.
You better not be lying. This better be a break. Let's go. Hello and welcome back to game number 2 here at the Pmsl Europe. We are ready and raring to go. We've had our dose of Sanhok for the day. We'll be heading headlong into our triple billing of Erangel.
Yeah, back to Erangel. We're live again now. All right. Okay, you can come back. But we'll be heading back into Erangel. So already a pretty good game coming off the back of that first match from Flux, especially. They looked really, really clean on the outside take from the south side. Definitely a case where some teams were caught off guard considering how fast teams rotated. I was very surprised by that as well, where everyone was just immediately up. It's a big complaint we have a lot of times in PUBG Mobile as teams on the south side of Sanhok just do not move quick enough. There, it felt instantaneous, so everyone was in position. S2G as well set themselves up for success, but weren't able to capitalize. And that slight transaction went very poorly between several teams in that area. Some teams won out big, though, especially Fenerbahçe, who had a very bad start to their game, yet get themselves a juicy 4th place.
It's good to get those big games in early, of course, as we were saying before. It's about escaping that bottom 4 placements for this first phase, the league stage, these first 3 days. And with only 12 matches played, bottom 4 teams is going to be a fairly easy barrier for most teams to reach. And if you've got an MVP on your side, that helps all the more, just like Scarface.
Yeah, I think he's doing exactly what he does best, which is just incredible long-range action, 902 damage total, 6 eliminations, 4 assists, and 1,254 survival time. We'll figure out exactly what that means in the future. It definitely doesn't mean he lived to the end of the game, because that's half if we said it was 12 minutes 54. I don't think it is.
That if you divide it by if it's the number of seconds he survived, that would be 20.9 minutes, so nearly 21 minutes, which kind of tracks.
Kind of tracks. All right. Okay. That makes more sense. It's seconds, guys. Seconds.
I think it's seconds. We'll have to double check on that. As we take a look at Flux's stats from that last game, you can see this is it's not Flux's stats. It's just got a lot of them on here. It is the stats from that last match. As we saw, Scarface was the MVP, and you can see why a triple billing of the high fade coming on through for Scarface.
Yeah, also interesting as well in the last game. I know we got Redoxed here in the corner, but I did want to talk about Team Falcons anyway, because they are having their substitute in for that first match in Koa 77, who has been a pretty storied player, an up-and-coming player as well. Is our final blow of the match as well from the perspective of Scarface on this final nade that comes over the top there. Hamzy G was just sort of locked in. It was a good setup coming through from Flux. Not much you can really do there. And here are our stats overall. With Solus not far behind after some really nice shots over towards BSY.
Yeah, you can see the damage coming through from Matcap as well, doing quite a lot of work, and 4 knockouts there, which I think is something to note, right? He's pretty efficient with that damage in terms of getting those knockouts through. Took the most damage. We saw that on the rotate right down towards Barn, one of many a player's least favorite positions, I'm sure, but did go down, get knocked, and brought back up. And it was worth it. You can see those numbers bearing themselves out. The second most damage done, the most knockouts on the team as well. So credit to Matcap. Excellent support.
Yeah, he's doing really good for the team. Nice little addition for the squad there. But yeah, we'll be heading over to Erangel very, very shortly. But it has been a good start to the day so far, or even on Sanhok. You know, a lot of the teams we kind of expect to do quite well did. And some of our teams we had high hopes for, like Falcons, are still having woes from years gone past.
As we take a look at some of the highlights from that match, some plenty of interesting engagements coming on through there. I think the thing that really sealed the deal for Falcons was that flex out from the team coming from boot camp right behind them. It feels like something that happens fairly regularly, where they don't expect anybody else to be rotating in late, and then they're like, what do you mean? Someone else is rotating in late? And then they die to it. And it seems to be something that has happened to them not infrequently in the past, especially on Sanhok.
It was a weird decision moment as well, where they could have coasted up boot camp coastal side, you know, skirt along the cliff edge, but instead they attempt to go east, but then slow down. It's a weird one. Hopefully there'll be some better plays from them tomorrow. S2G, though, kind of robbed, honestly. And a lot of it comes from just peeking their heads out far too often. There was some very nice edge play in this game overall from a lot of our teams. K1 almost able to do something, but not quite. and then S2G having the final four. I mean, still from the position they were in, getting a second place, I don't think they're too unhappy about it, but they don't take second place in points. That accolade goes over towards K1 with 12 total, taking 11 points home for them over on the S2G camp. But 24 points for Fireflux to start off the day is a mean amount. Remember, we're cutting out 4 teams already, so Fireflux have already put a big dent in the amount of points they'll have to score to keep themselves safe.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're able to get, 5 points a match in general, I'm expecting you to be safe. I'll do some number crunching in the next break, I think, so that I can figure out exactly what I'm expecting. But if you get 5 points a game, you're looking at 60 points, right? And they're already over a third of the way through that metric, which is such a relief to be going into 11 matches knowing that you've done a third of the work that you need to do to be very secure in your position in those top spots. Yeah. So hopefully we'll see some other teams joining them, as well as keeping up those decent averages. Actually, half the lobby outperforming 5 points on that match. So a good result all round.
Yeah, I think when you look at it as well for the boys over on Fireflux, you're extremely happy with the 24 points total because winning on Sanhok is so important, especially in this 3-day sprint, because you can get a lot of eliminations on this map. A lot of times you are squeezed in where there are multiple teams in these final lobbies instead of just maybe the 2 or 3 you'd see in an Erangel. So you're able to pick up a lot of points if you are dominating. Here's our head-to-head between Hamzy as well as Scarface. In those final moments, you can see Hamzy didn't do all that hot. Somehow lived more seconds than him, though.
I mean, they did manage to. Well, Scarface went. Yeah, I don't think that's.
It might be like when they hit the ground, the timer starts going,
or when they got out the plane, or something.
Yeah.
We'd have to go back and double check that. But still,
we don't know currently.
Both fairly late positions there. As we take a look at some the longest range eliminations, a new metric here, new graphic we've got. You can see Ketch on the hunt, 311 meters on that. He's out for blood at a distance. Matcap, the nearest second longest range fight, 221 meters.
Yeah, that'll definitely have been from that fight they had from very early on. I think it was BSY. That they ran into, and Ketch was able to take a very nice off angle on one of the hilltops, get a shot off, and that actually helped their game massively because remember they actually took a knock earlier on, were able to get their player back up again. But yeah, so the Fireflux really, really good stuff. I think it was some resilience shown throughout the entirety of that game there on Sanhok.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. We'll see if they can continue that going on forwards, but again, a lot of the work done towards the top of those tables after that first match. Erangel is where we're going to be setting our sights next, though, because we've got. Sorry, yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
A dove on your screen right now.
I think there's. I'll have to fix that in post. But if we just ignore the aberrations, the portals opening in my background, we can turn our sights towards this next match, right? And we talked a bit at the start of this show. Well, we talked a lot at the start of the show, but the bit that we talked about that I want to bring back is the idea that it's going to be a lot more impactful on Erangel to have these rotations coming through for a team that is unread as opposed to a team that has a lot of history, a lot of VODs in their back pocket that has been shown. So if you could study a team, the rotations on Erangel are going to be a lot more known. I'm going to be looking at those lower notability teams in this match to see if they're going to go for something funky or if they're going to try and leave that to their second day of games, potentially to sort of say, okay, let's try it their way. Let's try it by the book. And if we need to, then we can get a little bit freaky with it, a little bit fresh with those rotations and see if we can catch someone off guard. I think there's going to be some argy-bargy early on in this match, though. That's my prediction going into our first Erangel.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So you think it's going to go down pretty hot and heavy in this next match then? All right. I respect it. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see what happens in this next game. I think overall, impressive starts at least for some of our squads. I mean, Fenerbahçe, S2G, Regnum, Carya, sort of to be expected there. K1 was definitely one that I didn't expect to get that far into the match to kick things off, but they did quite well. And I think, they get overwhelmed slightly by the experience coming through from the Fireflux players. But they had some nasty little off angles, cheeky little moments, pushing back out into the blue to make those plays, make those shots. So, yeah, very, very proud of K1 in terms of what they were able to achieve on their first game here in PMSL EU, and not one of the big dogs that we sort of expected to be at the top already. BW and RX, they fell apart, didn't they? They fell apart a little bit. Was hoping for a little bit more from them.
Yeah, they had a tough time coming on into that one. It was unfortunate, but they weren't able to quite get what they were looking to do. I think they did get a couple of points on board though, so it wasn't all doom and gloom for them. And they do have 11 more chances. As we talk about, this being a 3-day sprint for each of these teams, it's a 2-day sprint, right? Because they are playing only in 12 matches, only in 2 of the days that they are. That we have over these next 3 that we've got for everybody. So for us, we've got a 3-day sprint. I finally got there, I think.
Yeah, you did. You almost. You're doing good, man. You're filling space right now. I like it. I think if you've just joined us, we had about 40 minutes or so at the top of the show, and about 20, quite a bit of time now already, and just chatting about stuff. So we've gone through a lot of the stakes right now. We're ready to get into those games and start watching these matches, see how it all unfolds. And the aberration is getting worse.
It's encroaching.
I feel like you're about to get sucked into a pole, man, and I'm going to be solo casting this one. You got to be safe. You got to be safe over there. Where's Gordon Freeman when you need him?
What's Gordon Freeman going to do? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant. I thought you said Gordon Freeman. It was the character from a well-known video game franchise, but I heard Morgan.
You thought
Freeman.
I said Morgan?
Yeah, I was like, "What are you talking about?"
Talk very deeply. Deeply. Hopefully, it goes away. I feared of his voice.
I didn't even crawl for a pipe, Morgan. Get away! What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, you right now. You're in the danger zone. You're in the danger zone. Is that a niche reference these days? Gordon Freeman, Half-Life.
Gordon Freeman. I think maybe it might be. I feel like. Yeah, I would say yes. I think that's now an old reference. Gordon Freeman, especially. I think maybe you could excuse maybe like Alex, given the VR game that they had, right? But I think no, it's pretty okay.
Well, I think if you've not seen it, you can check it out at some point. It's pretty old school at this point, but very influential. Kind of the game that kicked off FPS shooters.
Absolutely.
So, you have Half-Life to thank for PUBG Mobile.
Basically, yeah. Gordon Freeman gave us the INFINIX GT30 Pro.
I'm pretty sure FPSs would still have existed. Well, there is a big debate, right? Like whether it was, I think there was another game released at the same time as Marathon, but this is very old school knowledge coming at you. But Marathon was one of the very first games to be released, which had mouse control movement in terms of shooting. And then we move over towards mobile games now picking up. That was kind of the big thing that came through, and we have PUBG Mobile. But there are 2 people in different camps. It was like, did Marathon start it? Did the other game, I think it released on the exact same day, start it? Did Half-Life really popularize it? We don't know. Anyway, I'm doing a little bit of a gaming history lesson here for you guys.
That's fair. I like it. I'm there for it. We've got storied history. We're getting old in the esports space, Blank. We're historians of the.
No.
You've dyed your hair blonde. You can't be old.
I'm still young. I'm still young and fresh. You're gonna
have you got rid of the mullet? You had a mullet yesterday. I've just noticed.
I did. Yeah, mullet's gone.
Oh,
long hair all got lopped off this morning, dude. Went to get it lopped off. Went to the supermarket. I got all my bits and bobs done before I got into a nice long day of PUBG Mobile.
That's great. I'm there for it. Keep your neck nice and cool. We've had a bit of a heat wave.
That was partially the reason, because it is so hot. It is so hot at the moment in the UK. Absolutely horrendous. Hopefully everywhere else in the world, wherever you're watching, it's not too hot. You're keeping cool because it's not nice here. It's not nice here right now.
Yeah, I really am in danger of getting just consumed by this.
You're getting abducted. I'm telling you, the aliens are coming for you.
Yeah, it's the sun on my green screen. I think there's a tree that's
or is it a UFO? Throwing out the beam to come and get you.
You know what? It could be either. I think either explanation. It's 50-50, really.
He's going to come back tomorrow with a totally different personality. It's not going to be the real John.
Yeah, I'm going to be. I'm not going to continue on that line. Yeah, absolutely. Going to be Alien John, ready for it.
Yeah, man. What else?
What else have we got? Let's think about this, because what are we? I think we're scraping the bottom of the second barrel now.
Yeah, dude, we are on the second barrel. We are on the second barrel. I think we've done quite a bit so far in terms of history, at least for a lot of these teams. Which there is a lot of history on these squads overall. But I'm quite excited to see who's able to get those top 4 spots. And I want to put you on the spot now, John.
Okay.
Put you on the spot right now. No particular order. I don't like particular orders. I'm big against particular orders.
Okay.
Who's your top 4 that you'd like to see go through to EWC?
Top 4 teams. Okay. Well, Regnum Carya's got to be in there. I think that's, given that they are the most recent global title holders, second place before that as well, I feel like not seeing them there would be a bit of a disappointment.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm going to pair that with Falcons. Again, really strong performance, but I want them to go the full distance. I think that, especially with, the Falcons organization, whilst the teams from Europe, right, the organization would be on their home turf, which would be interesting. After that, I think the next 2 are very much more up for grabs. And I think that Flux, after their win here, may be able to gather a little bit of momentum. It's way too early to say whether or not they will or have. But I think Flux, as I've harped on about before, had a pretty disastrous previous run into their regional and trying to get to the global stage. They didn't quite manage it. So I'm hoping for a little bit of return to glory for Flux, because they, for a long time, were just flat out the strongest team in the region. Really, really quite strong. This 4th team, I think I would struggle with. So maybe you want to have some input on this 4th team. And I think that's where I'm maybe going to be surprised.
Fenerbahçe for me, probably. It's like a
interesting
toss up between Fenerbahçe as well as BW and RX. I think both teams could make it happen.
Turkish though, both sides.
Yeah. I mean, they're both very strong teams. And it's mostly a Turkish lobby, right? Barring the 9 teams we've got coming through from Europe.
Yeah. I mean, Guild as well, right? Definitely going to make it.
Yeah, let's not start that meme again, because that was a naughty meme. Yeah, that was unfair, uncool, uncalled for.
That's true.
But they did not make it. They did not make it. We weren't wrong, technically. Again, I have big support for Wagner Zada as well as Default. Quite like both of those players. I'm hoping that their 2 additional squad mates can pull up the slack a little bit. But we'll wait and see. It was Jakey playing last time, right, for them. I think Tree was out. Wasn't playing that one. So you did have both French players on both Team Falcons and Guild, both substituted, which I think's mean. I think that was organized.
It is what it is, right? I also kind of want Papara Supermassive to go through, so that if Maxman is working PMWC at EWC, then he can say his favorite team name to say ever. We are going to be treated to another game blank. What about that? We are going to be going on into our first Erangel, the plane path from South Georgia Pole over to Novo Retnoye.
Yeah, that's mad. We're into the second game of the day, coming in from the northwest side and Georgia Pole down towards Novo, like you were saying, John. Players get themselves out of the plane into the match. Popped on quite a bit, so we're hoping that Fireflux can keep that momentum, like you were saying, John. That is one of the main things that we're looking out for here, because Fireflux, they've had some pretty rough days right here and there, and I'd quite like to see the big resurgence of Fireflux coming into this.
They've started off well enough. It's about carrying that one forwards. S2G out early. We'll be heading down to what looks like a Pmsl position. No contest right now, but potential for BWNRX to maybe break out and try and head west early. You can see they're dropping right now around Ferry Pier, although that in itself a solid looting spot, and that's generally where they've liked to play before, so no real reason to divert from that. Circle goes up to the northeast side, so nothing hugely dramatic. No big river split early on. But there is a lot of contest around these positions towards the Georgia Pole River, as Fenerbahçe taking shots out to try and maintain their position.
Yeah, Fenerbahçe after that last game, I will say to him, mad hats off to them for the fact they were able to make it so far and from such a difficult position. This time around, I'm hoping they can have a little bit of an easier start for themselves, Fenerbahçe. They move over towards box compound to start things off. Flux comfortably over towards school after they schooled the opposition last game.
I like it. I like it a lot. Fenerbahçe going to be moving pretty quickly, it seems, actually. Prioritizing getting towards the northeast side with a little scout out as early as they can. Can't blame them. The playing path as it was, you know that places like Kameshki, like Yasnaya, like Lipovka are going to be a little bit more devoid of any presence. So if you can get there nice and early, you can loot after the rotate, which some teams prefer to do.
Last game you were talking about 20 hard to prove, you know, you were getting some pretty nasty shots. Keeping the team alive there. I think that what it came down to was just sort of a lack of setup there, where Fenerbahçe just had a bit more of a good idea of how they wanted to play that one out. Having some decent off angles, which really stole the show at the end there, although they did lose most of their players to make it happen. It wasn't an easy push. Guess why? Heading over. Do you manage to cross the bridge here? Get over towards Yasnaya. Fenerbahçe just above them, rotating a little bit ago. From towards Stalber's side. But it's nice to see all these initial drop spots, right? S2G towards Pmsl. We've seen a lot more popularity around Pmsl in the past as well. I think a lot of teams are starting to favor it. Has some very nice rotations, and what we do see those quarry entrances. Surprise car as well, just drops in. Superhero landing on that. I think Loxy got first blood last game as well, by the way, John.
Out for blood early. I mean, Regnum Carya, they're on 10 points after their performances so far. This is a good result, right? And as we were talking before, especially if you're one of these teams that more is known about you, you don't need to be doing anything special in these early phases, right? And you can play for low averages. It's not until the finals where it's actually important to get up to the top 4 and have these big performances repeatedly, right, in those finals positions. So maybe you're just going to be going for early aggression, sweeping up a couple of early Elam points repeatedly. Maybe that's what the brand is we're going to see from these next few days.
Absolutely no reason not to. I think for Flux and Regnum Carya alike, both teams have to drop on them to make it happen. Carlos goes down in the front line, which is never good news for Regnum Carya. Off his game there. I mean, there was quick backup. He's bad boy taking a hell of a lick of damage, just getting knocked. Freeze heads in, and there's no real follow-up coming through from Regnum Carya either. The rest of the team not looking to fly into this one. Just head off. No reason to. K1 holding for that second spot here, John.
They are all coalesced onto it. They moved very quickly to regroup, right? And as you said, there was no response coming on through. But I wonder if that may be a little bit of a mistake, always, or sort of showing your hand that in that scenario, you just all send for the position to consolidate. It means that teams can really sort of start to force you to play around that. If that is your standard playbook, you're going to know that that's going to be the result of it. So if any analysts are watching, if any coaches are watching, if they pick up on that, that could be an interesting dynamic to come across, because you're going to know when a team comes on through, when a team comes up in the elimination feed, just where they're playing, who they're playing as well, and it will be nice to see if teams are going to respond to that.
Yes, certainly an objective that you can have for yourself in these matches. Get the lay of the land. It is difficult though. We talked about right at the start there in terms of the fact that when you look at these games, they're coming through very, very quickly, John. 3-game sets. You're going to have to be very, very speedy to make those adaptations. Likely a day 3 thing if you are in that bottom 4 to quickly bring yourself back up to speed.
It is going to be all to play for, I think, for the bottom 4 positions, all the way right into the end of the final day. I feel like worst case scenario is playing the first 2 days. I feel like that would be just so nerve-wracking to be towards the bottom end of the tables after that second day and just wondering if you're going to be able to hold on. It would be disastrous. Not only that, but if you're in the bottom 4 at the end of day 2 and you don't have day 3 to play, there is no way that you can qualify. So you can sort of just be the only team who doesn't have any chance whatsoever. I think that would be pretty nasty.
Yeah, and I mean, with the way that the groups are set up as well, I mean, we talked about Group C being one of the weakest. Like, on their final day of play, it's very, very terrifying. Falcons make their rotate in. Flux try to go for some short. Scarface can certainly hit those, but a little bit too far away. Damn, takes out the tire as well. That is rude. Over towards Flux. Scarface now has to go find another vehicle to work with.
Oh, Quantum. Finding Ray-Z, the ultimate survivor for Fenerbahçe from that previous match, will go down under the feet of Bra. Yeah, there's nothing really you can do about that. There's just a clean flush coming on through that. And that's a point added. And a strong player taken away from the mix.
Rogue's going to continue to hold this angle too. Oh, Fenerbahçe, the rest of the team does figure out the positions they're playing. And right now, that's not an ideal spot to be in. There's a bit of backup that comes through. Maybe the quick pickup. Talq gives it up for Fenerbahçe. Just gives them some warning shots and moves on. There's the team that rotated early over towards the bottom of Stalber, actually, just on the south side. So them getting caught up here is not the greatest of moments for them. Nasty shift on the circle over towards the eastern side, towards Kameshki. TTQ's going to be very happy about this when you see them already rotating down from that south side. Fenerbahçe, if they just held on for a little bit longer, potentially they could have been up at 4 with a very, very nice position. But now they're going to have to challenge off against K1, Flux. All know they're fairly weakened.
It's a mass migration that everyone's sent very, very quickly into this fight. It's not starting to pour on through. Footballists wading on through, and BWNRX trying to light them up on the sidelines. Footballists have lost 1 so far. Players are falling like flies. We're down to 58 now, and that number is tumbling. Zedwolf knocked here. As Galatasaray will find that flush as well. And everybody's moving up to the northeast of Yasnaya. It's a bit of a bloodbath on that south side rotation.
BWNRX down towards the southern edge. While losing players in the process, there is shots that come through their way to keep themselves in this one. There's Regnum, Carya, you saw him early. They lost Silas, spearhead of the team. A player who definitely does hold all the cards from sometimes. So those cards are strewn across the floor now. The rest of the team struggling to pick them back up.
Will be a struggle. Getting everyone back and together. Especially with a number of teams moving, marauding through the grounds around them. Flux holding that south edge, looking to try and stay on this edge position, potentially, or sending on in, but there's a lot of teams ahead of them now already. We saw them stick to the edge fairly convincingly on Sanhok. We'll see if they're going to go for a repeat of that playstyle here. It does seem that that's what they're looking to do, play the white circle. Try and hold everyone out around the sides. RUKH trying to sneak under their watchful eyes, but that is going to be all too hard for them. As Flux make it difficult, but not impossible. Luckily, they're able to get away from it. Flux actually going to be backed off the angle by the forward position from RUKH.
The circle's going to close now. Heading on in. Most teams have found their way into this one. RUKH obviously struggling slightly. They were held out a little bit by Flux, who are now starting to move themselves. There's S2G, who've been on the edge of the map for quite some time. Another northeastern shift on the circle. does leave teams high and dry here. Fenerbahçe quite happy with their positioning. TTQ can take some shots off the high ground, but equally could get backstabbed here, John.
This is really, really nasty stuff. Everybody who made that trek up to the north side before has to do it all over again. And Guild are the only team in Kameshki. They're sort of going to weather the storm up there. BWNRX going to mount their offensive over towards A1, popping out one early. Frozen goes down, but there is a response. Now Kakali up to the high ground with the US sent in. Where did he go? I have no idea. Hit the neck around the edge behind him there. Ready and waiting to see, but both of his teammates are down. Kakali needs a rest.
Back up again. Fine. Frozen all very low, but some shots come out swinging. There will be K1 to pick up that final player. The hovercraft. Now with a lot of work. Creates some awkward environment to play in. K1 beginning away with Caprice towards mid. And he desperately tries to hold on as Falcons swoop in. Woo.
So many teams on that south side. There are more teams as well yet to come. I wouldn't be too surprised. Kvik trying to stay alive, but that hovercraft is not long for it. Will go up in smoke. No easy feat either. That thing has a lot of HP, but all the teams taking shots out that way do manage to take it down. And now he's out in the open. He's been spotted. Should be the end of him. Not quite, but both sides of this hovercraft are under threat. He doesn't even have a first aid kit.
Yeah, he's under siege, and no doubt he's going to take about 15 painkillers there because he's in a whole world of hurt at the moment. Lost. It's taken down. Matcap grabs himself a airdrop here. It's down towards that southwest side as Flux are still making their way in. They decide to play over towards Yasnaya. They decided that they would put a lot of stock over towards the added benefit of having the slight cover from Yasnaya early on, but I think they have locked themselves out now from this circle.
Looking for a key desperately, but Fireflux losing a knock there. Not ideal, but they are in a pretty solid position. Hopefully resable. S2G playing from the top of the high ground here available to them. Stalber stretches up to their west, but the circle will cut off that position from them. I see the forward outpost for them at the moment, but have got a player from RUKH still waiting in the wings down to the south side of it. Could be potential thorn in the side. Icy is isolated here, taking these shots. His position is now fully known. You could see immediately that snap of attention towards that north edge. Finally, a south side circle, by the way, as we get that hard southwest shift. And Black going to have to try and find their way in. Going to have to fight for it too.
Yeah, back down towards TTQ. So a very, very nice position from them to play on. So it's really Fenerbahçe, Bra, as well as TTQ are just living their lives to the max right now. The rest of the team figuring out their way in. BX, similarly, they do have a fairly okay position. Does have high ground, but it's a lot more open for them to work with. Australians is S2G. Icy is down. Question of how resable he is. He is towards the building side as well, so should be able to get him. I think Sarah just moved over that way. Falcons, catch. Already finding Koa. What a great start. Still three. We're on three, though.
Yeah, now Valo on that south side off angle there. Not going to regroup and actually just put that suppression down. I mean, that is how you want to handle these positions, but did they not know he was up and in their face? It's not going to matter, though. That's going to be a knock and a flush. 2 knocks found, and the Falcons should be able to piece themselves back together here. Potential third party rolling in from the western side, though, and they do need to be worried about this. It's ringing all too reminiscent of that position that they held over on Sanhok, right? Rotating up towards the north. A team flanks in behind them and takes the Falcons down. Maybe a little bit later into the match, though, so a better time of it. S2G can be up the top. Box footballist, and it's taken down from the backlines. A third party, yet again, there's so many teams up in this hill.
Yeah, plenty of off angles here are thrown to the mix. Now, Valo gets ran down off in the distance. Lord Cedric finding footballists. There are eliminations going on all over the map at the moment. Another hovercraft brought into the mix here as well. And honestly, might just spoil the recipe as Volzing goes down. Now just Maniac alive, and there is ordnance pouring in from the top side. Default from long range will take down Sarah, and S2G been pulled apart by the seams.
Ralph fell on the border of the blue zone there as well, so Falcons now down to 2, but they got 5 elims bearing down upon them. They have to get rid of Galatasaray first and early if they want a chance of fending this off. It's a full 4 roll down from the other side of the hill. It's Redox and Koa, the sub coming on in for them. For Falcons, merciless, nade in hand. They're slowing the pace of this one. Maniac will be first to face on this approaching 4-piece.
Redox just still holding pretty. Really nice name from Koa. The top does open up into Merciless. There are shots coming from behind, but at least they confirm one. Koa's going to move over. There is smoke. Here's the after shot from the sandbags, and we'll pack it up. Running shots all around this game.
Really nice stuff. Nice and tight on the aim. Beautiful to see. That's what you need. But Barsay Esports going to make things really difficult on the south side. The remnants of the fight. 12 teams remain. Kelsey. Didn't take the damage from any of those nades that came pouring on through. I think some of them from himself. There's a Molotov, though, and that will be able to burn at his heels. Spike launching himself over the building. Has got a player from S2G behind him in the shack. He just vaulted, so needs to be careful, but has made it now outside of the danger zone. The angle's getting cleared, and Maniac goes down next. That is going to be Falcons staying alive for the time being. For just a moment longer. It's up to Icy now for S2G as well on the northern side. They have to move with the play zone. Puts ordnance in. One is good. Has got the auto shot here. Looks dangerous. Doesn't quite connect. First aid being popped here. Icy nice and healthy. They still have to deal with it. In the meantime, Bra run down Falcons on the edge, but quite continuing to pop off. The paths to the south are going to continue to get harder and harder. Icy making this one work. There's 2 players now down for Guild. Last to fall will fall out towards Icy. A beautiful 3-piece pickup for him in a 1v3 situation. And S2G can be happy about it, but no further will they go. They've got a huge barrier in front of them. The player count increasing.
That sharp like broken ice there coming from Icy. Great trade coming through from him. Really good resilience in that moment. BRX Esports from up on high will take down the last player from Root, going down in 9th place. BX still holding happily up towards his position in the building. And Looney just peeking out, getting the lean on. Icy has been spotted by Monty. The team shot that comes through will put him to bed.
That is unfortunate. But S2G, they get 5 elims, and again, they keep up the pace. A little repair being added. Convertible, and Loxley now back on the road. Charge. Trying to regroup there. Towards Wild on the forward position. In the foothills of Stalber here. Really nasty bit of terrain. I think Fenerbahçe can potentially have a pretty nice time of it here. I'm looking through the teams, and it's only 2 of them that have got all 4 players alive. That's BRX Esports on the northern edge, who probably in one of the strongest spots, as well as BRX Brothers all the way out on the west. So 2 high ground positions going to be fighting off against one another.
Yeah, BX's only trouble is that they've made a lot of noise over this position. A lot of commotion. Now we're getting down to it where they'll have to move off from this western edge shortly for the next circle shift. Unless it massively favors them, but I do doubt it. I want to highlight Falcons though very quickly, because the resilience they showed, like they had fortified that position. To be able to hold on for so long with just Redox and Koa, very nice. And it does show like it's a nice addition onto the team is Koa. It's a high octane player. Something they like to have. A little bit of young blood thrown into the action as well. Definitely supported them there. He was quick on the trigger. Fast on the trades. It was decent. It was very, very decent.
Looking for a little bit more of that. Barsay moving on up from the south side. The team that took down the Falcons in the end. They're going to try and keep their march moving forwards. They're up to 9 points now as Bra get eliminated. Now down towards the lower edge of the tables. Not ideal. Fenerbahçe with this big central split right now. They've got control of most of this area up into that ridgeline, but TTQ have massive oversight in the compound that sits above it, right? You've got Solk pushing them back off, but look at that approach from BRX Brothers as well on the western edge. Black haven't made their move yet, Blank, and I think they may have missed a trick not taking that time.
Hard though, right? I mean, they have a lot of eyes over towards them. Moving off this hilltop is not easy. Multiple angles looking at them here. You have to sort of wait till other teams are preoccupied with one another and then make their move. BX though, yeah, pretty easy angle for them. Just instantly down the hill, very, very quick, very coordinated. Barsay were in no position to clap back over towards them. Fenerbahçe with 3 players. Tomac yet to leave. Backline compound. Sabian down. Start things off. Solke with no response.
Ooh, not really going to be able to get anything done there. Unfortunate. Regnum Carya in a position to fend off Black. In a two-sided front against them with Thunder on that south edge playing this compound. TTQ having a pretty good time of it right now, positions-wise. Black's going to try and take the fight with Regnum Carya. Run down for one. The buggy sends on in just missing the second, but the spray down from Lux is good for us for it. And there's the shutdown finally coming on through. They lose one in the process, though. And that is an unfortunate turn of events. TTQ actually flexing out on towards this fight. A nice, timely third party, but Solke's there as well to maybe find a little slice of it for them in the meantime for Fenerbahçe.
Aussie beaking round, use the buggy for a little bit of third-person scouting. They are encroaching over towards TTQ. Striker happens to get on the other side of the compound to provide that backup. But here comes Simple Domac. Will likely have to move out into open ground soon, but does open with a decent first knock and a flush. Even Black Esports on 2. Really good rotate from Black Esports, though, to take down. Final players there coming through from Fenerbahçe. From Flux, sorry.
Thought that descent from Black Esports was over towards Regnum Carya was going to go a little bit pear-shaped, but they're able to do it. Nice use of smoke. Buggies playing very well. Striker steps up. Solke look in the other direction. That's courtesy of the off-angle team coming through from Barsay. And on the inside, in the meantime, a scrap around the door frame goes the way of TTQ once more, leaving Zeptimus the last standing for Black Esports. With 5 teams remaining and 9 elims already found, this is a good game for them no matter what. Let's see how much further Septimus can take them.
Yeah, pretty sad there for Septimus, honestly. The fact that he just sends his teammate in. He's like, yeah, you scout it. It's fine. There's no team there. And Kairos will finish him off. So I do think a full, maybe 2-man approach there. Instant maneuver might have been better rather than just send your teammate in like a scouting drone. Want to be shot down and electric circuits flying shortly later. Barsay still trying to get some scouting done, but there is clapback.
Pushing him back off the buggy, but you'll take the damage onto the vehicle for the info of the hold position. The circle shrinks again, and this compound to this northwest side. BX Brothers, that linear rotate that they had, really nothing super impressive about it, but it is going to be a force to be reckoned with in terms of the positions of this next circle. The high ground, the compound, great position for them to hold. They are still playing with 4 players, I believe, on that western edge as well.
Yeah, BX is in a really good spot to technically take this game. I'm curious to see like what they're bringing into these final moments in terms of utility, in terms of supplies. It's not looking too terrible. 4 grenades, 2 first aids. A lot of times that's all you need for BX here. 4 elimination. Striker though getting closer and closer to Looney.
If he had a nade, you know he'd be going for it, but the UMP is all he needs. Hitting the spray down onto Looney, staying on his belly, has the oversight from the rest of TTQ, who still hold the position up towards the compound. Is there, and Sura just has no idea as to this position, right? He didn't quite get the fix onto where that spray down came from, and now TTQ are going to move up with the cover of the smoke that this res is going to necessitate. They've been able to use that. They're moving up on a wide baseline of fire, but Barsay are extracting a lot of value from this in terms of the rotational time they've managed to gain from it, right? Look at the position they've managed to push up into, up towards that north, that ridge line to their west, keeping them nice and safe from this fight.
A simple Domac too, still in this match, chilling. On Fenerbahçe. You're right, good use of the time TTQ were given after that initial knockover towards Looney. Yes, it doesn't end up in a flush. Regardless, TTQ is able to get outside of their building without too much fuss. Still nades going their way, though. By all rights, BX should take this game.
I'm starting to get feelings that Barsay are going to be able to take this one down. This ridgeline, this outside position, I think that BX are sort of at loggerheads with TTQ as well. I get inklings that this could go the way of this team on the south. I'm starting to like it. I'm calling it.
All right, man. I think just purely off the high ground advantage for BX, they can quite comfortably force both Barsay and TTQ into a fight come next circle as they get pushed further and further together. But we'll see. We'll see how it pans out, because, you know, you may be right. Maybe that ridgeline is all they needed.
I mean, it's all a downhill approach, right, from BX on their position, and they're right on the edge of this next circle as well. Whereas Barsay
have also called the high ground. Is it?
Yeah, but it's a downhill approach, right? And if they have to move, that makes it a lot harder.
That's true. That is.
When you don't have to move, it's good.
Right now, both teams still looking to take on one another, and you're right. A nice little off angle coming through from nobody. Nades are good from BX, but maybe pulled the pin slightly early here. Up towards TTQ, still sending them. This is aggressive from BX as well. But you get the first knock, you look to just finish.
I mean, this is what they needed, right? Arios moving on forward striker who's been nice and deadly for the team. Going to try and hold the ridge for a little bit longer. And BX Brothers not quite able to have the momentum over the top that they wanted. One player left standing, though, in their way. Will he be able to connect? No, another player fall. He's just not landing these hits, Blank. Not going to be able to do it, and they all fall in the wake of it. TTQ now on one player alive, looking for as many res as they can. Simple Domax alive, but look at this. It's Barsay from the south.
I mean, the fact that he takes one tag from 3 players is really quite criminal. Well, Barsay have absolutely everything to work with. That is wild. That is wild. I don't really think BX should have lost that fight. Felt very simple to make work. Fishgate going down, though, kind of was the gong for them.
I mean, that's that downhill approach. The fact that these reses have come through, though, Blank, is kind of insane. Nico for Thunder. Thunder Talq going to be moving on forwards. Striker not quite back up just yet. The nades are going to start to fly. Barsay looking for connections, but they're not quite finding it. Striker actually left down, not going to be going for the res at all. This is stage 9. It closes dead central. Elvis trying to get some healing done. Did take some damage. That nade doesn't connect, and the first aid does go through. Could be crucial there. That extra sightline could be massive. Molotov slows Kairos down. Something awful. And they're playing strategically here, Blank. Barsay not going to give ground at all. They've only got 3 elims, and they're playing it by the book. They want to close this one out nice and safe.
So for chicken dinner and $250 in the pocket. Nico is terrifyingly close to them. And they bobbles up towards him. Should find the takeoff. The knock comes through, and now just the one player remaining, and they're going to absolutely just send it straight in.
This could be dangerous, but no. They're able to seal the deal on first peak, and the pickup goes through to Barsay. A great result coming on in. That sweep from the south edge worked wonders for them. A risky rollout coming through from the teams at the top. BX Brothers threw it all away on an approach towards TTQ, and they found nothing. And it was all gained by Barsay.
Yeah, man. I mean, respect, man. I mean, you called it. I do feel like it's one of those scenarios where BX is fighting 4v1. They lose a 1v4, essentially. Head scratcher. Definitely a head scratcher for me. I think if BX does win that fight, it's a very, very different story in that game. But yeah, interesting. Very, very interesting game. Well played to Barsay.
Interesting. I mean, I liked it, right? And another few teams, a different cadre of teams, getting points on that match to make sure that the tables stay nice and interesting, right? We didn't see Flux doing really anything there. We saw a little bit of early entries from some of the big teams in terms of name coming on through, but Thunder Talq, Barsay, both of those teams going to be probably more of an outside chance for the top 4. We'll have to see if they can continue the pace. We've got 2 more Erangels. We've got 4 more matches to play. We're going to go to a break, and we'll see you guys very shortly. And we are back. I don't know where that's coming from. I'm pretty sure. That's
Yeah,
very...
we've got the Turkish commentary on as well. It's kind of good. I'm loving it.
Yeah, I don't know where that's coming from.
I don't think you guys can hear it, but we can right now. That's fine. But at the moment, we're getting into our third game of the day here, heading over towards Erangel. Go on, John. You can do this.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. I need to separate my own thoughts from Turkish, which I don't understand. It's a difficult. It's a difficult process. But yeah, absolutely. We're going to take a look fairly soon at the tables, but we've got a couple of things to get through first in terms of what points were earned in the in that last match to add in. I'm hearing myself as well. That's crazy.
You're living that right now. I know you are. That's good. I'm pretty sure I can even hear Scott actually from the Turkish broadcast team. Who's a great guy, by the way. Do love him. But we'll wait to get this sorted. In the meantime, we're just going to go for it. Like right now, I am hearing about just so you're aware, 3 different voices in my ear. So I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my best for you. But yeah, coming off the back of that Erangel, we had BX not winning the game. It was a very, very tough push down the hill for them over towards TTQ. Realistically, I think that 3v1 should have gone in their favor. Like you said, Barsay on that ridge side, they did really good. They did really, really good. I think they bided their time, and I think BX they just lit the fuse on the powder cake maybe too early there, in my opinion.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. This is really
I've done
difficult.
it. You got to do it too.
No, I agree. Now. I'm really trying to focus on. Oh no! I thought everyone just stopped talking at the same time, but they started again. Don't you worry. Oh look, an MVP, RUKH is there. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, we're back to ourselves for the time being. RUKH is our MVP from that previous match for BRX Esports, actually, with 4 elims, 421 damage.
Yeah, a very, very nice scoreline there for them. Oh, look, 21 minutes 54. It's been changed. Very nice. Lovely. And we know exactly how long they were living for in those games. But yeah, RUKH did pretty damn well there. And we have a much more varied match statistics come off the back of this one. I will say, though, I like the way BRX Esports played that last game. I think it was very, very nice. Coming in from that high ground, tough push down too, and they just had to make the move at that moment. As well as Nico from TTQ actually hitting some nice shots. I mean, I had to crouch down quite a few times, proned in the grass, did his best to get those shots coming through. And in the end, it does work out.
Yeah, able to get the work necessary done. Very nice to see. A long rotate on the cards for BX, but yeah, they're all able to keep things together just until those final moments, and then weren't really prepared for the results. As we take a look at the final blow, you can see this is TTQ who are able to weren't able to move out of the position after a heroic hold, right, against that approach, it has to be said. So for TTQ to have any semblance of a chance in that situation, I think is a credit to them. But it was Barsay in the end to be able to go the distance. And you can see there, not a huge elim game. They played it nice and carefully, but they managed to finish it out in the end, and that is what it's all about. Elvis, 2 elims, merciless with 2 knockouts as well to back up his 2.
Yeah, I think when you look at it, Barsay, very, very good stuff coming through from them. They kind of bided their time a little bit. And I think that, honestly, the case is that, oh my days. The case is that when they actually fully went for their push, it was just much better played out. I think they had much more patience all around than any of the teams there in that final moment, right?
Yeah, it's what they were playing with there. As we take a look at some of these highlights from the game, you can see Barsay were able to move up behind. I mean, they ran over the Falcons. They third-party disengagement. They kept it as a cage match on the south edge. So I think that Barsay did have some decent spots in this match. They weren't super loud with it, but I think that their play was at least sensible. I think that's what we can credit them with on this match. So a nice result. You can see RUKH as well from Black Esports on that northern edge. They maybe are a little bit slow to leave that position, and it did end up biting them in the butt. But, however, they were able to get a couple of points on board for their trouble.
Yeah, I think for Falcons, it was definitely an exciting game for me, watching them playing inside the bunker and actually bunkering down for a hell of a lot of the time. We had Icy here with this sick 1v3 that came through. And yeah, you got to feel the Falcons. They were constantly under harassment.
It was pretty nasty on that south edge. They did have about 2 or 3 fights behind them when they did go down finally, sort of in a string. So it's not ideal. It's not what you want to find, unfortunately. But them's the breaks. They will have to play in again. They didn't go down with 0 points, though, this time around, which is nice to see. They will have a little bit to show for their match. The BX brothers, as we said, maybe a little bit of a misstep. Here is their main folly. You see Bishke going down first. Striker really, really strong with this UMP during the match.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... I think they just have to go for a full roll down. Bishke going down like that was just painful. Then seeing almost 3 players just unable to find at least a second shot onto that player. It was frustrating, but it was frustrating for them as well. So they're not going to be happy about that one. Barsay comes away with 15 total points. TTQ with 14, and RUKH Esports actually end the game with 12 there because of the 9 elims able to pick up during that match, but not the result BX were looking for. Fenerbahçe lives out for a long time, and 7 eliminations for Falcons, 7 points total. Again, very, very happy to see the Falcons do well here. And S2G living out a little bit longer. S2G haven't quite found their luster just yet.
No, not in the way that we would have hoped, but it is all about these incremental gains in this first 3 days, just making sure that you're playing cohesively, that you're listening to calls. You don't need to be doing anything flashy, and that's kind of what I've been thinking about over these last 2 matches. Is it's not about the big games, it's about those smaller games. Those are the games that get you through these stages of the tournament, right? You can start to turn your attention a couple more games in. When you've had a match like Flux have had, they can start to get a little bit more interesting with their play, but they still sit atop the pack. Barsay not quite able to measure up in terms of the points earned over these last 2 games, but it's not going to be sadness in their team. I'm sure they're going to be pretty happy to be in that second place with 21 points.
Yeah, again, like we said earlier, 24 points. For Flux, they've kind of evened out, you know, a buffer for at least 4 matches. So we've already played 2 so far. We're going into a 3rd and a 4th now. And this is where we'll probably have to see Flux get a little bit more points on board. Just to keep that momentum up, because they started the day off really, really well and they looked fairly clean with it. Scarface was doing his thing on the long range shot. We want to see more from that.
Absolutely. You want to make sure that you're having that presence. I think, especially when you think about like Miramar, that's where having a longer range presence is going to be nice and strong. As we look at our top 4 Grenadiers coming on in, or Grenadier, as it is not pronounced. Scarface at the top with 2.
You say Grenadier or Grenadier?
Well, Scarface is Grenadier than everybody else.
Oh, right. You don't actually say Grenadier, right?
No, it's Grenadier for sure.
Yeah, thank the Lord. I was going to say that was crazy. 1100 damage total. I think this is over overall games so far. Wild with 877, Bishke with 832. We know Bishke is a bit of a demon. Has always had some very, very good plays. Nice to see him so jolly in his photo here.
Yeah, nice and happy. That's what you want to keep it. Nice and chill, nice and relaxed as our gunslinger table starts to populate. Nice and strong towards the top. Some slightly larger jumps, but you expect that when only a few teams have had those big games, especially Flux, right? Which is why that damage is so disparate there. I'm expecting to see this level out further on, unless Scarface can have a couple more pop-off performances. We'll have to wait and see.
I think genuinely so far, Scarface has been very, very good for the entire team. So our voices in my head. It probably looks so weird on broadcast because you're not hearing it. But yeah, overall, very, very cool stuff coming through from Scarface. And I didn't think he would be the player that we would be seeing towards the top end there for that team. But there you have it. I mean, he is just an incredible player overall. I'll be looking to the rest of these matches for Flux now, though, because I do want to see some more big performances from them going into the future. Because, you know, they started off the day very strong. They've had some good innings on these games, but never quite able to translate into more eliminations on that Erangel, at least. So we'll see how it pans out in the next couple of matches. Really, Regnum Carya, like I did think we'd see more from them. But Silas going down almost immediately. I think the team did quite well to salvage what they could on that game.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I thought that we were maybe going to see teams start to get a little bit more aggressive, like Flux, right? Just go for these early engagements, because those elimination points are pretty hefty when it comes to beating that 20th place bubble, which sits in front of all of these teams, right? So if you can just get a couple of early scraps, and if you think that you're winning, 70% of them with a 4 elim game, let's make it 2/3 for no, that's not easy either. I'm trying to do fractions in my head, but either way, if you get 4 elims at the start of every match, about 70% of the time, you're gonna have a good time, right? That's going to be at least 3 points or so a match coming on through towards your tally, and then you have those games where you go on after that to add on. Which is going to be a really nice result. And I think that it's not necessarily a bad idea if you think you have the edge in those 4v4 engagements early game.
Yeah, absolutely. If you getting those good engagements happening, and you're able to translate, a lot of times that's what you really want to see. I think for this kind of lobby is very stacked, though. I think that we definitely have to reiterate that. It hasn't been some of the teams we expected to be coming out on top so far, but sometimes that just happens, especially on Northeast Circle like that. It's a crazy shift for the players to work with. So the fact that it heads over towards that side is difficult. It's definitely difficult to work with.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll be waiting to see if the differences in circles that we'll see. Of course, that last match, huge north shift, right? So if it goes to these other locations, if it's a less chaotic situation on that south side, is that going to impact things? Is that going to change the dynamics that we see come into the lobby? Teams that sort of went around towards that north side, I mean, most notably, I think it was Guild, who went to Kameshki very early, very isolated, weren't able really to do too much there. So hopefully they can get a little bit more done when teams aren't putting pressure up towards them. I'm not holding out hope, though. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think most of the players we've seen so far, at least from teams on their rotations, it has been because these teams are very quick on the ball at the moment, right? Speedy Gonzalez inside this lobby right now, where one team wants to make a rotation, specifically Fenerbahçe on that rotate on the north side. We already saw RUKH Esports immediately taking position underneath them. I think it's quite difficult to move in this lobby at the moment because teams are so quick to figure out what they want to do next. I do love it. I love to see it coming through from these squads as well. It's never a dull moment in these matches, at least, where teams are just so fast to make a call and then follow up on that call as well. There's been some serious drills happening in these squads where they're very, very on point with the IGL and then following up with the IGL, which is great to see, because I think a lot in the past, in terms of the metas, in terms of the games we see, the complaints we have is just teams are too slow. And it's very odd for me for the first time in quite a while to see PUBG Mobile and be like, well, the players are just fast here. It's hard to compare against them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what you need. You need to be able to be in a position to dynamically take these opportunities as they present themselves to you, right? You need to be able to step forwards and take up these positions. And that's kind of what it's all about, right? Because PUBG Mobile is a very opportunistic game, and you need to be ready to expect to handle the unexpected, even if you don't expect it, right? And that is what hopefully moving a little bit faster can gain you. Of course, you do sometimes run into the issue of making the wrong move or making that wrong decision, but if you're confident in your fast decision making, and again, it's the law of averages, right? If you're making the right decision, say 80% of the time on those fast decisions, it's worth taking them for the advantages that it gives you.
It is, and I think in these games in particular, I think teams are going to have to realize very quickly. I mean, it was a very good example of it over on Sanhok for Falcons, where they just weren't fast enough on that rotate up outside of Pine Down. And I think when they look back on the VOD, they'll see and they'll be like, look, there was so much space for us to work with. Similarly for Fenerbahçe, who was over towards the eastern side of them, they could have easily moved up and had quite a strong position early on. from Hatin. Instead, they opt to stay on that west side and get caught out by RUKH. Albeit they do win that fight, and Razy gets himself a little bit further in, but I think that is just the experience on show for them there. But Erangel coming up next again, so teams that did well last game, like Barsay, who had very good control, I would say, on that south side for quite a while. I think BX definitely froze it, honestly, from that northern side, where they had a lot of high ground to work with, and just basically int over towards TTQ. I think Barsay, despite all that, they were harassing over towards Falcons, but not fully initiating on that fight. They didn't want to. They just want to keep them locked down. Another team moves in. They shortly after fall. And I think Barsay makes the right call not to push that spot. So it's good heads-up decision-making from them.
I think it was a difficult decision for BX brothers, right? Up on that high ground, like you say, they throw everything at that ridge line and nothing sticks. It depends on how much utility they have. I didn't quite see towards the end of that match. If they could have fully smoked out that ridgeline properly in those final moments, I think they would have had a better time of it, going for that roll-up and maybe able to just fully commit to going over the edge. But wasn't to be. Not this time around. We'll see if they can do better on their second entry towards Erangel here on match number 3, the Pmsl Europe on our road to the Esports World Cup. PMWC awaits. And we are going one step closer with every single match. Playing paths to the south side, fairly similar, actually, to the first game we saw in Erangel.
Yeah, we had it coming from South George down towards Nova Epnoia. So this time around, very, very similar stuff. We're likely going to see S2G dropping over towards Pmsl almost immediately. So this is another decent game for S2G in terms of getting looted early and being able to move out and get into a stronger position. Fenerbahçe's also out nice and early here. Just a slight change from them, because when we saw them much further over towards box compound last game, I think they saw that Gatka was fairly free down towards the southwest side, so they're going to loot this up around Quarry.
A little bit of early lead being thrown down range, actually connecting with some of there. They're not going to be able to do too much more, just a back off. Another northern circle, but this time not over to the east coast. We do have that Georgia Pole River splitting on the south side, but it's looking fairly likely that we're going north of the shoreline. So, will teams try and move quickly? We might have just had an elimination here. Coming on through. I'm not too sure who was able to pick that one up. We're only playing with 63 players, and there's first blood going over towards BWNRX.
Yeah, good start for them. Which they'll be very happy with. Seeing as BWNRX haven't been having craziest games. Still, they're at 10 points total right now. It's middle of the pack, and it's not that far of a jump to head over towards Barsay and Flux with 20 points and 24. We don't have any teams striking out disgustingly much with only 2 games played currently. It would be a nice little ladder for them to have clambered up towards that top side. Swash inside the glider. Start things off on this game.
I like it. I think it was Alpha 7 who were using the gliders, but they were using them to get over towards the military base back in the PMGO earlier this year. I think it's just a last ditch, like, oh, I don't have anything else, might as well, kind of a vehicle right now. Although maybe not.
Well, there is a monster truck on the road. Yeah, I'm going to give that up.
He's got options. I mean, he's staying low to the ground maybe to avoid people spotting him. But you just think, why not? I don't know. You know what? I dig it. He's vibing out right now.
Just going to let it happen. I respect it. So Fenerbahçe starting this game off with 1 less player. Not ideal considering you're in quite a good spot right now. 15 points. It's been regular point scoring from them. And I think they would have loved to up that to run about that 20-point margin. Still definitely doable for Fenerbahçe. The opportunity for it. Barsay, though, getting absolutely melted.
Elvis giving them the stanky leg, trying to swap seats.
Popped.
Oh, Barsay having a nightmare there as Guild lighting them up. Like a campfire. Elvis gets flushed. And that's good news for Guild. Hey, look at that. They managed to find 2 points across the river. You've got to think that, you know, these early rotates in a monster truck across a bridge when you know there's going to be players ahead of you, you need to be faster on that. And Barsay, I mean, they played the last one fairly slowly, and they're going to channel that into the early circles this time. Luckily, they've got that 21-point button to play around, but they're starting to spend that. When you make plays like that, you're not super confident that you're going to have as many tokens to cash in as other teams around you.
Yeah, Barsay going down to 2 is diabolical. I mean, they really did want to put more points upon this game, especially coming off from a game where you have the hot hand. Now going down to 2, that momentum is completely drained out of you. To work with what you've got here. Wagner from Guild does back it off, and they'll be happy with the 2 points that they did accrue off the back of that one. And those snappy movements, responsive movements coming through from these teams, going back to bite others. As we head over towards the northern side of the map, so shooting range in play as a Severny, RUKH Esports in North George, with a very good landing point at the start of this game to work with. And Fenerbahçe would have had a way better time if they'd got up towards box compound. This could have been an easy result for them instead. Change things up.
K1. They poke their noses in where it doesn't belong, and Regnum Carya going to back them off, rightly so. From the high ground position. This is on the north side of the river, very central towards the shooting range hills. Barsay, the remaining players, as Galatasaray take a look over their way. Not going to find anything, no connection made, but position given over. Actually, this compound, while strong over the Yaz fields, not ideal for Galatasaray to stop short on. I think they're going to want to go a little bit further, play that bridge to the west of Yasnaya, and they will do just that.
Meantime, Boars going to be rolling up. It's over towards the eastern side of the map, at the top of Yaz. Heading towards Pizza Slice and Severny. No one's picked up Severny yet either. And again, with the circle overlapping down towards the south side of the map, I think confirming over towards Severny this early would have been a mistake anyway. So hovering around that riverside, always a better option for you. The X-Brothers out in the blue right now, John. This is down towards Sosnovka military base. You need to get a move on, though. Fairly shortly at that, as most of the south side of the map is going to be pretty locked down. Remember, we had quite a southern playing path to start things off with. So most teams will be on the southern portion of the circle, which makes BX Brothers approach even harder.
I think doubly so because you can't stop off and try and pilfer for meds, right? Because so much of that ground has been picked through by all the teams you dropped around there. You're not going to be able to, oh, I need another first aid. I'll just stop off in these buildings, because you can do that up into maybe the start of stage 3 as you approach from that blue zone. But those options are going to start to cut themselves away from the playbook of BX Brothers on that south edge. So yeah, getting a move on, maybe at the forefront of the, well, hopefully at the forefront of their minds. The rest of the teams, though, they are ahead of the blue, but some of them only just. You've got RUKH and S2G still yet to make it into this next white circle. And K1, they're slap bang in the center. They don't have to worry about that. Instead, they got all the other teams to worry about.
Yeah, right, for K1, it is a bit of an awkward position to be in, but playing around this wizard tower, we've seen a lot of teams find success off it. At least that initial portion of the game, but you do have to be very, very aware of what's going on. TTQ looking fairly nice on this spot. Looking to move out now, but already locked in by Fireflux. Solar's taking shots. Only 100. 556 though. Hold on to the ammo for a bit longer. Next circle. It's fairly central, and it was a good thing no one confirmed over towards Severny in the first place, as we head further down over towards Ruins and School side.
It's not I mean, it's not super friendly with this river. I mean, when you see a stage 2, stage 3 circle that has this river going down the middle, it takes up so much of the ground of the circle and forces a coin flip decision for a lot of these teams. At the moment, the majority of the landmass sits to the south of the river in this next circle, which means it's fairly likely that it ends up to that south edge. But if you sit on that central island and it ends up there, you're sitting pretty. Thundertalk as well on the north side of Roswell in this warehouse. Team after team win from positions like that. If they can hold on to it for long enough, they could have a good game on their hands as well.
Just taking pot shots. And it's a good thing TCQ moved out when they did, and I think that they actually end up in a very nice position. They force K1 off from this spot as well, who are very close by. Very heads-up decision from them as well after they scouted the surrounding area. You roll up straight over towards Fireflux, and Solus is not playing around.
Ready for the fight. Backing him off the angle. Staying as all four out into the hills. They push up. Solus on the out. Will be able to cover that roll up there. A nice spray down with a backup from multiple Fireflux members, and K1 don't have a chance of getting through unscathed, but they do have an opening. Matcap holds the opening of the warehouse, and no one's near enough to try and take that fight. Only 2 players from K1 survived that roll up.
K1's in a pretty bad position. 17 points, though. Not the end of the world for them. But it's looking more and more likely that they're going to be going out of this game with 0 points. And for K1, sort of a team that we didn't expect all that much from. But get 17 points right now and then build up a buffer and just remain very safe. I think they would have been happy to have done that in day 1 already. If it's only 2 days of play that they get, each group will play 2 days.
Or Icy get taken down for S2G. And they're locked into a fight with Fenerbahçe here. Remember, Fenerbahçe losing a player early means that the numbers are now even in a 3 versus 3. Hamzy hopping around, looking through those slats, trying to scope out for signs of life, and we'll put a nade in. Not quite connecting, though. A lot of danger there as Razy respokes up the angle. As Hamzy's on the roof, and I think that Razy's read into that. He's aware of it. Hops out into the smoke. Wait for the player to show himself. Doesn't quite connect there. Long cook on that nade. Goes a little bit long with it. Solke up on that ridgeline. There's a player on the inside, but Savian is spotted. Sarah coming in for the team on this tournament. Having that impact that is needed. Pump action connects. Now Hamzy dropping down. And Razy's still on the inside, but it's really low HP. The auto shotty blasting the door frame, but not much more. 2 players still alive for Fenerbahçe, but they're not really having the impact they need.
Yeah, Hamzy on life support, though. He's able to get the heal off. Nice spread on the Molotov.
Wow.
Will take him down, and insult to injury with that grenade. Solke, last remaining member on the rooftops, and they're hunting for him now. They can smell blood in the water, look to finish things up, and it will, in fact, be Lord Cedric from the side to finish the job there for S2G. They didn't commission as mercenary, but comes in all the same.
That flex out from BRX Esports' position around the ruins from Lord Cedric pushing down south. A nice third-party point to add to their tally. A mid-table performance so far for BRX Esports, but that's all you need to get through this stage, and they will continue that pace. The Western Edge looking fairly safe for them. They've got Guild behind them, who have had 2 points added to their tally already this match, but I think the approach is going to be pretty tricky from this western side as time goes on. Unless we get a huge north-north shift, 2 circles in a row, it may be that Guild are going to try and just slam straight into a brick wall as they approach.
All right, for Guild, it's not an easy push for them. And likely most teams are aware that there should be at least 1 team over towards Everest here. It does move on down, and so BRX Esports will definitely be aware of that, as will S2G. B2B and RX, that's the team I'm looking at right now. They have sort of the run-of-the-mill playing around the headshot hills. Plenty of scouting opportunity for them. Thundertalk trying to take shots over towards Regnum Carya. They have locked them down behind this tree at least.
Wild gets that heal off in the smoke as well. Godspeed trying to move back along the broken wall. Toshpik trying to suppress Silas as well. They just want to regroup at the moment. They don't really want to go further into this fight with the next zone still yet to be decided. Committing to the push into RUKH is very, very dangerous, especially with how towards the edge it is. You may just want to keep your options open and go south, and maybe third party in engagement, as you've got Bra rolling in, you've got footballers there. You could third party onto that fight if it pops off.
This is a lot of teams coming through into stage 4 now. 15 total, 54 players alive. They're all been squeezed into pretty awkward scenarios. K1 and Flux are both sharing equal spaces across the road. And they've signed a contract on this one, and they'll try and play out as long as they can. Next circle comes through and does support over towards RUKH on this outer edge. But now BW and RX need to make the most out of this position.
The rundown for Bra is good. They continue their move south and actually to the northern edges of Pachinki, but Bishke with a big nade for BX Brothers. Slows their roll, something awful. Meanwhile, over in the ruins, Guild making that approach that I was talking about earlier. We're hopping back over to the north side of Pachinki now as Rolex has the high ground. Bishke, though, has more to say with the nades in hand. The Molotov burns him away. Swash is there, but the rest is not coming through just yet. Instead, they're more worried about Bishke bearing down upon them. A 1v1 isolated and found, and now Looney's up and in for the backup. The ex-brothers playing off one another.
Now, Bishke in the building, battering at the doors. Another nade comes through. There's a hell of a lot of damage to the down players. RUKH Esports still putting the pain over towards Guild as they made their way down off from the hillside. Lord Sidric doing his best, but they did lose one player in the process. Gabri takes a huge amount of damage there. This has been so close all around. Coming through from the BX Brothers on the nades. They do find one player underneath, but now it's all down to Rolex and Swash.
Rolex on the window, looks for Looney, but doesn't connect with the auto shotty. Looks for the vault, no, doesn't want to go for it, not just yet. These reses are coming through now, though, for the BX Brothers. The nade is there. Rolex steps out, looking to try and bank it off. This could be good, this could be big. Not quite gonna find what he's looking for there, unfortunately. As the shots continue to pepper away, this is back over towards the ruins, and Guild are suffering really quite awfully, but there is an answer. Over towards Black. We saw Sarah flexing out earlier. Kelsey's there to put the pen onto this fight, and they are on full surround. The scrap from Bishke still going strong. This guy just doesn't give up.
Yeah, Ramio's down. It's been a very extended fight coming through from the BX Brothers. But they will finish it off in the end, only losing one player in the process. Bishke being incredibly influential, like we said he would be on that team in that fight. Guild, somewhat fragmented, are getting back up on their feet here.
Predators are doing a lot better than I expected on this approach. RUKH Esports were not able to hold them out at all. Unfortunately, though, Hamzy spots one on the rotate, knocking almost the flush entirely. More damage pouring on through from RUKH Esports, actually. The two players who are still standing over towards the east side. This 2-2 split really did not play out well for them, Blank. They gave so much of an opening towards Guild, and S2G with a timely third party kind of sealed the deal for their backstop too.
Yeah, it wasn't great. For S2G, though, they're doing just fine, I'd say. I think overall this has been a pretty consistent result from this team. You know, it hasn't been any bangers in terms of performance from match to match, but so far, you know, being in third place, 4 eliminations, and not really having a big showing over towards the top 3 each time, this is nice.
Undertalk having to weather the storm here, unfortunately. Looks like they forgot their raincoats as Falcons swoop in and take the position on the northern perch.
Yeah, really nice cleanup from Falcons. In sort of what I wanted to see from BX last game, but this was much more clean. That's what you expect to see coming through from the Falcons anyway. Next circle heads over towards the northeast side. Regnum Carya with a nice central position. We are playing over towards those headshot hills. Bit of a trifecta in terms of those hilltops where you have 3 separate wedges there that can be played on. It'd be exciting if it comes all down to that. Playing around the small little ridges that are available to you.
See what the Falcons can get done here. I think this is their game to really show us what they can do. I think that so far they've been a little bit slow out of the blocks, but now they've got 5 elims already on this match, and from the northern side, they've got a good play. I'm expectant of them in this game. Guild running out of gas now in the tank as S2G adding nails to the coffin, driving them home with a hammer, with a nade, the bullet, the bang. That's lighting them up. Hang on a minute, it's BWNRX, a third-party angle? Was that long range? Where did that even come from?
That's from Watertown at the moment. I mean, they've had such clean shots throughout this entire game, and in terms of the advantage they have is the little bit of high ground on the 2 stories they have to scout out the entirety of the map, but still, yeah, very nice shot, long range over towards Sarah. Now knows he can't really pop his head out, and I think he was just working with bandies beforehand. Hamzy G goes down. It's starting to fall apart a little bit here for S2G. Still 5 eliminations and sit themselves up towards the 2nd place spot.
Very nice result for them. But they've got quite a road to tread ahead of them. RUKH Esports going down, though, gets them 1 step closer to getting those placement points. Bishke, he wants to fight. Kelsey's ready for it, though. Hits the deck. Stays safe for the time being. Not really going to be too keen to go full force into this fight. You can see the 2 players from BX Brothers actually already ahead on this rotation, and they're not going to be wanting to flex back out. So Bishke has to be pulled back. Recalled here as the blue zone's going to do the work for them.
Hard rollout now for them, though. In the meantime, Flux over towards the southeast side. They're holding out K1. They got the blessing on the circle here, so K1's going to have to cross the road, and Flux will have to be quick on it. This was a fast rotate from S2G, though, and here's a long grenade over the top. Hits just close by, might do enough damage over towards Sarah, and indeed it does. Hikari will find that pickup.
More still to come. BWNRX. Their burst not quite close enough. Sarah does get connected on towards, though, and the nades still keep flying. They're investing a lot into this one. There's more nades coming through across the lobby as well. Silas taking the nade. I'm surprised that Sarah's not fully out of it just yet. I think they're going to be looking for this flush very soon, but S2G can stay alive for just a moment longer.
Yeah, it's an interesting one coming through from BWNRX where they're sending these nades in. They send them off towards that right-hand side, expecting S2G to actually reposition to a spot where they might not be certain where they are. Bishke, though, sends over the top. It's an instant response. Very quick on the trigger is Kelsey as well as Sarah here, and they have to be.
I think BWNRX have angles on that ridgeline as well, Blank, which makes it so hard. Bishke goes down as well in that scenario. That is disastrous. But BX Brothers going to have to push up this way anyway. So they will look for the regroup and see if they can pull Bishke back to his feet. On the south side, those 2 teams scrapping it out over the south side compound are going to have to move nice and far. RUKH and Galatasaray both looking to try and lead this one.
Quack's a maniac. Just looking over towards the RUKH compound, but plenty of windows, plenty of options, and which do you choose here for Quacks? With 20 consistently changing angles. Kvik finally moves, and Scarface has been waiting for that moment for a long, long while. Now Flux have a similar situation. They just took down K1 by holding them out, and now it's up to footballers to do the same to them off the ridge side. It's just over towards the north of them. The question is, do Flux have vehicles available to them? Can they make the quick rollout? That's big. Taking Yetka down from a distance. That might be a go signal coming through for Flux.
An opener. A chance. Galatasaray going down, though, leaves RUKH unleashed, and they can start to move in, have an impact. Maybe make that approach harder. Flux, though, hang on a minute. They've tried to send it. Scarface now the last to stand. If there's one guy you want left in the fight, maybe it's him, but has a lot more work to do. Koa rolls across the open ground. In the buggy, goes low, goes down. He fended off the first approach. Now Falcons are down to 2 players alive. Ralph behind the vehicle. Does take a little bit of damage. Doesn't quite respond either. Scarface still in the action here. The backup finally coming through from Falcons. Is there a third party? Is there someone else to help him? Ketch is now in for the fight as well. Bishke hitting the deck in the meantime. Across the way. We're going all across the open ground here, Blank, as everybody is into the mixer.
Yeah, I can barely keep up with it. Snapping back and all over the place. I mean, the big thing there for me was that Flux took that opportunity after that knock went through of the Yetka, and they completely flushed out footballers, which was amazing. And then on the track from by Falcons. It looked pretty good. BX goes down, but with 10 eliminations, I think they'd call this game a success. Down to our final 4 teams now. The model tries to move up towards that top side, but BWNRX, who have had a very, very ironclad hold over this game the entire time, start to make that move. But losing a player early, not ideal.
Don't forget the Falcons on the other side of the circle. After keeping out that fight, they can potentially third party. Regnum Carya still in from the south. That blocker on retreat from these engagements. 3 players alive. They've got something to say about this fight, but look at the presence the Falcons are looking for. They've moved all the way out from that eastern side, and they are really crunching this in. BWNRX are fully committed to the south side hill, which means the Falcons have full surround towards the center of this next circle.
Regnum Carya locks you down. A lot of back and forth here at the moment. Luckily, RUKH gets the movement up. BWNRX can start to work over towards Regnum Carya. Falcons, though, with 9 eliminations. 5 onside. Really, really good stuff coming through from Falcons. Great opportunity taken. And Ralph, in that moment, kind of solo up against those final few players coming through from Fireflux, only to make it happen. Looked phenomenal. And now they can hold out both BWNRX as well as Regnum Carya, 2 incredibly strong Turkish teams. With the circle heading up to the northeast, they've got great advantage now.
Only 1 player left standing for Regnum Carya as Wild is flushed away. Kind able to pick up that flush. Toshpik towards the blue zone. The backstop for Falcons, Narvalo, their off-angle specialist. And they are the only team with players in this next circle. This is what I was talking about. The commitment of BWNRX to this hill out of Sunken leaves them isolated and the sightlines cut off. Koa and Ralph will know when they make their approach. The question is, can they stop it in a 3v4?
I think for Falcons, they're fairly happy. Narvalo with 5 eliminations. So nice to see Narvalo just looking so much cleaner throughout. In the midst of all that, though, Falcons don't spot this trade coming through from BWNRX. Let's shift around the side. Narvalo makes a big move off in the distance. An off angle found. Ralph starts to send the nades in. They look fairly on target.
This is the timing from Falcons. Narvalo being on that off angle is such a threat as Ralph doesn't quite get run down. He backsteps just in time, goes 1 for 1 on the trade, but 2 of them fall, and now it is all up to Narvalo on the long range. Last player to stand, needs to find something and needs to find it now if he wants a hope to be able to take down BWNRX, but it is all falling around him. On the off-angle, sure. Let's see what he can do. He's got 5 elims so far, but a 2nd place and 10 elims for Falcons. I feel like they've already proven themselves in this match.
As soon as BWNRX saw that rollout, they knew they could go for the full-on push, and it catches both Ralph and Koa off guard. But they're not able to take advantage of this position coming through from Narvalo, and this should be an easy cleanup from BWNRX as Zed will start to fly on in. Nade goes down, a good amount of damage, but it's not meant to be as Frozen finishes up with a nade over the top.
A nice little lock-in there at the end for BWNRX. Not quite able to stem the tide of players. The Falcons fall. And the Bushido Wildcats next, Ruya, able to take home that title. Nice to see that top 3 be fairly familiar, right? We've got BWNRX, we've got Regnum Carya in 3rd place, and we had the Falcons as well up in that 2nd. So a nice little 1-2-3 to bring a little semblance of sanity back to the tables.
Yeah, it's been very nice so far coming through from BWNRX. And I think from the beginning of that game, playing in Watertown, having such significant control, having the 2 stories available to them. Yeah, it was just nicely played. Again, for Falcons, still looking really good, though. Very, very good. Good opportunities that they were taking, and they've sped things up massively since game 1. So this is not a case of go home today, figure it out later. This is on-the-spot changes coming through from Team Falcons. So very, very nice coming through from them. Quick discussions between the games to make sure they know exactly what they need to do going forward.
Yeah, really great stuff for the roster. Very nice to see. You love to see it, in fact. And I think that this is going to be the story throughout, right? Is that there's so many teams having a good game, having a bad game. There's going to be so much volatility towards those bottom of the tables. It's going to be all to play for. They're just looking for those big games. Can they get them? Only one way to find out. Moving over to the next match, but first, a quick break. And welcome back to the PMSL Europe. My name, oh, maybe it isn't, is John Allen.
It's back. We're going
back?
backwards in time. They're all here and more. It's back on us. But yeah, we're back in the building once again, and happy to watch a little bit more of the PUBG Mobile. Again, we're getting into our final and last Erangel of the day. After that extended break there, we'll be playing out our 3 last matches. We'll be jumping over towards Erangel, Miramar into Miramar things off. Already we've seen some great plays, some fantastic action throughout the day, and it's been fun already, John.
Absolutely, it's been entertaining. A lot of ups and downs for a couple of our teams. I feel like Flux started out strong. They haven't quite had the impact that they had on Sanhok so far, but I think that the Falcons did put on a little bit of a show and finally starting to spread their wings in that last match, which is always lovely to see. I think that the guys deserve some credit there for that performance. So I'm pretty happy overall. We'll have to wait a little bit to see where the overalls have landed us, but for now, we'll see. If they can keep things going, if they can channel that on the rest of their day that they've got left to play.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get it all done and dusted. I think for BWNRX, it was a lovely little performance from them. Genuinely over towards BWNRX on that northern side in Watertown. Great stuff. Really, really great stuff. Here's our MVP. It will be Bishkate from that last game. 6 eliminations, 657 damage total, and with the 1 assist. That was over towards a lot of the fighting that happened between them on the map. Some great nades as well. And I think they ended the game with 10 eliminations total, John.
It was a pretty strong performance coming on through, as a lot of those teams towards the end. I mean, it was a little bit all or nothing. A lot of the teams soaked up those points towards the top of those tables, which we'll be getting to fairly soon. As you can see, some of the match stats from that last game: 6 elims for Bishkate and a lot of elims from grenades there. Actually, look at that, 4 elims. That's a notably large amount, I'd say, in a single match, especially when you've only got 6 total.
Yeah, it was all down to that one fight they had going on where it was down to the line of Bishkate just hitting nade after nade of nade. And again, it does come back to that storyline a little bit. But for BX, where Bishkate is just kind of carrying a little bit for the team, the rest of the squad definitely is there and standing up. But it typically happens. Bishkate is such a good addition to any squad that it does work out well.
Very nice to see. There was a 368-meter elim in there as well, which is a pretty long range. You see the final blows, the nades coming through. Just Navallo left for the Falcons. They didn't really have the 1-2 punch that they were looking for. Frozen leading the charge on the elims for BWNRX, having a good time of it with 3 elims and a lot of damage as well behind him. They were able to do a lot of work from that western side.
Yeah, they absolutely were. I mean, Frozen there with 3 elims total. I mean, it wasn't a crazy finish there. They ended the game with 8 eliminations, but it was clean and well thought out, taking advantage of a lot of the rooftops and getting some clean, easy pickoffs at distance. I think by the time they had to go up against many of the teams that they went into, they were already very wounded. Falcons had a decent end to that, and I think if it wasn't for the fact that Navala was spotted on that cross, BWNRX wouldn't have just immediately started marching over the top side of the hill. Instead, they would have just maybe held back slightly and give them a bit more time to work with. But because they spotted Navala, they're like, right, they're a player down. Let's just take the man advantage, win this, because we can isolate against one side. I'm not sure that was a mistake on Navalo's side, where maybe they could have held together a little bit longer and potentially went for 3v4 instead of isolating their 2 players in Cora as well as Ralph. But I think potentially, you get towards the late game, you get Falcons having been able to get a little bit of movement further out and towards the tree line. It's a different story, but for BWNRX, quick thinking.
And they will take the 10-point chicken dinner. They'll be very happy with that as we take a look at the highlights from that last match. Starting off with the elim over towards Wild on Regnum Carya. This was this protracted, drawn-out fight on that south side that had quite an impact there and allowed Bishkate to rack up so many points. This approach, I feel like RUKH Esports could have had a lot stronger of a time overall if they hadn't have maintained that 2-2 split. I feel like they missed a trick there, and Guild punished them for it, as did S2G on that flex out.
absolutely done. K1, taking down off the distance there. Very, very cool plays coming through from Falcons, especially over towards, I think it was Flux as they took down Footballist. It was very quick third party came through. And again, that is the nice thing to see from Falcons, just how quickly they accelerated their gameplay from game 1 all the way into game 3. Hopefully that does stick around for game 4 here, and BWNRX can continue their slow and steady approach.
That's what you've got to hope for. Easier said than done, though. Regnum Carya were going. They did pretty well, right? They came up into 3rd place. They had a couple of good engagements, but weren't quite able to beat Falcons to the punch. And there was Narvalo going down, the final player to fall. And these were the rankings, the points earned from the points from the teams towards the top. You can see a lot of elims going over their way. 8 elims, 10 elims, 10 elims. So kind of a top heavy table here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 16 points, 18 points, 13 points, very much so over towards BX Falcons and BWNRX. And I think BX, although they don't make it all the way to the end of the game, only getting the 3 placement points, getting the 10 eliminations on the map was absolutely huge for them to bump up their points total. Falcons, though, you know, they will be extremely pleased with the 16 points they're able to pick up there. And S2G, once again, making it in towards that top 8. Which is nice to see. Here's our overall rankings with Flux able to get some more points on the board with 32. You see there, S2G still keeping up pace with 23 total, and BWNRX after that last game up into 26.
Absolutely. There's a nice little spread here, very even across the board. That drop off only starting at around 11th place, where the teams start to go off the edge a bit. RUKH 11 points there, Guild behind them on 10, all elims, by the way, on that tally. And then from there, it only gets worse, unfortunately. So do need to pick up the pace for teams like Footballists who have that name, right? They've got that sort of a reputation behind them. They have not been able to put up the results to back up that stance. But with only 3 games played, there are still a couple more opportunities for them to keep things going. As the Gunslingers table seems to be getting a little bit closer, but still Scarface out and ahead here. Bishke now up in 2nd.
Yeah, Scarface still behind the old Iron Sights with 1,695 damage done. Bishke not far behind himself with 1,489. Good damage overall done by Bishke. I don't think that grenades are counting towards that. I hope they're not. Kind of 1,200 damage done as well.
Absolutely. I mean, we are starting to see players distinguish themselves from their teams, but in general, that can actually be both a good thing and a bad thing for a roster, right? If you've got such a standout player, I think the best example of that, as you kind of talked about before, is the BX brothers with Bishke. If you've got that standout player, he's doing all the work, and that's not how you earn points in a lobby like this. You're talking about how teams are ready to jump on any sort of weakness here. They're moving quickly. So if you've only got one player who can actually stand up to the tests of the lobby, as soon as they have to do more than one thing, they start to crumble. They don't have that backup in place. So oftentimes the teams that are occupying, the 2nd, the 3rd pages of the MVP tables, those are the players you actually really have to worry about, because not only are they playing quite well, they've got the backup.
Yeah, and I think that has been something that has happened over the past 2 years, I would say, of PUBG Mobile, where it's just no longer acceptable just to have 1 or 2 carry players on your team. Everyone needs to be phenomenal. Everyone needs to stand up in one way or another, or just be a very reliable anchor player for your squad, which is why you do see players like Bishke get moved around quite often to different teams, just because, he is so good, but never quite finding that home.
We have got another match ready and waiting to go. We have no delays onto this one. On the southwest side, all the way up to Lipovka, it seems like the plane path likes going over to the military island just a little bit. This is a nasty plane path, though, Blank. A lot of teams are going to want to drop out around Ferry Pier. I'm expecting a little bit of a catastrophe potentially around that area. Expect fights over the vehicles on that spot. Maybe more than one team heading to Sosnovka military base there could be the way to go. But the eastern side going to be a little bit better for them.
Yeah, a lot of teams have to get out early on this plane, heading down towards the south side, then making the quick roll up towards the north. So there are going to be a lot of contested vehicles. We might see similar thing that happened the last game with Barsay getting shot out of that monster truck by Guild and losing 2 players almost immediately off the back of what was a pretty good game from Barsay, honestly, which cut their momentum definitely in half, and more so than that. I think they didn't really get far into that game at all. A lot of teams out, immediately looking for those vehicles, immediately looking to get into this one. For BX, though, it is a great start for them, as not only do I mean the fact that they get out of the plane, but somehow inadvertently predict that they're going to get the circle as well down towards the south side. So both RUKH and BX really pleased with this one. BW and RX in a good position to immediately cross from very pier.
What a way to kick things off, eh? The first day we get a hard north shift, and then capitalizing on that, we get a military base circle. These are some real strong moves that the circles are putting onto these lobbies. We'll have to wait and see who makes that move at the right time for this lobby. Who's got that read? Who's got that information? BW and RX, I mean, they drop around this area. Looks like they want to go fast, and probably rightly so. They would have spotted that only one team will have dropped south. They'll be aware of that, so they can potentially try and infiltrate towards the west side of this island. RUKH wanting to hold the mouth here, but Galatasaray just sending straight on through, seemingly uncontested.
Yeah, absolutely no one tried to go for this one. And again, this is because RUKH played significantly over towards Nova Rep Neuer. And it was a late reaction to move over towards that gas station and the 3-story to try and hold anyone out. So RUKH basically just lets a team get in front of them for free here. Meantime, it is simple go Max Fenerbahçe, and this guild fight have been going on for a little bit.
Looks like Guild are getting the better end of the stick here. Jakey's down, but Salty around the door frame, doesn't want to give things over too easily. Cow is in the corner now, and Guild are surrounding it. Not quite able to get these shots out through the window, and Sulky takes a lot of damage, but finds a second knock. Now in a 1 versus 2 on his own right now. Doesn't have the backup from his teammate. Savian is nowhere near, but might be able to get things done. I think he's going to go in for the 1 versus 4. I'm not sure, but Sulky wants to find it. Half HP, he wants to flush it. The Fragment is low. First knock not there, and that will be the end of his stronghold. Finding that point, though, could be pretty important for Fenerbahçe.
Yeah, 17 points. I mean, they're just going to keep things going. Get up to 18 on that one. Yeah, for Fenerbahçe, pretty awkward stuff there. I don't think they've had a single secure home throughout all 3 of our Erangels. Last game, the first game of the day, they were in Box Compound. Second game, down towards the southwest side of Gatka in Quarry. This game, they head over towards Kameshki. So very, very unsure on what Fenerbahçe's game plan is at the moment in terms of drop spots. It's just all over the place. It's horrible news for BX, though, right? They started in Sosnovka. Inside a military base itself, to lose a player like that is really quite drastic. Again, when you start in military base and you get the military base circle, that has to be a good game. Because that's your go signal, right? A lot of times, military base isn't always the most ideal spot to pick up. There are far better areas on the map that you can grab, which gives you much higher success rates. But in the instance where you do get the Sosnovka military base, you have to be finding massive value off those games. So for BX to lose a player like that this early into the game, it's brutal.
Definitely is. On board now. Falcons. From Jinky. Yet to lead. They are prioritizing looting early. They're playing from Pmsl in the hovercraft. We'll be sending on over. And of course, this is the changes that we've been seeing. This is actually a different team as we hop over to RUKH Esports. We're going back and forth between the 2 of them. RUKH Esports coming from Milton Power. I mean, the hovercraft rotations, right, have completely changed what is available to you when you're going for these Sosnovka military circles. And I for one, I feel like it's a change that I've enjoyed so far. Because before that, it was you go for a very risky boat that can just get plinked out in the middle of nowhere, and you're basically done for if you get spotted. And the 2 bridges. Those are your only ways in, right? Maybe a swim if you're lucky. But now there are so many more options available to you. You're so much more protected. And I think it's a healthy addition. I'm really enjoying what the hovercraft has done on this specific set of rotations.
Yeah, it just gives you plenty more options and plenty more safe options as well, which is the main thing from it. RUKH Esports will be rotating around towards that south side, looking to nestle in towards the coast. K1 managed to make it over towards the western edge with RUKH and Galatasaray trying to fight over towards the eastern side of the map, fight over that territory. I'm sort of interested on Galatasaray's positioning here as they move far east. So RUKH actually get the better end of the stick by moving further west.
Interesting. See if that's actually going to play out in the numbers at the end of the match, though. Flux still atop the totem pole, at the top of the tables with 32 points to their name. Currently holding off on this west side bridge on the northern shore, though, notably. They will be in this first circle, but the next one probably not going to be so lucky. Stranger things have happened, though, and we'll have to wait and see. We're on board now with the BX brothers again. Of course, they lost that player early, as we saw BWNRX finding that off angle. BWNRX actually have regrouped to the hill to the west side of that Sosnovka military base. And in general, a very strong place to operate from. Can be a little bit of an island, though. If you entrench yourself there too long, it can be a bit of a tomb.
Yeah, you'll take the high ground, though. You absolutely will take the high ground with the opportunity to go down towards the buildings that lie on the eastern side and work your way into military base. But again, hard to call, really, especially with waiting for that second zone to pop, which is going to localize ourselves on a more significant portion of the map, where you'll start to see a lot more rotates coming through. Nice to see Falcons make a move from Pachinki. They must have so much supplies, but it's a question how you're going to use those supplies going into it, and that doesn't bode well for them. At least it gives them more time, but they could be fighting on this bridge for quite a while, as many other teams will want to go for this. Regnum Carya considering to head over. I was going to go for postulating. Considering to head over on the swim. Koshbik already makes the lunge.
Looks like they're going to go fairly uncontested. Everyone's already on the road, so now's the optimal time, whilst nobody has those angles, to try and make that road in. Flux happy about this hard west shift. They can stay in their position underneath the bridge, and the Falcons are going to have to try and push their way through, although not just yet. They'll want to get it done as soon as they can. In the meantime, K1, they're across the river. This is on the south side already, in the shadow of the hill that BWNRX currently occupy. And the BX brothers have pushed out of that military base. They're all three playing on the compound on the corner of the military base on the western edge. S2G, though, find an opener over towards Frozen. That could be a big pickup if S2G can fill that western edge.
S2G, if they're able to get around uncontested, there's plenty of space to play there. BWNRX, though, incredibly happy with his high ground. That is, unless S2G does rock ups. This is a much more aggressive play we were maybe expecting here from S2G.
I'll see. The pump action behind the ridgeline, not quite going to be able to connect. Takes a lot of damage as well. Not going to go down just yet. Icy for round two, over towards Zedwolf. Knows that he can go for it and just rams the buggy straight into his opponent. And Kigali has to back off, but where does he go? He's going straight to the waiting arms of RUKH Esports, who are rocking on up as well. A third party, and S2G have all four of their players alive to fend this one off. A beautiful take for S2G.
I mean, more or less, RUKH Esports rocked up, found 2 knocks almost instantaneously. And S2G just follow up on it. Just go down, and now S2G looking to hold on. And another knock from Icy. Oh dear, it's all gone wrong.
dear, oh dear. Icy though still in this hovercraft. The smoke, the flames, the smoke billowing out the back doesn't have the protection it once was afforded. Hamzy though has got another one, and his trick up the sleeve is to try and bump it into Lord Cedric, who is taken down below that half HP mark. Finally, Icy falls, but Hamzy hops out, and Cedric's into the grinder. Now with 2 players atop the hill, it looks like it's just Flux left for Black Esports, and his position's fully known. S2G potentially to wipe out this entire western hillside.
Yeah, this has been a ridiculous fight with the hovercrafts. With Black Esports rocking up, BWNRX were on track for another fantastic game. Fortunately, not meant to be, as S2G go for a very aggressive trade. A huge amount of space does open up because of that, because not only are you losing BWNRX off that high ground, likely Black Esports has to fold away into the distance, hide in the shadows. Lux is still giving it, but the rest of his team is slowly getting picked up.
Sunset on the Black Esports position, the south side. S2G, a convincing argument to that western hill, but the circle continues to go up towards that north. And it looks like RUKH are going to be able to insert themselves towards that hillside. It is a bit of an open position for them, so not the easiest to hold, but teams are going to be in deadlock with one another at the moment, and they will be able to hold each other out and make it so hard to actually take control of this one. Fireflux, by the way, again, this position, it felt like they were going to have to leave 2 circles ago, but they've been able to just stay.
Yeah, it's very weird. Very, very weird. Looks finally falls for Black Esports. Not many bullets left in the chamber there for S2G. I was so surprised that just no one wanted that, right? No one wanted a piece of the action over towards the west side. They must have seen players falling like flies over there, but K1, happy just to stare the X directly in the face. Footballist. Good nasty pelting here from Regnum Carya, though.
Up the stairs he goes, and he's up for it. Will go down to a nade, I think. No, does manage to weather that one. Dokenma will look for another to put over towards Regnum Carya. Both of them cooking nades. Sees the player going through on the downstairs, looks for the flush and finds it. The third-party angles, though, are brutal on this fight. Toshpik wants to hop through. The Molotov is beautiful there. And the Bison seals the deal. Regnum Carya eliminated in 15th place, 2 elims. Not a great result for them. But footballists, they stay alive for a moment longer.
No, I love that he said he looks for the flush and finds it, and it's just his teammate that he killed.
Was it?
Yeah. Killed Enzo. That's sad. But unlucky. Unlucky. Still get away with 2 players up. There's always talk about earlier is that it actually is not favorable for Falcons that the circle comes this way. There's plenty more teams who are able to hold out. Luckily, this fight isn't going terribly against Fireflux, but they're still on that blue side where they will have to make a play eventually.
Setting themselves up for success. Falcons trying to push past this roadblock. But Fireflux are faltering. 4 players alive, and the blue zone is hitting those health bars hard now in stage 4. You can't find those reses out in the blue zone as well. Over the bridge they go. But I don't know if Fireflux have the positions to actually look for this fight. The question is, do they know Ketch is here? If not, it could be brutal, but he's yet to pull the trigger. Has to wait till someone's dead to rights. Can't make a move until then.
Ketch just going to hold behind, letting Fireflux go through. Meantime, we have opposition. That's in TTQ. Ralph already down first. Fireflux allowing Falcons to take the brunt of the misery. Follows down now. Just 2 players remaining. Make that 1.
Oh dear. TTQ, such a stranglehold on this bridge position. And the Falcons run face first into it. Fireflux actually now doing better on the numbers. having a good time on the bridge. 2 Ilims found, but come to a close as the roll down for S2G continues over towards another team and another as well. They're just finding these Elims left and right. They're up to 11 now. Kelsey does go down. Could get flushed here, though. Nihat looks for the shutdown with the DPS and is able to find it. Icy with the fight. Close range. Nade being cooked. They're up to 11 Elims. Can they get that 12th? They want to. They're in for it. And they find the final shot with the auto shot. Not enough. Goes down next as well. But Hamzy is there to pick up the pieces. It looked a little bit ropey, but another point and another Elim. 12 now for S2G. They're into the top spot.
Yeah, incredible stuff coming through from S2G there. I mean, they have just cleaned house on the lobby over towards this western side. Not afraid to go blow to blow with a lot of these players. Carly survived even longer. Now, Stara even looking for another here. Stara quickly becoming the good luck charm for plenty of teams. Forgot to reload the weapon, though.
Oh, no. That is disastrous. You heard the click, and so did he. He stepped back in, but it was all too late. It felt like he had it under control. He had them dead to rights. Fish in a barrel. But he bursts it apart. Now it's all up to the one player, Hamzy, in the middle for S2G. But they have done so much this match already that was impressive. It's just unfortunate that it all came crashing down here. Bad Boy looking to try now and take control of this south edge in the vacuum left by S2G's vacation.
No matter what happens here for S2G, they'll be pleased with this result. 12 eliminations is gargantuan. Especially on Erangel, where you're likely to see, 6 to 10 Elims on a chicken dinner. This is beautiful stuff. EX coming in, which is Looney and Ramio. Pick up the pieces on this fight. Next circle pops with Guild actually holding a fairly decent position, but with only 2 players. And TTQ coming off from terrorizing on the north side over towards Fire, Flux, and Falcons.
Last player for BWNRX, Kakali, sending out towards that north side as well. Very close to TTQ. Symphony potentially first to face there, but not just yet. Yeah, Kakali backs off. I think that's the right decision. As a solo player, you can't be going for aggressive holds like that, especially when RUKH are right around the corner. All those teams to the east have yet to push in. But the info he's gathered is pretty important. And maybe giving off a bit of a larger presence than his solo position would otherwise entail with going for scout outs like that.
Just looking for something. You can still hold the high ground, though. At least on that north side. Galatasaray, K1 and Footballers all trying to make their way through. But it is really a case of Galatasaray as well as Footballers being in deadlock at the moment. Neither can really move without worrying that the other will take shots. So we're at a standstill for the time being.
For the time being, indeed. TTQ being ahead of this makes it so much harder for everyone on this eastern side. 7 Elims for Thunder Talk as well, by the way. That was that bridge hold that has just been paying out for them. A lot of the players on Fireflux, on S2G, sorry, on Falcons as well, went into their piggy bank. So they'll be pretty happy with that. A couple of others as well. Happy to gobble those up. Into the vehicle, lighten it up, and immediately shut down. You can't be moving out like that, unfortunately. There is a response. I think that came from Footballist as Quacks tries to roll out as well. K1 now moving in from that south edge as well. Makes it so difficult. There's just no way. And this is that deadlock that you were talking about. It's not going to happen. You just can't get out of it. However, can RUKH third party this? If they've heard these shots, they could potentially be moving in to look for the angles onto Thunder Talk. They crest the ridge and 7kick immediately pushed back.
Yeah, they finish off Quacks as well, so that's the last player from Galatasaray, and they can immediately turn around, look over towards RUKH to take them out. 20, trying to get something done, does find the shotgun shots over towards Kairos. A slightly more difficult position. Double G makes his way up the hill versus K1, drops to the deck, but not long for this world.
He's dropped as well, and that is going to be the flush fairly soon, you'd imagine. 20 for RUKH, just about getting away with his health bar, but not much of it left, and Lost goes down as well. A really convincing hold for Team DQ, but they have lost players in the process. Striker in the forward position on this circle is going to need a res, but will be able to do so with the safety of the rocks, with the vehicles they've got. And Nico trying to suppress RUKH further back and maintain that safety, playing as 3, all important now. They're up to 9 elims with 7 teams remaining.
Yeah, 11 total. Very nice stuff from Talq this game. And a good setup down towards Galatasaray as well. They knew that both teams likely would be in that position. The only option Galatasaray really had was to roll up on that hillside. So they set themselves up there, and then an instantaneous transition over towards the clapback, over towards RUKH, which was definitely required in that moment. They had to finish off Quacks there and then before they could go for that. So lovely stuff. Kakali still alive, by the way, for BWNRX, and I think they're very happy with how this all panned out. Getting towards 6th place, likely fighting against one another. That's K1 moving down over towards BX Brothers.
South Sky really heating up as Talq keeping it hot on the north edge, as well as RUKH trying to move out, but they have to turn around and play back. Talq wanting to go over the ridgeline, but they know they can't until RUKH have made their move. The blue zone's pushing in as K1 sweep the BX Brothers out of the running. Hamzy actually moved over for S2G, who also still have that solo position, over towards K1. And now he might be in a 1 versus 4 fight, and I don't think that's going to be too fun. Kakali has to hold his own, and this might be the end for BW next route.
We'll look for Elite Swarm, finds the first, drops to the deck. Nice look for Caprice, but round the corner, just on the bumper there on the vehicle, he will be taken out, and not a single flush found. But 6th place for BWNRX. This should have been a much better game for them, but I think at least getting 6th place and 2 eliminations, it's not too bad.
Hamzy, it feels like K1 know there's something going on. Just a little bit, but it's fading. Info gathering for now. Hill continuing to take punishment from Talq. First knock goes on through. Fortunately though, over the hill, K1 have rolled up and out and into the fight. 2 players now as Striker goes down. Symphony gets knocked. Nico the last to stand, and in the blink of an eye, a team with 12 eliminations may be reduced to ashes as K1 looks to put the afterburners on him. Nico, position known now. They're spraying into the smoke. A hovercraft to launch the forwards, but out of the smoke he jumps with the shotgun. However, the hovercraft bears down upon him and seals the deal. In the meantime, RUKH also fell, and Hamzy up into 3rd place.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. I think Hamzy goes for a very cool play there, where instead of backing away from K1, he creeps ever closer towards them. He'll now up against K1 to get right up in their face, and they're cleaning house at the moment. Hamzy Gino from the backline will find 2.
Okay, this is a 1 versus 2 now. The 4 position entirely isolated. He knows that reses are going to be enacted there. Bad boy on the off angle. Has it on lock, though, with AUG. Hamzy looked like he had something to say, but 2nd place, you'll take it. As a solo when there were, I think, 14 teams remaining, that is a great result. But K1 convinced me that they deserve that chicken dinner too.
Yeah, good sweep up coming through from K1 around the map, and Hamzy G again, like we said, kind of under their noses he creeped up and into a position where they just cleared. I don't think they were expecting that whatsoever, but yeah, very, very nice stuff coming through from Hamzy G. You love to see it. Again, that game should have really been in the favor of BWNRX, but not meant to be, as S2G were just roaming towards the beginning of that map.
Yeah, they had quite a lot to say during that one. Again, some decent tallies coming up and onto the board. Unfortunate for Falcons, for Fireflux, they won't be able to do too much. That northern side for Talq, who actually seemingly quite solid on these outside positions, were able to extract quite a lot of value from that game. So it'll be interesting to see where they fall on the overall standings. So far, I haven't been displeased with the matches. I think there's been a couple of misplays, I think it's safe to say, but overall the quality has been fairly solid.
Absolutely. But in the meantime, we're going to head to a quick break, and we'll be back soon with map 5.
And we are back with more PUBG Mobile here for the Super League in Europe, as we are once more into Erangel up next. And we are going to be running out of Erangel after that, in fact. So make sure you keep your eyes on those screens, because we are going to be coming at you with one more grassy pasture.
Miramar, no?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. We're out. We're fresh out. I fibbed. We're going over to the desert now. We've got two more matches left to play.
You're a bad salesman there. You told us it was available. It was good to go. And
hey, you know where you can see more Erangel? It's tomorrow. That's right. I know I had you going, but you definitely tune in tomorrow instead. That's what's happening.
Yeah, there's 3 more tomorrow and 3 more the day after that. If you can't get enough, here is the place to be. But Miramar coming up next. We've got 2 more matches to round out our day here in the league stage. And this will be one of the days for both groups they'll be playing. So only one for both groups going forward. Pretty interesting stuff overall, though. I think that, for BW and RX, they had some pretty good moments throughout today, but have been dropping the ball here and there, John.
Yeah, it has been a couple of openings found, a couple of teams just finding their feet. But for now, the points will be as they are. MVP from that last match, though, from Talq, who played that bridge position nicely. They played late into the game, so no surprise to see an MVP from the team. But most elims goes to Symphony instead over on that top side. And you've got the most damage being found, really tipping the scales. Over 1,000 damage for Nico. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, again, for Nico and Talq in general, like, this is a crazy result. I think they've been having some very good moments overall. It's been decent. It's been very, very decent, John. I've been happy to see them make some very strong plays, and they have been a consistent force throughout all of these moments in the game. Symphony's got the good jersey on.
Yeah, he's picked the right one there, fortunately, for this match. K1 as well, during that match, in general, I think it's safe to say they had a very convincing performance over the course of that game, and they definitely deserved their chicken dinner. Not super loud, not super braggadocious, but across the board, you can see everybody putting in a shift and getting the job done, which is beautiful. Yeah, that's exactly how you want to be playing this game. And if you're able to get those elims with it, all the better. You can see they're able to rack up 10. So not super quiet, but not super loud. Perfect in my book. I think that's exactly how it should be done.
Yeah, they bided their time down towards the south side and then just started sweeping. I think once you know you've got the 4-man buff, right, you're just going to move around the map. And I think they've been keeping good tabs on the other teams. It was aggressive. It was fast. And again, it could have gone differently. But I think by the time we got to that end game, a lot of those teams who had waited things out, like Falcons on that north side and Flux to move in on that western bridge, because it shifted a little bit up that way, kept the circle in long enough where a lot of teams would just hold them down, including Talq, who got a lot of value out of that position.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was really cool stuff. I think also during that game, S2G they had the most impact, I think, of any team directly onto other teams. Other than K1, it was S2G who were the real cat amongst the pigeons in that match. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that match, and we'll see some of S2G's shenanigans on that Southside Island, as Barsay came into conflict with them as well. The bridge crossing, the terminal destination for both the Falcons and Fireflies.
Yeah, I think for S2G, the funny thing is that S2G basically teed up K1 to finish off that game really soundly, because they'd already blasted anyone who was towards the center of the circle. And it was most center circle teams that would have had that chance, because most of the outside teams were all getting ripped to shreds by anyone holding out inside of those buildings or on top of the hilltops. So that by the time K1 comes in, like, it's the stragglers, fine, we'll pick them up and get ourselves a nice, easy 10 elim game. So yeah, lovely stuff coming through from S2G. And again, I think a lot of the action, and I will reiterate it, does unfold because of S2G's actions earlier on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Pmsl there. I mean, if you get that flush, that's a different match, right? It's unfortunate, though, they weren't quite able to seal the deal in the end. They fall just short of the mark, but still 18 points for S2G. That's by no No stretch of the imagination, a good game for them. 20 points, though, at the top. The chicken dinner, a nice 10-10, even balance for K1, taking that one home. And Thunder Talk as well, with 16, a nice result.
Yeah, I think for Thunder Talks, they're very, very pleased with how this one went down. I think for K1, 10-10, really, really good stuff. The S2G is 6 points into 12 points, getting 18 points. I think S2G, again, throughout the entirety of the day, has just been eking out those numbers slowly but surely, which is great. And I think that's exactly what they should be doing. I think out of all of our teams, they are the most consistent and now are in first place because of it.
Absolutely. Look at that. SCG, 41 points at the top of the table. K1 in number 2 with 37, though, and it's a fairly evenly fought battle as you go down towards 5th place. We are starting to see a little bit of cream rising to the top here, though, as we have some teams breaking away. That top 4 looks fairly convincing. That 4-point gap down towards BWNRX. Maybe you could bring them in as well. And maybe there's an outside that you could put Falcons in that same bracket. But it looks like we're starting to get a little bit of a top bracket going. And towards the bottom, the same is kind of true of the bottom 6 teams here, Blank. I think Fenerbahçe down towards RUKH, and then the other 3 kind of is where it is in my estimation.
Yeah, for Bra as well, it's a weird one. I mean, obviously we've seen that they had a bit of a rebuild there, so they were struggling. So sort of makes sense. Galatasaray just not being having a good time whatsoever. Footballist is probably the odd one out here, out of all the teams in our bottom 4. We've only 8 points found. And RUKH's been doing pretty good, 15 points overall. So yeah, Footballist is the one that definitely needs to pull their socks up going into their next day of play, and specifically these next 2 Miramars.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, keeping that half of the roster the same with Dokuma and Yekta, bringing in the other players that they've added to that roster so far, again, seems like almost a full rebuild for Footballists. So maybe in the same bracket as Bra for that reason. And we'll have to see if they can, as you highlight, improve on that. I think that Fenerbahçe is also fairly surprising to see down this low, right? This is a team that you were talking about as potentially being one of our top 4, and to have them down here is a bit disappointing, to say the least, especially with the names that they've got on board. Not ideal. But then they're not too far behind Regnum Carya, and that is, I mean, that doesn't really need much more said about it, right? It is still early doors with only 4 matches played, but you've only got 12 total. So you can only say that for so long. And I can only say you can only say for so many more times as well. So I'm going to stop.
With Fenerbahçe, the big thing for me is watching them on Erangel back to back to back, where there was not a single time where they had a solid and same old drop spot. I think that's the issue that I found with them going into those matches. And I was very, very confused that they could never find themselves a singular position that they wanted to play in. So I think that had something to do with it. I'd love to know more about why that happened or why it's taking place. If they're just trying to go for different drop spots depending on the playing path, but it's not working. There are good teams that are able to get 17 points and squeeze that out of it. But yeah, something needs to change going into tomorrow. Here are our top 5 Grenadiers, as we were saying earlier, John. It's Bishgate up with 5, clearing ahead of anyone else.
Yeah, he's grenadier than the rest of them, for sure. He's managed to do a lot of damage. Most of that comes from, I think, the second Erangel, where he was able to wipe a fight with that. And I'm assuming that as time goes on, those numbers will start to average out and teams will start to catch up. Players will start to catch up as well. So maybe someone will be able to take that top spot from him and be the grenadiest of the bunch.
We are going to be heading into our next game shortly here over on Miramar. I think that for S2G, this is actually perfect for them because I think overall some of their rotates have been very good, especially on the outside rotates as well. We know Sanhok is the smallest, Erangel is the second largest, and Miramar is our biggest map. So it does give more opportunity to any team who's able to make those outside rotations, make those smart calls on where to play on the map. And I think S2G has certainly done that throughout. I think for BWNRX, they've had a very good read on where to play in these circles, but sometimes it does feel like their defensives have been dropped during those moments where, the fortifying shield is not up as a team blasts into them. They perform much better at range where they're able to set the pace of the engagements, whereas S2G is just up in your face the entire time, throwing left, right punches.
It's really difficult to deal with. You know, it's hard to have a conversation when someone just keeps trying to punch you. It's not ideal, and that's exactly what S2G are banking on having that sort of power and having that sort of a prowess. So we'll have to wait and see. I think that Miramar, and I mean, this is something that we were talking about earlier. Again, I'm going to bring it back up, is are we going to see the teams that don't have as much of a global presence, that don't have as much VOD behind them, that teams can research on, are they going to have more of an impact here on Miramar? I think the question is, have they done their homework on the teams that do have that background, right? If you spot those openings in teams going for those rotations, if you're aware that teams are going to be sat making those paths for themselves, you can intercept, you can change around that in a way that maybe you can't against a little bit more uncertainty of a team. So we'll have to wait and see, but I'm looking for that this time around. I think Miramar is where it's going to be most obvious.
Yeah, I mean, Thunder Talks has been a pretty significant one for me so far in terms of just like not being sort of an unknown team, but definitely having players there, which maybe people haven't researched too much into, and they're showing us some phenomenal presence within these lobbies. And that's been great, man. I've been loving to see it. And I hope they continue to do well inside of these lobbies because of what I've seen today on Erangel as well as Sanhok. They've been making some heads-up decisions. And the macro has been good from them. I mean, just determining where they want to be playing on the map and why they want to be playing there on the map has been nice. So, yeah, I think for Thunder Talks, you know, there is some of those moments where I'm like, well, maybe that team fight could have gone slightly better. But generally, they look pretty clean. I think that it's just those minor moments. Again, you are playing in a sprint here, you know, 3 days in the league stage, 3 days in the knockout, straight into the grand finals. If you can get ahead and sort of confuse your opponents a bit, I think Thunder Talks can do well here.
Yeah, I think that there's a definite chance that they could do to see if they can keep that pace up towards the top side of the lobby. We have to wait and see. The Miramar game is about to start very soon. I'm seeing movement in the lobby, so that is a good sign. Not necessarily fully confirmed, though. We've always been running into those remakes in the past, but we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be another Miramar served up for us hot and fresh very soon. I shall be excited to see so. And the plane path is there, confirming that we are at least going into the start of match number 5.
Very nice. Straight into it, no messing around. Over towards Miramar for our penultimate match of the day. Heading from the west side of Valparaiso up towards Carya Armada. Obviously, this is a very, very large map. We wanted to see some of those big rotates coming out. I'm looking over towards Fenerbahçe, what they're going to do here, because are we going to see them on the other end of the map next game? We'll have to wait and see. Is BWNRX going to be able to bring to the table that same kind of long-range gameplay that they have been doing so well today on, which works out very well on Miramar, where you do have a lot of long-range engagements?
Teams dropping down. No one really too close to one another right now. Could change on the northern side, though. Keep my eye out for any hot drops. But it looks like everybody's being fairly sensible. I'm looking at Flux, actually. Look at the big split that Ketch has taken. That's over La Bendita to the north and south side of it. That is quite dramatic, but that might actually pay off for them as Ketch is now scouted, grabbed that vehicle, and the circle heads down south too. So he's going to be able to secure that path on in, make sure that they can loot on through it, and he could be that forward outpost without too much work for Flux.
Yeah, most teams pretty pleased about this as well, considering they're getting out the plane early on the south side anyway. So they should be able to get it looted up fairly quickly, especially teams over towards Valparaiso like RUKH Esports. Partona being played by RUKH, which is definitely interesting. Don't often see teams taking up that spot on the map. Or at least going for something more on a split towards Idamar and then rotating back around. Fenerbahçe up towards water treatment. On a massive 4-man split here. Which is weird. Definitely weird.
I mean, they're out late. They're out late on the plane path, and they've seen this circle, right? Which means that they don't need to recoalesce on their vehicles super quickly. It's unlikely that a team flexes out too close to them, but it looks like S2G maybe spotted those parachutes and are trying to capitalize on a disparate team. But I don't think that S2G are going to want to commit fully up here to that. So I think that the wide split is an artifact of the plane path and circle combination. I think you'd expect to see Fenerbahçe regrouping to a different spot had it gone a different way.
Yeah, potentially a move up towards, I've covered it here, loot up there, but they see the plane path and the circle down towards that south side, so they drop out early, get some trash loot, and then can head down a little bit quicker. Over towards the south, Barsay going to be holding over towards Los Leones. And Guild over towards Impala. So the main spots there are taken in Los Leones, Impala, and Puerto Paraíso. Those are the ones I'm looking at. Falcons on a split down towards the south side, though. Which I don't mind. Gives them a lot of scouting control early on. They just need to be very careful on their positioning going forward.
It's about the timing of that regroup for the Falcons, right? As you said, they're on that big split, covering a lot of the ground on that south. They'll gather so much information for it. But teams who spot them will bear down upon them like nothing else. And it's going to be impossible to hold off if you're just that solo outpost. So the question is, when do you regroup? And it's a very difficult question to answer, Blank. I think that we can only figure that out maybe in retrospect when is the right time. It's going to rely on the instincts of the Falcons to bring themselves back together safely, and we'll see if RUKH can marshal that.
Again, they can kind of sit pretty for the time being down towards the south side anyway for Falcons. They don't have to do too much. Is Regnum Carya heading a little bit further down here? You can see them on our screens. Very, very close over towards the Falcons, who have now... towards BX, sorry. Or regrouped on the south side of Los Leones.
BX brothers with a little bit of high ground. Looney hops across, stays on the windowsill. As Silence takes a tumble. Bishke with a pump action. Doing pretty well. Goes for the weapon swap as well. Wants to spray him down with their own guns. That's nasty. Drawing out that first blood. Regnum Carya, it's so unfortunate to lose a player in this position, right? They are on the south side of Los Leones, fairly safe. Losing Silas there, that is a nasty feeling.
I mean, it's not the first time today he's gone down as the initial player on Regnum Carya as well. And for Silas, who, like we said before, is typically the spearhead of the team, it doesn't feel great. He's usually the scouter for the squad as well, so it makes sense that he is in the front line, but losing him like this is pretty rough.
Regnum Carya, 3 players on the south side now. We'll see what more they can do. Barsay, in the meantime, trying to navigate around the eastern edge of Los Leones. Not the easiest of paths to take, but so far fairly uncontested. I think they've got another team out to their east as well, so you need to be worried about that. Falcons on a 2-2 split. This is a really wide split still, Black. And the question still remains, when do they go for that regroup? You can see Koa on his lonesome right now, with one player a little bit closer to him on that northwestern side. But all the way out in the east almost close to Puerto Paraíso. Very, very far away, over 1 kilometer away from this position, sit the other 2 players from Falcons.
I mean, Pop won out the vehicle from K1, so all respect to him there. Those limit the possibility slightly from K1 now. Oh, because he didn't flush him out. Never mind. RUKH actually makes his way out there on the vehicle. Finish the business. But you are right. This is a very, very incredibly wide split coming through from Falcons. It is unorthodox. It's how it pans out into the late game. You know, having presence with that M249 as well on the rooftop at that kind of distance, on the iron sights, no less. Wild stuff from Koa.
Guy knows what he wants, man. He's just in there. Getting stuck in. Getting grubby. See if it's going to work out for him, though. He might regret that. May not live to regret it. May be eliminated and then regret it, but we'll have to wait and see. At the moment, it's Bra who are bearing down upon RUKH, and I think RUKH needs to get out of there fast on the western side. In the meantime, Black pushing in from this east edge. So that east point, the Falcons isn't safe too. Regnum Carya, they remember they lost a player. They lost Silas. Over towards BRX Brothers, but now they've got their eyes set towards K1 as they try and move into the south edge. I think that's 2 players down from K1 now. Or maybe just the one and a sliver of HP on another player, but either way, they're not happy about it.
Yeah, not great. Slow start to this game, though. Into stage 2. Very shortly, in just about 5 seconds now. We'll see where this one does land. Plenty of interesting areas on the map where this could go over towards. I always do love myself a little bit of a La Bandita ending. Pull it up now, and it does head towards that western side of Los Leones. S2G pelting their way over towards that position. Now Falcons having to regroup, but with RUKH sat between them, this does become a little bit of a difficult reconnect.
This west side of Los Leones is treacherous. The tiered setting that you can see that sits before the BRX Brothers is a shooting gallery blank. It's so hard to move once you pick a position. It's kind of just send it and hope at this stage. Even with 16 teams remaining, you can see S2G trying to make their way forwards, but BRA going to come into contact with them on this western side. There's not too much they can do about it. Sarah, on an off angle, has got Hamzy to help him out, and Hamzy's more than capable of the first, but not the second, unfortunately. In the meantime, the other half of S2G is across the way. They don't want to turn back for this one.
S2G losing Hamzy and Sarah. What a devastating approach for them. And Braz looking to finish off those players. Sarah next to fall, leading S2G on to our leading team in the lobby as well at 42 points, giving the opportunity for Talq's Fireflux to potentially catch up here. Even BW and RX can throw their name into the mix. But you're right, this side of Los Leones is always nasty to play in. Most teams want to play on the far western edge of it, as opposed to head too far into the city. And at this point, mostly because, like you say, huge amount of teams with great sight lines. It's difficult to even get over towards this position.
At this point, I don't mind sending into Los Leones if that's the option available to you. Have to wait and see who takes that choice. Falcons. 3 players all on the same minimap screen. It's a miracle. Or was that all 4 of them? Even better. And facing off now against RUKH on that southwestern edge. In the meantime, Talq managed to line the north side of this road with all 4 of their players. Rather successfully getting into one of the most treacherous positions in the game.
Yeah, it's a cheeky pickup on the compounds. Lost will find the plink over towards Koa there. Mini 14. Falcons need to kind of reset on this one, but another player taking a heck of a lot of damage. Model heading over towards Koa to look to grab the clean finish on him. He's already out of the building, moving through the smoke here. Good heads up call there coming through from Koa.
Ooh, bruh. With the shutdown there as we hop on over to the fight. In those Los Leones staircase. 3 players alive for Brat. And you've got K1 right next door to them with 2 players alive. They are both grey on the minimap, but there are 2 teams there, I promise you. 3 players for Brat, 2 for K1, and they're surrounded fully from Talq as we hop to see the map going down again to this west edge of Los Leones.
Insane plays there coming through from Falcons as well. Ralph gets the double knock on the nade. Resets the fight fully for them. Really good stuff. A moment where it looked a little bit dangerous as well. RUKH moving over, Koa down. Very, very impressive. They can start to work their way up towards that northeast side. I think Lost is the only player left remaining for RUKH.
They've got 7kick just ahead though, but he's going to have to turn back if he wants to get a teammate back into the mix of it. Unfortunately, though, there's a team right next door. It's Regnum Carya that they've run into on the position. A little bit flexed out there. A nasty spot to hold. And RUKH is starting to bleed. Down to their last player now. S2G, 2 players alive, losing Sarah and Hamzy on their roll-up, but they have got a position, and that's more than could be said for a few of our teams in the lobby. They've only got 2, though, where they're going to have to hold off against Fenerbahçe with all 4 of their players alive on this western edge.
Which is a big turnaround for Fenerbahçe. It's been a bit awkward. Been playing from some tough positions for quite some time. On the outside edge, looking over towards S2G, who is definitely weakened. K1 down to just the 2. It's weird that S2G's got 2 players. Got the 1 on either side, and then K1's got the 2 in the middle. I guess it's just by player number, potentially.
That may be true. I kind of want to just like push them together, you know? I want to slot those 2 between the S2G, and then it would be so much better. But that can't happen. That's not going to happen. Surely. Unless?
No.
No. But, no, okay. No, definitely not happening. But either way, 2 players apiece for those 2 sides, which is decent in a central position for both of them, actually. They are fairly well protected on all sides at this stage. The difficulty is that they also can't have any influence to the area around them, right? They can't actually afford to peek at this point. They're in very tenuous cover. So any information that they can gather, they can't really act on, and they are penned down. So no movement really available to them. So other teams will have to make those moves for them, and they just have to respond. So no agency in their game.
Up against Galatasaray here is Falcons. They do lose Narvalo. Right off sound start of this fight. Falcons backline's trying to provide support here. Attempting to get towards Narvalo with the help of the M79, but there goes another, and Falcons starting to look like the wings are being clipped here. Ralph not in the best of positions to support too.
I mean, fortunately, they're coming up against Galatasaray, who, by all accounts, have not had the best of times here. The backstop position, this is so important for Ralph to be able to find something here. They get the res off onto Narvalo, so now they can look to try and find Koa as well. The heal goes through to Narvalo as well. Galatasaray are slow. This is what Ralph has been doing all this time. The off angle's there, and they get re-knocked 1 and 2. That's a huge pickup for Owner on the off angle. The shotgun shut down for Maniac. Finds the 3rd as well, and that 4 position is completely melted. Galatasaray finally pull the trigger on the push with a beautiful off angle find.
It's hilarious as well that it's the same mistake they made versus BWRX that comes back to bite them, which is leaving an off angle like that in a moment where things start to get dicey. As soon as Ralph peeks his head early, the team is just immediately like, this is a 4v2 that we can just push up on. Ralph just does not have the capability to make those shots at long range, so we can just push him. It's difficult. They almost get the full reset. It's not meant to be. And it's a very, very nice push out on the off angle from Galatasaray to make sure he can get those back stats as they were trying to regroup. With no smokes there either. It was
now on the south side, they've got this high ground. The BX brothers as well. Up to their northern edge, and these are the teams on the top of this Los Leones ladder. These stepped terrain that fade away to the western side of Los Leones. So difficult, and the circle just wants us to go there closer and closer, time and time again. Barsay Esports as well on this edge, but they don't have the top of the building high ground that's available to the other teams on this border.
Oh, horrible shift, by the way, over towards the western side, which means a lot of these teams that did take residence over towards the western side of Los Leones now have to push further out into the hands of Bra and K1, and even Regnum, Carya. All these teams do have weakened cover, but likely the circle will push all these teams inside these buildings into really frustrating positions. It is your only option, though. A lot of times, if you are on the western side of Los Leones, and they all made the right decision not to push further in towards Los Leones, they have a chance at this game.
On the south side now, Footballist amongst the black esports split. Yekta spotted, flushed away. Not going to be a factor anymore on their south side. BW next RUKH, all 4 of their players alive, but they haven't got any elims just yet. They have a road to cross, and a team to their eastern side, sorry, that will have oversight as soon as they try and push towards Fenerbahçe across the road.
BWNRX, though, they are sort of trapped. Luckily, the circle saves them slightly, giving them more time here to work with. Yeah, eventually they're going to have to make that push. There is a little bit of a ridge here. Allows them to push up over towards that south side of the road, but they're going to have to wait for a lot of these fights on the east to conclude before they can make that push. Or have to just constantly expend smokes, John.
It's a real drain on the resources here, but the blue zone will not develop them in the next phase. Sports again losing another as Futbolist will be able to find the pickup. That southeast side is dangerous. Galatasaray, in the meantime, by the way, has been crunching all the way down this western edge. Guild make the crash. It looks like it's going to pay off for them. They're now right underneath BX Brothers in a really important concrete compound.
They are. BX Brothers do need to make their way out at some point, though. So many things around them make it very difficult. Futbolist, we talked about them earlier, that they needed a good game here. Flux is making it difficult, though.
Oh, we'll give it a good go, but I don't think he's got much more to say. Hits the deck. Not quite able to unleash enough ordnance to keep himself safe this time around, unfortunately. That will be the knock sent on in. Aussie, last player standing, wants a little bit of the fight, but immediately humbled. Sent back to the lobby. Go again next round. That's going to be the end of RUKH Esports there, but BX Brothers, they're crashing down. They're going straight on in towards the compound that K1 sit in, and they are torn apart. They didn't really have much more left in the tank, and that was all gratefully eaten up by K1 on the eastern side. 11 teams remain blank, though, and we're into stage 5.
Regnum Carya looking down over towards Futbolist. Capitalize on any mistake, and that's one of them, trying to loot the crate. There's a hell of a lot of damage over the top. Toshpik almost loses his head there. That's a good pick on the nade.
Beautiful opener onto that south edge. Guild in the concretes. Watch Toshpik crawling around. We'll be able to plink him away. That mini 14 now, the ridgeline for Futbolist. Behind Regnum Carya. Or what remains of them, rather. Wanting to crest that ridgeline. In the meantime, this whole time, Galatasaray on this western edge may be the team that actually has the best time of this. They're able to hold such a wide split. No one else can really do too much movement against them. They can bide their time, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see a top 4 Galatasaray position here.
Yeah, they've done very well. Much, much better this game. I think you got to be very pleased with themselves. Again, they just need to play it slow and steady now going forward. Pick off players as they make mistakes. BWNRX, though, I like this. They got a nice little lineup. They got frozen across as well, and they're looking to capitalize on any players struggling to make their way out from this eastern edge. They absolutely have to do this, though, so they can control a little bit down towards where Frozen is playing, so they have a chance in towards that late game.
And the Talq under siege by Barsay now. Trying to break that hold. The shotgun isn't going to give so easily, though. As Barsay are going to back off the angle just a little bit. I mean, you take some shots from that. You know a nade's coming from an upper window. Symphony with a cheeky little bounce, a bobble over the top. Look at that banked nade, and Symphony opens it. Now they can start to swell on through. Thunder Talq have been impressive in the latter half of the day. Striker goes down, so does Nico, though, and the exit is so dangerous. But they've made that first step all too important, and the final blow needs to be struck, but they've managed to do the lion's share of the work now. Nate for the backline is all that they can take them down with. There's Guild Esports trying to make their move as well, but Guild has taken 2 knocks sent their way.
Luckily, Futbolist, who was pouring in the majority of the damage, does go down there. Wanted a much better game coming through from Futbolist. It's not meant to be this round around. Guild attempts to get the player on their back and into a better position, but now just down to the one player. Default's definitely not getting his teammates back up again. Bad Boy starts to rack up the eliminations.
Thunder Talk still in treacherous waters here on this eastern side. It's Galatasaray. I think they've had a knock, and that is the flush going over towards Fenerbahçe. We're moving in with 4 players, but there's the back off by Owner. Not going to be a trade-off, though. That res can come through for Fenerbahçe. 2 players for S2G still alive after their initial crash into this location.
For Fenerbahçe, it's been much, much nicer. One player did just get absolutely shredded, though, and had to move back. They are right on the edge now. BWNRX has played this one phenomenally well, by the way. Being able to get over the cross on this road, understanding exactly where the majority of the fights are going to take place, which would influence their gameplay, and locking those down. You can feel the fact that there are plenty of veterans on that squad to make this happen.
Absolutely. You need a level head in situations like this. It's not going to be pretty. We're into stage 6 and 8 teams remain. Soon into stage 7. As K1 looking for the light up over towards Galatasaray, who wanted to capitalize so badly on this position. Haven't really been able to eke out the advantage they want, but the ground may be settling around them here. And they may just about be able to find some foundation. BWNRX, in the meantime, with all 4 players alive, but nothing to show for it in terms of those points. Have made it into the placements now, but they want elims to top it off. And Fenerbahçe seem to be first up on the menu, but there's so many to choose from.
Yeah, Fenerbahçe would much rather move over towards this northern side and take control of this ridge, which is looking out all over towards this open zone. It's going to get drastically bad for teams to play towards. Zedwolf finding some of the crossings, but again, no knocks, no flushes, frozen. Big task ahead of him alongside with Kind to hold Fenerbahçe back.
Ooh, Slownik not quite able to connect with the spray towards Gabri. Who's managing to stay alive for just that little bit longer. A little bit deeper into the circle. But at the moment, it's really nasty. All these teams on the northeast side going to have to conclude their engagements. It looks like Thunder Talk are going to open up for a knock on this eastern edge in their long-range engagement across this plateau. The good news is as these steps start to get pushed off by the blue zone, the circle opens up a little bit more. It becomes a little bit more mobile. Players are all out of the high ground tall buildings now. It is plateau-to-plateau gameplay, which means that you can start to rotate around a little bit further.
S2G surprisingly still in this game. Owner, quick switch up, will find the knock as well, and the flush. K1 goes down. And a Hail Mary.
The top of the tables tumbles, and S2G are ready to jump straight on in there. They are going to be out-earning on this match. K1 fall short. Still, they've had a good result, a good day, and I don't blame too many teams for going down in a circle like this. I just think it's such a dastardly position on the west of Los Leones. Galatasaray now, the next under the eye of Thunder Talk as they strike down upon them, but there's a nade sent in, and Bra looking at a third party that on the south edge. BWNRX in the meantime marching forwards on this north side, trying to find any opening that they can.
Yeah, very unlikely they'll be able to get Zedwolf back up, and we'll see how the players do now, but they desperately need a knock, and they need it now, and it's just not coming through over towards Fenerbahçe. There's at least some good damage done into Thunder Talks. Bra rocks up and will clean house.
Goodness me, a straight up roll down there, brutal with it. It's Thunder Talk full. They do manage to get 5 elims on the game, but they will stop in 6th place. Now 5 teams remain as S2G have weathered it this far, but the teams on the northeast side have all but concluded. BWNRX, Fenerbahçe, the next to go down. Can S2G extract value from this? If they can pick up a player on BWNRX, if they can force this fight to go south for both of these sides, there is potential here for a top 3 placing.
Oh, simple Domak with that backline pressure. BRX back as Fenerbahçe realizes, in fact, the best place to be is further on this western side. What they don't know is that a lot of this terrain has been controlled by other teams finding their way in. Luckily, Simple Domak on a tear at the moment into another here. As Lozin, last left alive for Galatasaray.
Nade over the top, tries to go towards the back lines. The flash is there, and it is good, but half HP isn't going to be too much of an order for them to deal with. In the meantime, this is what I wanted S2G to be doing, finding pickups on the back line, but they have lost one of theirs as well. Burst is good with a nade, but Razy keeps his cool. Unfortunately, the spray downs from Bra are going to be enveloping Fenerbahçe as they take their approach.
This is all over the place. 3 players left alive for BRX, and similar story for Fenerbahçe as well as Bra moves up. Rolex looking for the shots over towards Solke. 10 eliminations this game for Bra. It's been a very successful match for them.
They've had a good time of it. BWNRX on the northern edge. They'll be getting lit up there as well as Bra continue to leave a player in the backstop. A beautiful off angle for them. I don't think that BWNRX expected that to be coming on through. I think they thought that that rollout from Bra was going to go all the way towards that western edge, and the regroup has come through now, but that is only because they forced BWNRX to stay atop the hill.
Yeah, Fenerbahçe just have not extracted enough value out of this game. 3 eliminations. And not really on track for the chicken dinner either. BWNRX start to move up. Frozen's able to get a heal off, but you saw there the utility is not looking great whatsoever for BWNRX. And how do we play out this final zone? We'll start to crunch everybody in. 5 bullets in the double shotgun.
I mean, in these endgame positions, that's sometimes all you need. Especially when it's a backup weapon, but we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be an issue. Solke spotted by Bra. And Fenerbahçe lose one more. Last player for them. Flushed away. Swash picks that one up. Finds another as well. That's Fenerbahçe out. Now a 3v3. Straight up. 12 elims for Bra. And BWNRX only have the 3. So they are much more inclined to look for this chicken dinner. But the question is, will that be allowed? No nades, no utility for Kine. That northern side of the road has really bled the supplies dry. Hopefully that supply crate that they've just gone past will help, but we'll see. They're mounting their offensive. Kine going in. Open broadside to Gabri. Spray down challenge from Kakali, but the DBS is there, and it's now into a 1 versus 3. Bra have this under control, under lock and key. Throws in the last hurdle across, and it's easy pickings. A beautiful pickup. BWNRX fall in second, and Bra take the top spot.
Final gambit coming through from BWNRX's core. Load up Kakali with the Groza, the level 3s, and just send him out. Really, really cool stuff. Unfortunately, it's not meant to be there, and BWNRX actually don't come away with all that much. It is Fenerbahçe, though, that I worried about more. 3rd place, 3 eliminations. You know, they got themselves deep into a match, but didn't extract much value from it.
Yeah, it's difficult when you get into these late game scenarios. I think it's symptomatic of a circle like the one we just saw, right? Where it's a bit of send and hope kind of gameplay. Teams are picking up 1, 2 elims across the board, which really drains your capacity to have these massive games to accelerate you up the tables. And I think that the only team to not suffer from that was Bra. They were just sweeping through and picking up all of these fights, one after the other. And they were able to do so well for it. I think it was 15 elims at the end there.
Yeah, it's one of those games where they were the one team that had a lot of free movement because Fenerbahçe had to hold out versus BWNRX. BWNRX had to hold out versus Fenerbahçe and S2G. Galatasaray was holding on the outside edges. And you do just have Bra flying in there and just taking advantage of those moments.
We're going to take advantage of a couple of moments here, though, because we've got a short break before our final match of the day. Make sure you stay tuned for our last Miramar. With one more game left to play, we are heading into our final match of today. It's Miramar one more time. The PUBG Mobile Super League Europe doesn't stop. We are going in yet again to the battlegrounds and the halfway mark for both, well, for all, sorry, of these teams, as they will only be playing 12 matches each. So getting a good day one is a great start. You need to convert it, but at this point, we're starting to see teams getting ahead of that barrier where we're expecting that 20th place bubble to be at the end of league stage.
Teams are pulling ahead. And it makes a lot of sense that they are, purely because some teams are just playing the circle a lot better. Some other teams just aren't quite finding their stride here. Fenerbahçe at that last game was quite a sad one for me, considering they got so far into it. And I was very, very happy to see it, but only to come away with a third place and 3 points does feel pretty rough at the end of the day. BWNRX similarly as well, like they just got caught on the wrong side of the map. And it was impressive that they got to where they were able to. But Bra just came out swinging. They were able to clean house on one side of the map, and then it fantastically made things so much easier for them when they got to that end game.
Here is our MVP from that last match, of course, Rolex. So you expect it to be from Bra because of the amount of damage they were able to inflict on the rest of the lobby. Although didn't manage to break that 1,000 barrier, right? That 1,000 damage barrier remains unshattered there. With 6 elims, though, that's a very impressive result. You can see, actually, the most damage goes to Swash, but still under 1,000, which shows how evenly balanced the load was on Bra's players, with Ralph bringing up that 2 nade elim record.
Yeah, I think for Ralph, that double knock on the grenade was critical to keep him in that game, and then they just sort of fell apart a little bit towards that last final moments. Again, they are really putting a lot of stock in these off angles, and a lot of times they're coming back to bite them. So timing them a little bit better might be important for them going forward. Not only that, to be honest, those off angles are not terrible. It's just a case that you're losing so quickly in the front line and not allowing Ralph to get set up that when a team accelerates against you, you are really struggling. But we see here the end with Bra winning it out. A total of, I think that's 15 eliminations. They were able to get that game. Really good stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty spectacular stuff. Very nice to see. And 2 players close to that 1,000 damage barrier is, again, very, very impressive. Beautiful backup from Gabri and Quantum as well in that match to be able to facilitate what Rolex and Swash were able to do there. They picked up a lot of stragglers in that match, though. I think it's safe to say you can see that especially Swash, right? 2 knockouts, 5 elims. He did a lot of damage and stole a lot of elims from the other teams in this lobby, which isn't to say that that's a bad way to do it, but it is indicative of the style of game that we just saw. So it's fantastic for Bra in this instance. I want to see that repeated in a less chaotic finale.
Yeah, me too. I think for Bra, like, it's one of those cases where you want to see them succeed in a format where they set themselves up well and it wasn't just cleaning up the lobby as we went through. Yes, they get themselves to that stage of the game, but a lot of their fights felt like they were moving into targets that were already fairly damaged at that point. And that does indicate that they had a great understanding of when to third party and when to not, which fights they could capitalize on. But yeah, I think you're right. I would like to see just a clean sweep where they're able to finish out a game just from macro, and that would show a lot of promise going forward. This was an initial lovely pick.
Yeah, the highlights coming on through. Bra doing bits. They did, I think, lose Quantum early on, if I'm not mistaken. Or they were playing as 3 for a lot of that game as well. But yeah, generally fairly effective. Surprisingly long longevity there from S2G as well into those final circles. I think they managed to get up to 4th place despite losing 2 players very, very early on. BWNRX as well played that one nicely. I think the team that I'm slightly unhappy that they didn't manage to get much further was Thunder Talks. I feel like they could have done a lot more. They could have been where BWNRX were. I think this slowdown from the rollout may have been their undoing, but it's really difficult in a scenario like that. You don't really have too much of a choice, unfortunately. And Thunder Talks, a little bit more would have been nice, but they've still put up an impressive result.
You're on the outer edge of the map. They chose to be inside of those buildings, and BWNRX were able to hold them out effectively. So they had to go for something a little bit crazy. By the time they got themselves into this circle, they had an issue where they were quite low and struggling. And you can see here, Bra just came in and just cleaned them up where they were already very weakened and wounded. Overall, though, some really nice nades this game from Bra, where it wasn't just a case of just a lot of third parties. There was some good play involved too. And it was a 3v3 at the end versus BWNRX, although BWNRX were working with no helmets and little to no utility.
And here are the scores. They sit thusly. You can see a massive point vacuum towards the top, and that's that itty-bitty elimination spray across the entirety of this leaderboard that I was talking about before. That means that we have quite a balanced middle ground. From second place down to 8th, there's only a 3-point difference in the results of this match. So for Bra, they get 25 points, and that is a massive accelerator ahead of the rest of the lobby compared to what everyone else was able to earn. Nobody else even in double digits.
No, BWNRX coming off that game actually in second place with just the 9 points does feel pretty bad. But that sits Bra only up to 6th place off those 25 points. They were struggling. Remember, I think they were 15th before that game. So it is a nice result. And S2G managing to clamber up over towards the top 5 once again. Like we said, they're a very, very consistent team. They remain ahead with 48 points.
This is the final page. These are the teams that we haven't seen play yet, and we will be seeing play tomorrow, so we'll be excited for that. You can see the teams highlighted in red currently up for elimination, although, as I said before, these teams haven't played, so don't worry. If you're a Beşiktaş fan, they're not going down just yet. They do have a chance to prove themselves.
You just haven't played.
That's the secret. Get points, need to play games.
You do need to play those games. Here are our lifesavers. So the pickups coming through. I mean, Koa has been putting a lot of work for Falcons. We see a fair few times all Falcon players down on their knees and Koa desperately doing his best to pick them back up again.
Yeah, it's just keeping things up. I mean, you could technically farm this stat, right?
You could.
Like you could throw a Molotov at your feet. Your teammate could revive you.
Yeah,
you could just do that again.
Nade yourself, pick yourself up.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
Big stat farm. People are missing a trick, not doing damage to themselves and wasting that much time to farm a pointless stat that doesn't mean anything. I mean, overall,
$750 on the line.
Oh, very nice.
It means something.
Okay, it means at least one thing. Sorry, at least 750 things.
Yeah. 750 things worth of $1.
That is true. Although maybe the increase in points that you'd get for laddering up would be more than, I don't know. What's the expected value of doing that? I'm not sure. Also, it's only one player. So,
yeah.
You know what? Someone needs to crunch the numbers. Probably not going to be me, which is...
if you were to come 17th to 20th, you would technically earn more than what you would get from league stage. If you got top lifesaver, you only earn $500 for 7th to 20th.
Maybe in the last match,
if you were aiming
statistics
to end up in the 17th to 20th bracket, yeah, you'd be in a bad spot.
Yeah, although to be fair,
that's where you go for it.
If you're in that bracket, it is going to be just a 1-game difference, right? That is going to be seen between potentially qualifying, not qualifying. So even then, it's fairly dangerous. We'll have to wait and see. I don't expect it to happen. And to be honest, it's probably a bit silly even talking about it this much. But either way.
Hey, I mean, the graphic was on screen for that lot. I had to do it. That
is true.
We were specifically on the lifesaver graphic. Okay.
Yeah. We're only allowed to talk
about the rewards.
What's on screen. Just like the INFINIX GT30 Pro. You could outplay the rest. Yeah. Look at that. It's over there. It's having a great time.
Gone are the days, the GT20 Pro. We've upgraded. We've upgraded now.
By 10.
As of a lot of our players, they've all upgraded. They look a lot better. And we've got some. This is a stacked roster. It's nice to see. Already this feels like a lot of our teams could perform at an international level quite well. Which beforehand, I think a lot of our PMSLs, or PMPLs at least, you'd have like 2 to 3 teams where you'd be like, okay, this team could perform at an international event. But this is nice. This is very, very nice.
Yeah, we're getting treated here. We've been shown the good stuff now. They've cracked into the cellar. They're breaking out all the stops, and we're having a great time here. We've got one more match left to play, and that will be coming fairly soon as we have started to load our players into the lobby. One more Miramar is up on the cards for you guys today. This will be the last time we see these 16 teams face off against one another, unless they all make it to the finals, which is not
unlikely.
Not impossible, just fairly unlikely.
Yeah, especially because right now we've got Group A versus Group C, where we would say Group C is probably quite diminished. I'd say overall. So I think that it's likely we'll see more of Group B and Group A going towards the finals. But you're not wrong, John. It's not a net zero possibility.
It's just highly improbable that happens. So we'll have to wait and see. But I'm not expecting it. Of course, at each stage, we shed 3 teams, right? We've got the league stage. So at the end of these 3 days, we will be getting rid of the bottom 4 teams, and then the points tables get reset. Then we have another 3 days of games. We're splitting that into 5 groups, 5 matches played per day. So I think that means that everybody sits out 3 matches of 15, so they'll be playing 12 again on those 3 days. There you go. There's some quick maths. So some very short sprints, and once more, the bottom 4, they're for the chop, and we will be heading into the finals with 16 teams to play all of those matches over 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, even when you're heading over towards those that knockout stage, only getting those 15 matches total is a crazy amount. You know, it does really start to speed up quite a bit. Then you're back to your casual 6 getting to those grand finals. But yeah, today has been fun. It's been a great first day of PMSL EU action. I hope you guys have enjoyed as much as we have, getting to watch all these players back in action once again after a little bit of time. But yeah, it's cool to see a lot of familiar names, especially all the Turkish squads who I've casted so many times in the past, and you've casted as well, John, and getting to see them here at more of a regional stage, which is cool. Very, very cool.
Absolutely. I think we're just waiting on the last few players to filter in to the lobby to make sure that we're getting underway. It's been an interesting day for, as you say. Look, it's been an interesting day for the representation, as you say, for a lot of these teams, and for the teams that we've commentated a lot, the players, the names that we've been seeing quite a lot, but also for these new entries. And I think so far today, the team that has stood out has been Thunder Talk from that side of things. So far, in my mind, anyway, it seems like they're a team that has been fairly keen to play on the edge. It's safe to say. I think they're trying to harry a lot of the time the other teams who are trying to make active decisions. So I think that as soon as you get to the finals, that may change. But for now, they are playing against proactive decision makers, which is, I think, quite an interesting way to take this one. It's the sort of thing I was looking out for at the start of the day, and they so far have impressed me.
Yeah, there is definitely going to be a big difference, a big change when you get over towards maybe the finals, maybe knockout stage, where you don't have as many of those what we would call feeder teams, which does make it a lot easier. I think today has been certainly curious in terms of, you know, watching what we would dub the best squad play against the best group versus the weakest group. And I would go ahead on a limb and say that it's even hard to call them the weakest group, because I think everyone today has performed to a fairly decent standard, fairly decent caliber overall. And it's still, again, a lot of the similar teams that we're seeing perform quite well over on Erangel, doing much of the same here on Miramar. So it has transitioned quite nicely. Flux, though, have fallen behind since their initial game over on Sanhok, which looks really nice.
Well, let's head into our final Miramar of the day to close things out. Match number 6 is underway. Once more over to the desert. You can see the plane heading over from over truck stop to the northwest side of the map. Nice and friendly, not too much drama from this plane path. Let's see if the circle has other ideas.
Yeah, a nice, decent change to our plane path, honestly. We've seen a lot of them go very much over towards the south today, even on Erangel. So this is nice to see one go from truck stop all the way up to La Cobreria and give these players a little bit of difference.
Teams out early. Any early hot drops? Are we going to see them? What's BWNRX got unfolding over to the north side? It looks like another team is going down with them. Potential conflict around El Azahar. You can see they are very intermingled there on their northern approach, but it looks like BWNRX are going to slow down the other team. Oh, I'm going to go a little bit further. I think that's Bra. Is that Bra? I think so. Heading over towards the north side of Al-Azhar, as BWNRX are allowed to hit the ground earlier than they are. Will not be contested on those spots.
Last time, towards Impala. We don't have anyone heading down too early over towards Porto Paraiso, though. Instead, most teams opting to head over towards the northern portion of the map. Likely going to be picking up over towards Picado, Monte Nuevo, El Pozo. Maybe some long stretches down towards Chumacera, especially with this new circle.
On board with chicken dinner winners, Bra, as they headed further north. Just trying to find their little spot, grab some loot. And as I said at the end of that last match, right, it's fantastic what they were able to do before. I want to see them do it again in a little bit less of a chaotic final circle, when there aren't these itty-bitty fights to constantly capitalize off of. What can they do when that position isn't afforded to them? But for now, they'll be happy to tuck those points under the belt. They're up to 32 points, and we're starting to see teams breaking barriers in terms of what they're going to need for their total point scoring now. I think S2G, even if they got 0 points on their second day, are starting to get a little bit nice, a little bit safe, right, towards that not being in bottom 4 kind of a game.
Yeah, they are tucking themselves quite nicely over towards the top of the leaderboard. And I think the best thing about that, John, the fact that you say, you know, even if they get 0 points, even if they do get 0 points, that's incredibly unlikely because they're so consistent. And that's where most of their points have been coming from, is just chipping away at the points total, which is what you want to see. For Bra, you know, that's a flash in the pan in my eyes over on that Miramar. Previously didn't play very well. It was 25 points on that match. So before that game, they were only on the 7 points, which would, at this present moment in time, place them in 16th. I think that you can't really have that happening. Yes, if you get 2 chicken dinners that are massive, potentially that keeps you in that league stage going in towards the knockouts. But I'd much prefer to see a team like S2G on my side, where, you know, you're just getting decent points every single game, and that's going to see you very safely over towards grand finals.
That's what you're looking for. The question is, can you allow yourself to fall into that sort of lockstep, right? It's a dangerous game to play when you're playing consistent and then you need to change it up for finals. I think it's probably quite reasonable to take this approach, certainly on day 1, and then maybe change it up for day 2 to be a little bit more hell for leather, especially if you have a good first day. Since it's easy to sort of get into that mode where you train your mind to respond to situations a certain way with a slightly more passive response than you need to be a top 4 contender, which is what you're looking for in those finals to get to PMWC later on this year. So I'm hoping that these teams towards the top can pull it out the bag when it matters most.
When it matters most, it's going to be those grand finals. So just maintaining a nice steady point gain, and it's very promising going forward. And again, I think it's something that's overlooked a lot of times, but the further you get into these matches a lot of times, the more you're getting to understand your opposition, right? That's the main thing. To cover towards the map here.
Yeah, the major commodity that.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, what have you seen on the map? What have you seen on the map? Elucidate.
I was just going to take a look at the map very quickly, take some stock. I was wondering where Fenerbahçe was starting. They've been all over the place today. They're up towards that north side. So they didn't deviate from water treatment. Thank the Lord. Something of the same. Which makes me happy.
Some semblance of sanity. Barsay still trudging through the streets of Los Leones, reticent to let go of the tendrils of last game that still clasp onto their mind. Looks like BX Brothers, the same story is true of them, as they've seen Elvis as he leaves the building.
Okay. away. Elvis did not want to go down there. We'll just rock and roll himself out of there. Flux, we talked about them earlier. You know, 34 points. It's not horrible. Again, a lot of those points came through from the Sanhok. Other than that, they have been rolled slightly.
Galatasaray. It looks like they had a good position. They had a good chance in that last match, Blank. They were on the outside of a fight that was brewing in the foothills of their position, and they couldn't quite get enough done to launch themselves off 16th place. With 12 points, it's really not looking good for them right now. It's a bad time, I think it's safe to say. And the same is true of the bottom 4 teams in general, right? There's really starting to run out of opportunities to push themselves towards that boundary where it's very likely they're going to be in contest for. For Guild, though, I mean, they sit 6 points ahead of RUKH Esports, and they had a good game last match, right? They had a good result, and they were able to get up to 24 points here. And that is within striking distance of a lot of this table, right? I mean, you go up to 6th place, that's 32. That's less than 10 points ahead. Definitely an achievable goal. It's, again, just that one game you need. Oh, dear. We're after the watershed, so that sort of stuff's fine. Regnum Carya getting entangled.
Yeah, a little bit. I think you're right about the bottom of the lobby where it's getting a little bit more difficult, but I do think that it is at least nice to see that for Galatasaray, Footballist, RUKH, RUKH Esports, Guild, all of those teams that have had promising moments. There's never been a time where I've been like, this team is, at this point in time, just kind of cut out from the leaderboard, in my opinion. Here it's more a case of I'm extremely happy to see all of these teams really pushing and plowing ahead to try and get something done in these matches. So I don't think anyone's down and out just yet. But it is definitely getting more difficult because someone has to go home. 4 people, in fact, have to go home.
Exactly. 4 teams will bite the dust at the end of these 3 days. Hard north shift on the circle, Blank. We're heading up towards the north side of Picado, and S2G sits slap bang in the middle of it. These hills up the top of Picado, they are massive plateaus, Blank, and they afford you so much sight lines, but they are very isolated. They are really, really dangerous to try and hold on to, but they can afford you a lot of points. So we'll see if S2G want to go for that sort of strategy, or if they're going to allow other teams to maybe take up one of those positions instead.
Yeah, up towards San Martin, it always is that long ridge line. There's a big emphasis here. I do like where Footballist is going. They head over towards that northeast side. You can get a lot of value out of this position. Kind of play in the shadows of a lot of teams that are battling it out for those strong positions alongside the ridge. You're going to see a huge amount of teams starting to come in now, taking pot shots from all over. Some teams might want to head over towards Power Grid and sit on that western side, on that open plateau, hope for a western shift and work from there. Fenerbahçe is certainly looking to do something like that with RUKH Esports, 2 of their players getting up and personal.
S2G, they have been spotted. I think that's icy flushed as well. Going down to 3 in a central position, it's really not the time for it. That is unfortunate. Going over to Footballist as well. On that north side. You can't be given ground like that, not for free. But it seems like S2G may be losing a bit of the wind in their sails, but they have already put up 48 points today. If they can salvage 4 or 5 points out of this game, they're going to be all right.
Exactly. For S2G, though, again, like you say, losing 1 player early in that central spot where you have the high ground, it never feels good. And a lot of times that comes through because you are going to have isolated players. You must be very careful. We know this lobby is extremely quick when it comes to movement, so I think S2G maybe underestimated how quickly people would be here, neighbor alongside them.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate timing on that position potentially, but 3 players is still a fearsome prospect when it comes to S2G. We saw they were able to get up into 4th place with just 2 in the previous melee on the west side of Los Leones. So we'll see if they can repeat that sort of performance. Footballist going to be drawn short and not going further. over on the east side. K1 sit on some high ground as well on the other side of the massive plateau blocks that sit on the north of Picado. So no real danger for S2G from that direction either. So at the moment, it looks like they can get into the top 6 fairly convincingly, unless there's some major circle shifts going on. As we go over to the west side and over towards Power Grid. That's a major shift.
Yeah, that's pretty major. That kind of takes away from that ridge side we saw a lot of people congregating around to try and set themselves up on. Now you have to move over towards that open plateau that sits over towards the west, and Fenerbahçe very happy with how all this turned out. They have a very central position now to work with. Falcons on the northwest side, who were worrying about that entry point, now looks a whole lot better for.
The spray down from RUKH will bite the dust, unfortunately. Playing on as 3. I mean, did they know RUKH was there? Were they expecting it? Got to think they did. Thundertalq spotted K1 as they try and leap from the mountain top. An unfortunate time to be caught. Hamzy up the top. Can't really peek too far over this one. You overexpose to teams further beyond Thundertalq. You think, oh, I'll just peek over, I'll just have a look. But then all of a sudden you've got Fire Flux rattling your bonds, and that's a bad time for everyone. Symphony falls as K1 are holding off this aggression really nicely. This bad boy gets another.
All right, okay then. Goodness me. Bad boy giving it to them. Meanwhile, Falcons, who were looking for a nice position over towards that northwest side, eventually start to fall down as RUKH really hold them out for quite some time. Hamzy G has to back it off. Taking quite a few shots to the dome there.
On the southwest side, Galatasaray behind BRX Esports, but BRX Esports are on a bit of a split here, so Lux is in danger, has got the high ground over them, so can see these rotations happening, but starting to get cut off. You can see he's going to retreat along this plateau, move back to the rest of his team. I think it's time to go for it. Can't rely on this position for much longer.
Fire Flux taking a shot over towards Scarface. And I mean, they were playing on that northeast edge, hoping to grab the tasty morsels left behind by the teams on the ridge side. But with this massive shift, the Feasters changed locations. The banquet holds over towards Power Grid now. BRX are actually able to get fast ahead of them, which makes it very, very difficult. I do like where BRX Esports is currently playing down towards that southwest side. Taking a little bit of a 4-man split here, but maintaining control over several important locations on this southwest side.
Fenerbahçe sailing on in. Was a fairly central position. I mean, sailing on in. They didn't really have to leave around Power Grid. Sailing on back towards their position. Regnum Carya sitting around them. It's these teams on the east and on the south that have the most treacherous road ahead. K1, I think, in the trickiest spot now. Barsay moving in as well. Going to have a real tough time of it. 3 players alive. Merciless went down earlier. And look at the high ground that Hamzy has over these rotations. So difficult to make these moves now.
Yeah, S2G getting squeezed. Southeast side. But similarly, a lot of teams around them are struggling to make their way up. Plenty of sidelines being opened up over towards, for instance, K1. And last days, they tried to get out from here. BRX looking to go up against Guild. Zedwolf will find one, but not before he's shut down. Off in the distance, that's Footballist. Getting some revenge from earlier.
BWNRX looking to try and pull Zedwolf back up to his feet. And it seems like they'll be successful in that endeavor, but they're on 3 now. RUKH Esports, again, Lux has been up here for so long, and Galatasaray haven't really capitalized on his severance from the rest of the team, but it's difficult to do so. This high ground ridgeline that stretches back towards the rest of RUKH Esports makes it so hard for them to cut off that supply line, that potential regroup. Peeking out, though, is a big risk for Lux. If he goes down, there's no way they can break out and get him back up.
No, not at all. He has to play it very safe going forward here now, John. Just even regrouping with the rest of the squad. Galatasaray, though, in a whole world of hurt down the hill. He can live here for some time. In the meantime, Flux going blow to blow with BRX and actually getting the upper hand.
Everything's popping off. Seemingly. Flux, we're on board with one of the fights. This is Solus now. Last player to stand for Flux. BRX are down. Goodness me. Where on earth did that come from? And now, Footballist's going to roll in. Last player for Flux on this eastern side. Maybe under a lot of pressure now. S2G with 2 players now surviving as Sarah gets flushed away in the meantime. Hamzy isn't going to go down easy. Taking shots out towards Barsay. Sit towards the blue. One of the hardest routes in so far. Into this circle for Barsay, but spotted for one. That goes down towards K1. The second goes through as well. Not too sure who picked that one up. I think it might have been Bishke from BX Brothers, who are sat to the west of this.
Yeah.
Either way, another team bites the dust.
Man, that really hurts for S2G. Considering they've been holding this zone for so long and hoping just to catch stragglers that make their way in. S2G's shots look pretty clean, but for Bishke to actually get a hold of all of those points, like, it really has felt like a moot point, this high ground for S2G for so long here, John. It's really tough stuff.
Really difficult. Hard south shift. Kelsey and Hamzy actually have a decent spot here, and it's, again, a 2-player campaign for S2G to see how far they can get. K1 going to try and go around the far side of that red rock and see if they can get in there. Regnum Carya, in the meantime, going toe-to-toe with RUKH. That is fairly central on it, and RUKH will be eliminated. Regnum Carya will look for the res. They have got all 4 of their players alive. They're looking fairly safe right now in the middle of the circle as well, Blank.
Regnum, this is the first time in a while we've seen Regnum Carya looking to go for something quite significant, right? You know, they've been getting decent points per game, but nothing that would say they were up towards that PMGO caliber, right? That immediate wipe over towards RUKH, though, looks a lot more promising. Fenerbahçe, again, do not want to see another game. We're in a very strong position. Yet go out fairly early in the innings with little to no elimination.
K1 are getting torn apart here on their approach from the south side. You had BX Brothers, Kelsey and Hamzy as well, taking shots. Looks like they managed to escape with 2 of their players alive. We'll see how much further they can go. Brat suffering at the hands of Fenerbahçe on an all-side sweep. Fwash launches a nade forwards, does a lot of damage, but doesn't quite connect fully. Solke repositions with the buggy. Savian, nade on in. Looks for the damage, does tag, but not fully getting the knock here from Swash. Solke wants to put another one in as they're trading off on these arms. Into the smoke he goes with the nade. And again, brings Swash low, but no ability to find the full knock there. And the off angles are starting to chime into this fight. They've drawn the attention from the eastern side. Did Footballists go down in the meantime? Have they been fully eliminated around S2G?
Yeah. Yeah, very unfortunate for them. It was quite a quick pickup as well. Shots come through, and S2G will confirm on to 3 eliminations at least, sitting them back up to 51. K1 has been a surprising team here. We haven't talked about them too much, but been at 49 points. It has been pretty good. Swash will be found. Another nade over the top should finish him off there. Yeah, bobbles in really nicely. Now just Quantum left alive. Running down the hill almost into the grenade there, John.
Oh dear. It's not where you want to be. Quantum hits the deck behind the smokes. In they go. Fenerbahçe, all 4 players alive, and just the one superimposed on this hillside and soon to be flattened to it, you'd imagine. But the suppression coming through from the off angle, you could see those shots coming through from the southeast edge as S2G make it so hard to get rid of this final player. I think it may be a mistake for Fenerbahçe actually to fully commit to it. You know that Quantum's going to have to make a move sooner or later, and you can't afford to crest this ridgeline and lose a player on the off angle.
MZG backing it off. Fenerbahçe, this is an important fight for them. If they can cut through Bra, the final player, gives them so much space to work with on this north side. In the meantime, BRX Esports, like I said earlier, really good control over towards that western edge. The final player from Bra falls, and now Fenerbahçe can start to move down towards the south side. But there is a big lion in the midst there, and that is Regnum Carya.
They have got a lot of strength. They've been gathering for a while. HamZG's angle here is exactly why I thought it might be a little bit risky for Fenerbahçe to try and conclude that fight, but they do it with nades. They do it well. Actually, hang on. No, it was HamZ who got that shut down onto the last player over the ridgeline for Fenerbahçe. They can continue on. You see this high ground continues to be so devastating. The Mini 14 ringing out these hills, striking terror into the hearts of anyone who lands in the scope of HamZ. But the ammo will start to be an issue now. Has to drop off with that buggy. Will be nice and safe to do so. Hits the floor, nice and safe.
He's actually got that thing inside the concrete. Don't know how he's made that possible. There you go. That buggy is now useless. But it was good as a parachute, almost. Funnily enough, I think I said earlier that it was sort of a moot point at high ground, but HamZG was determined to stay up there until he started to get those eliminations. I respect the determination, at least.
I think it's probably because you lose 2 of your players, right? You know you're very likely not going to win. You need to extract elim value, and staying up there is probably your best bet. Lux repairing the buggy a little bit, making sure it stays nice and healthy. Wants to be able to use it into later circles. The other one's smoking, though. Maybe turn your attention there. Turn your torch onto that. But EX Brothers in the meantime. 2 elims. They've lost 1 player so far. They're crunching Galatasaray in towards the players on the western edge, in towards BRX Esports.
BRX Esports looking to move their way down. Lord Cedric has provided a really good point of contact for the rest of the squad to move into. Kelsey finding Looney, and this is S2G trying to heal through the BX Brothers. Instant 180 from Kelsey to get himself out of harm's way, and even more eliminations. Like, this team is hella good at salvaging matches right now.
I mean, Kelsey just did so much there. He was able to get a big nade in and at the same time spray down 1 more of his opponents just across the ridgeline. Made it so hard for them to operate in that forward position. Single-handedly, Kelsey took out that player position. Silas can't do the task of taking down Salty. Loxy will have a go at it, though. Comes in through. Loxy's okay for it this time around, but Regnum Carya have been dismounted. They are down to 2 players alive. Just 1 player, actually, as Loxy is the last to stand. Simple Domac finds Toshbek and flushes.
But it cost the guys from Fenerbahçe badly. Losing 2 players here on a sweep that they could have made down towards the south side with 4 players is pretty tremendously bad news for them. It's all off the back of this 2-2 split where they just left those 2 players off the side, hoping they could deal with Regnum Carya. It almost happens well with Loxy moving up. Finding that player does make life very difficult now for them. They could have played this with 3, not with 2.
4-player teams. There are 2 of them. BRX Esports, Galatasaray. Galatasaray are nowhere near the circle right now. They're all the way out on the south edge in the cold. As cold as it can be on Miramar, that is. But BRX Esports, they've got that western side fairly securely at this stage. The teams to the north, they're locked in with one another. This high ground is theirs, sure, but no one really has too much to say about it. And there you can see this ridgeline that surrounds it is almost more powerful than having this ground on the plateau. BRX Esports can leverage this. The question is, how far do they allow Galatasaray into this fight? They've left Lord Cedric as that linchpin.
He's been remaining there for quite a while, and Galatasaray all squeezed up together in a horrible contact. Owner will at least find Hamzy G. Make the cross, and no response from Calci there. Will just prioritize his own life.
Off a little bit of a safer route further out to the east behind the trees. Koa somehow avoiding the ordnance here from RUKH Esports. And the Falcons are still going, still trucking. Salvage for 4 of our teams right now. And 3 of them have got very decent elim counts up into the top 6. That's a solid game at this stage in the tournament. To be able to secure your points total, that's what you're looking for. Galatasaray, though, they need a big breakout. Unfortunately, Calci, ever watchful, wants revenge. Will be able to find the flush.
Yeah, I mean, Calci up to 8 eliminations now for S2G. It's crazy the turnaround they've had on this one. If he's able to confirm more on this, it will be ginormous.
Go on, big nade.
Ooh, it was close. It was so close to Quaxus there. Almost found it. And he's still peeking.
Why not? At this point, you've already got a good game. Maniac with a nade cooking, but Calci, is he going to dodge it? Goes long, does tag him. I'll be aware of his position. Another nade, this time a little bit closer to him. He actually goes for the backline. Calci finds a knock onto Owner. Is that a re-knock, or is that a second knock over onto that position? I think we'll have to wait and see. But Calci now, huge amounts of danger, finally falls, and Maniac, the one to do the deed.
Yeah, gets the flush over towards the teammate there on Galatasaray. Able to finish the game out with 9 points. Sitting the highest leader in the pack at the end of day 1. Ridiculous stuff from S2G to get 9 eliminations this game. It is an incredibly bold performance throughout the entirety of the day, where they struggled only having 2 players. Yet the sheer caliber of players on that team means that no matter the count on them, they are comfortable to work as a duo and just crush the lobby. I mean, they had a strong position to start. They got unlucky with Icy going down. Yeah, they've made it work regardless. 6th place, 9 points. You're happy to see it.
Galatasaray cut in half for their troubles over on that south side, and now RUKH Esports, with all 4 of their players alive, have massive numbers advantage. Koa has been biding his time in the shack, and he's still dead central. Actually fairly safe until the middle of stage 9 as well, because it closes dead center. Other teams have to move first. The question is, can RUKH Esports get rid of him before it becomes a problem?
Becoming a problem already. He's been dodging these nades left, right, and center. And he does sit between them and more significant control over the lobby. I like that they send over towards that northwest side, though, to try and deal with the players they know that should be coming out from Power Grid. A good heads-up decision from them. Loxy still lives things out, though, for Regnum Carya. Heading into a top 5 now.
Koa, side of the shack, between the buggy tires, a standard defensive position. Waiting for these nades to roll on in. Actually, a nade.
Ooh,
finds 1, finds 2. Okay, Simple Domac with a big opener towards the 4-player roster here. It's more smokes to allow them further in. More damage with more nades, and Koa wants to get involved as well. Puts another one in, and that Zeptimus flushed. RUKH Esports are being torn apart. 2 nades. And it's all in shambles for them.
Hilarious that nade goes through. Next match, Koa immediately from off base, looking for some more here.
No.
And the initial one sits down to try and take more shots, and Quax takes a heavy hit. Koa almost goes for the 1v2. Fenerbahçe losing players in the meantime, and it's just overwhelming power coming through from RUKH Esports. They heard where the other shots were coming from. Instantly will look to reaggress on that side of the map down towards the south and clean up.
Goodness me, I thought Koa had something going on there, but unfortunately will not be able to go much further, in a low elim count for Falcons. It's not as good of a salvage game as the others. Quacks will give a good fight here, as 3 players are remaining, and brings them into a 2v2 now. Aussie and Lord Cedric on the backlines. Galatasaray may be able to turn the tides here. Maniac on the backlines. Flush confirmed over onto Lux. Lord Cedric needs to stand up now for Black Esports. He's first, close base here. Quacks wants the nade over towards Ozzy, who steps out. A tag of damage with the DBS, but Quacks is too bold with it. Lord Cedric steps up, immediately takes him down, but there is a response. And now it's Ozzy and Maniac in a 1 versus 1. Player in front of him, but there's in the hand of Maniac. He steps out very wide there. Too wide for my liking, but wide enough for the nade to land. And that is what you want to see. They close down the day with a little glimmer of hope. It's Galatasaray to take the chicken dinner.
Yeah, Galatasaray went through the absolute ring of that game, and to come out with a chicken dinner is impressive stuff. Black Esports getting themselves towards a second place, which realistically should have been a win for them. Oh my God, that's got to feel rough. They played that game pretty phenomenally throughout as well. It's that double nade that slows them down, and they're resetting. No nades towards the end there as well. And you're right, actually, Koa became a big issue because they spent so much utility on him, they didn't have any for the end game.
Yeah, it was just all running dry. The cupboard was bare, and it was just far from ideal. So they weren't able to get through that position. Actually, Koa launched a nade back their way, so did even more damage. I think he was the one to actually flush out one of the players from Black Esports to mean they couldn't move forwards as 4, and it was really unfortunate. He almost 1v2'd against the encroaching forwards of Galatasaray as well. Remember that. You saw that engagement on the hill. It was mucky. It was messy from one of the last 2 players of Galatasaray in that engagement. But Koa did go down in the end. However, a fairly decent representation. Maybe not in points, but certainly in pride.
Yeah, definitely. I think for Koa getting up towards that position in the match is very, very nice stuff. I think Falcons are going to be very pleased with him. It's not a high elimination count game, but regardless, he'll be very pleased with how that turned out. Fenerbahçe almost make it happen, almost, with that great nade to start things off. Can't quite clutch it out, though. Galatasaray is definitely the surprising win there, but it's an unfortunate series of events that leads to Black Esports actually losing. But what a great way to end it off with Galatasaray having, like you say, that glimmer of hope to lead them into their next day of play.
All it takes, that one good game. Our MVP for that last match was Kelsey on S2G, and I mean, you kind of see why those 2 guys did so much work. He was the last to stand. I think, he got 6 elims towards the end of it and was doing a lot to allow them in the final circles. I think Hamzy did a lot of work as well from that high ground, but his was more of a suppressive role. Kelsey really punched them into that late game to get the salvage that they were able to find.
Fenerbahçe SoulK doing 1,200 damage. What a game from him. Definitely from the center of the circle there, coming down from Power Grid. They had a lot of opportunity to take fights. It was that 2-2 split that came back to bite them in the end versus Regnum Carya. It could have definitely gone differently if SoulK was able to stand up against Loxy, but he was far too quick with it. But yeah, Kelsey with the 6 elims. S2G kind of stole a lot of the limelight in that game with Hamzy G on the high ground, just determined to make it work, determined to get some high ground shots off, and coming away 4 elims before I think he even left that high ground.
Absolutely. Here is the final blow, the final moments. It was fairly tense. I thought Maniac maybe broke out a little bit too wide here on the peak. He jump peaked, tried to get a little bit more information, and stepped out. Maybe he read that the footsteps went backwards, but a nice little punch from the nade to find the final moments going through. Here are the stats from our chicken dinner winners. Galatasaray, 3 elims, bit of piece for Quacks and Maniac, the 2 players in those final moments. So kind of makes sense on that front.
That it does. I think for the chicken dinner here, Galatasaray extremely happy with this. Total of 9 eliminations to finish things off. So 19 points. We'll see them towards the middle of the pack. And I think they'll be very, very pleased that they stayed in this game, which is nice to see. And good damage across the board from them. Again, like I said, they went through the ringer. They were struggling to get round the cliff sides, up against S2G, up against Black Esports, up against Regnum Carya, even taking shots towards them. Yeah, hard game for Galatasaray, but they do make it work in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that they needed, right? It's at a juncture that was absolutely necessary for them to start putting up big numbers. They're going to leave RUKH in the dust down towards the bottom half of the tables, footballist as well. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that game, how Galatasaray were able to get on into those final moments. It's going to be interesting to see how they're able to regain maybe a little bit of momentum into tomorrow. It's a blessing and a curse to finish the day on such a strong game, right? Because it's difficult to carry that momentum into a second day after you've gone to bed, after you've had that reset mentally, and after all the other teams in the lobby have had that reset too.
Yeah, but I think morale-wise, it'll be really good for them. Yeah, no matter what. Like, going from some of the last positions in the lobby suddenly up towards a middling position, it gives you a lot of hope that you're going to make it through to at least the league stage off the back of a nice chicken dinner, and these other teams worrying instead. And now they just need to get some decent points going across. And again, this game for them was definitely a nice lesson in terms of how they want to play their movement, how they want to play their macro. Yes, they played that a little bit timid, but it gets them the points in the end of the day. Koa here was certainly the champion for the Falcons, though, getting themselves into a much better spot.
Koa, spray down was very hairy for Galatasaray, but they were able to weather the storm. But RUKH Esports could not. Maniac with that final blow that we saw before to be able to earn them those 19 points that they fairly rightly deserved. I think it's safe to say they were able to wade into that final part of the fight. 19 there, RUKH Esports with 11, Fenerbahçe 11, S2G as well, a big salvage.
Yeah, very, very good salvage. 11 points on the game. And we've talked about all day that S2G has just been very, very consistent across the board. Regnum Carya has been keeping pace with them, though, at 8 points. I think the big surpriser for me, though, is K1 for the entirety of the day. Really, really good stuff. Very impressive. We haven't talked about them all that much, but again, it does need to be said that K1 is the big surpriser coming off today. S2G has just been consistent all round.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what you need. Certainly at this stage, it's good to see Regnum Carya, Falcons, K1 as well, a team that you were talking about a bit during that match in terms of their consistency today. A European team as well coming in for these players. S2G at the top of the tables. 59 points there. K1 in second place, so European representation is in there. BWNRX will be in third with 43, and there is a bit of a drop-off now from fourth place downwards.
Yeah, down to 37 points, then dropping all the way to 35. So two teams tied up there with Bra as well as Regnum Carya. Bra very happy with being able to get that chicken dinner. Similarly to Galatasaray, you'd say two teams that were very much down in the dumps were able to drag themselves out and back into a position where they can play this. Fenerbahçe in sixth place. It's much better, but there have been multiple moments where I felt like Fenerbahçe has had great positions, great knowledge of the circle, yet just unable to close these games out a little bit. So I'd like to see a little bit more from them. To head on towards our second page, Galatasaray in 10th place with 31 points. Looks a lot nicer now. Football is still a strange showing towards the bottom four right now in 15th with only 17 points and 2 placement points, the lowest in the lobby.
Yeah, RUKH as well in that 16th place, dead last with 16 points. Still not an awful point average, but it's certainly not where they wanted to be. There's definitely possibility for every team in this lobby, right, to be eliminated, except for some of the teams right towards the top. So it's definitely all to play for. It's all about having that turnaround, that mental reset, and we'll see if they're able to make that happen tomorrow. That is what we're going to be looking out for. RUKH are in Group B, which I think means that they are not playing tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to double check on that, actually. We'll have to wait and see. But here's our daily MVP. In the meantime, it's actually from K1. No, hang on a minute. That's okay. I'm getting confused there because that's a Fireflux player. Is it Easy for Bad Boy or is it Scarface? I don't know whose stats these are.
Yeah, it could be either or. I think we'll just have to wait and see on that one as well. It looks like it's getting rejigged, potentially. It's been removed. No MVP for today. But yeah, overall, I think for Easy Bad Boy, he did well, as did Scarface. Both players can have that accolade of the MVP of the day.
Absolutely. Why not? They both did really well. And we enjoyed very much having them both here. It was a great day. I think we've seen some teams that maybe we didn't expect have some good performances. I think Thunder Talk had a little bit of a glimmer, weren't really able to capitalize on that. I think people maybe have figured out exactly what they were doing, playing a little bit more spoilery in their gameplay. We also saw K1, as you talked about, be consistent, fairly consistent presence, I think, towards those later games.
Yeah, absolutely. But there it is, guys. We've come to the end of the day. You've made it all the way to the end with us. So shout out to you if you've watched the entire day, or even if you just watched one match. We appreciate that you spent some time here with us today watching some great PUBG Mobile action for the PMSL EU. We've had fun, haven't we, John? We've had a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. You look now like the sun is on the other side of the screen.
Hey, you know what? It's an ongoing problem.
It's an ongoing.
We'll
thing.
be looking. The sun just keeps happening. We'll be looking into curtailing the sun, as I'm sure all the other teams in this lobby are going to be looking to curtail S2G and their ascension towards the top of the tables. Although they're probably less concerned about that, more concerned about breaking out of the top 20.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it's been nice. It's been nice. I think my favorite thing is just to see a lot of the familiar names that we're used to here in PMSL EU once again showing up and doing well. S2G having a bit of a comeback with Regnum Carya. You know, they had their big win over in PMGO, and they're like, well, we can relax a little bit. But maybe we'll see some more of the heat coming through from that team in the knockout stage or even the grand finals. We will have to check it out when it comes down to it. But also, we do have more games coming at you, 2 more days of action here in the league stage over on tomorrow and the day after as well, where we will be removing 4 of our squads from the total standings. The bottom 4 of our 24 teams will be leaving into knockout stage, and we'll be doing the same again there. So exciting things every single week.
Yeah. Has nobody told Regnum Carya that they don't get an automatic qualification spot to PMWC? You know? They earn the extra. They earn the extra slot.
They do need to be in the top 4.
Yeah, that's something you need to do. You know, you can't just sit back and be like, "Well, we've already done it, guys. You owe us." Can you imagine though if they didn't make it and then the 4th place team went on to win at EWC in the PMWC? That would be crazy. They'd be like, "You guys owe us, bro. Come on."
Well, they just changed rosters.
No. Like the 4th place qualification team goes on and they win PMWC from qualifying in 4th place.
Oh yeah, you do owe us. Yeah, like at least a 20% of the prize pool.
Yeah, exactly.
That's straight into Regnum Carya's pockets.
They own that. That's Silas's. Give it back.
I think that was in the contract, dude. I think that was in the contract from PMGO. Yeah,
pretty sure. I have to double check on that.
Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool. We'll check the contract. We'll read it back. And make sure that Regnum Carya is going to be getting that money. But what was your favorite plays of the day, John? What was your favorite plays of the day? Come on.
Favorite place? Did you say or
plays?
Plays. Okay. Favorite play of the day. I mean, I quite liked Koa in the shack, just sort of single-handedly ruining the day for Black Esports in those final moments. I thought that was pretty fun. That was
pretty fun.
Pretty good play.
I did like that bit. I think my favorite was S2G, literally in the middle of everything on that previous Miramar, where they were just being such a nuisance the entire time. That was very, very fun for me as well, watching that one play out. And I think that BWRX would love to be having a conversation with S2G, so they never ever do that again.
Yeah, you've got to stop that. Don't be doing that again. That's what you got to hope. I think. Has there been a player that surprised you today? Do you think? Because at the moment, I'm sort of looking at the names we're seeing crop up, and I think they're sort of fairly well known. And I'm trying to cast my mind back through these games and think of a single player who has sort of been that outside presence, who's come in and been a little bit of a new entry to that cadre of top players.
I think I'm going to throw a curveball at you. And the player that surprised me the most today is Silas. It has not been a crazy showing from him. And I think that there's definitely times where Silas goes down early in high tier tournaments, but it didn't feel like he was having as much impact when he was going down on those scouts. So yeah, it might just be a case where you're getting used to the lobby, and for Regnum Carya, they kind of lock in once they know that the top 16. They're like, all right, we're going to analyze this, we're going to get it all locked down and work it out that way. But yeah, for Silas, it has just been interesting to me that he's not performed very well. Also, Koa, I guess, on the flip side of things, in terms of more of a positive light, I think he's done very well, actually, to meld into the Falcons roster, previously Enigma Galaxy. It is sad to me seeing Snowix out, but I do think that Koa has brought a little bit of firepower to the table. I think that what they need to do, though, going forward is just this case of actually figuring out how they want to play those team fights, because I think they had the right idea a lot of times today, but the setup was a little bit slow to where the front line got overwhelmed. So yeah, I think there's a lot of promise there. They have a good baseline, and they just need to improve on that.
Okay, yeah, I think that's also an interesting point. I wonder if the Falcons are going to keep Koa in as a substitute, right? Are they going to bring Snowix back? Is it maybe he's not feeling great today, or something like that? If they're potentially going to see Snowix on the battlegrounds yet again, we'll have to wait and see. Or if it's a more permanent substitution, I'll have to wait. Maybe I'll message Pecco to see if he's got the down low. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Give me the info. Give me the knowledge. Let me know what's happening. We are right now officially done.
Yeah.
So if you want, you can leave.
If you don't want, though, that's totally
chill. If you don't want, and you want to hang out with us, that's absolutely fine as well. But same time tomorrow, once again, more PMSL EU action on the cards for you. And I think that it's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good show. Once again, we're here to yap. We're here to yap all day, every day.
Yeah. Even after the games.
Even after the games, we're here to yap. All right.
I haven't had my dinner yet. Goodness me, I've got to plan what I'm going to have. I was going to have a chicken dinner, but my girlfriend's just texted me and she said the chicken's gone off, so I can't have a chicken dinner.
Oh my god, that's tremendously. But I went shopping this morning, so everything's fresh. You know, I made a nice little chicken and feta thing for this evening. I didn't make it. Blasted, but yeah, it's nice.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. I'm having pasta instead. Oh dear.
Just pasta?
Well, I don't know. I'll put something on it, but I've got to figure that out later. This is our reality right now. We are sitting here.
I'm in box jail. I'm in the box jail.
Have you got any cool tricks you can do?
I don't have a pack of cards near me right now. Otherwise, I'd start doing some magic tricks. Whoa! He's taking off his phone.
I know. Where's it going?
The ambulance. Get him to the ambulance. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah,
that is a magician right there. That's crazy.
And well, that's showbiz, ladies and gentlemen.
That is show. Look, he's got it down. He's got it down. I could maybe try and steal your nose from across the box and get you. Yeah. Boom. Look at this.
Hang on.
I've got your nose now. Oh, no, actually. Yeah. Wait, where'd it go again? Yeah.
No, my nose.
I've got his nose.
No, my nose. Bring it back.
Oh, dear me. I've stolen it. It's gone forever.
Yeah.
Any final thoughts that you'd like to?
Pretty sure I'm fresh out, actually. They've gone off with the chicken.
Gone off with the chicken, really?
Yeah, bro.
No final thoughts for the show?
You know any jokes?
I do. I don't think it's
okay.
No, I can't do that one.
Can't be doing that one.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, no. I think no. It's been quite a pleasant day. I feel like there hasn't been too many. Oftentimes, when you look at slightly more regional stuff, to be fair, this is the best of this region. So I don't know why I'm too surprised. But often when you go down a level from the global stage, there's so many teams just doing sort of quite glaringly obvious mistakes. you know what? I'm not even going to carry on because we can go home. It's right. We're allowed to end the show.
You can go home.
We've been released from our purgatory, and you have too. We are going to be seeing you guys tomorrow, same channel, same time as today was as well. So hopefully we'll see you guys there for more PMSL action.
Bye-bye.